Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. Chi-Yun had been using illusionary techniques to disguise his body. He never expected there would come a day when his body would become withered like this. But now, Chi-Yun no longer resembled his former self, with his flesh and blood constantly being eroded by the force of death, muscles withering, skin losing moisture and luster, appearing to have aged by more than a decade. Even his once black hair gradually turned pale and fell out in large amounts. The shadow energy within Chi-Yun, sensing the invasion of foreign energy, instinctively began to resist. As the shadow energy and the death energy clashed and eroded each other, using Chi-Yun's body as a battlefield, Chi-Yun felt as if every part of his body was being torn apart. Blood seeped from his pores, and soon, he was completely drenched in blood. The oozing blood quickly dried up, leaving Chi-Yun's withered skin tightly clinging to his skeleton, looking like a zombie from a video game. Save me. Chi-Yun pleaded with a desperate look on his face, using his eyes to signal Song-Jian to destroy the only shadow crystal in the magic array. Are you issuing a task to me? A smile emerged on Song-Jian's face. By now, Chi-Yun's level had been raised to 30, and the aura emanating from his body was much more formidable than that of ordinary level 30 monsters, second only to level 30 elite level bosses with tier 1 combat power. Song-Jian's strength could initially completely overwhelm Chi-Yun, but now, Chi-Yun possessed the power to fight against Song-Jian. The death force eroding Chi-Yun was not a bad thing for Song-Jian. This excess energy would not increase Chi-Yun's strength but would weaken him, and could even possibly kill Chi-Yun. However, if Chi-Yun were to die at this point, it would not align with Song-Jian's interests, as killing Chi-Yun without going through Song-Jian's hands would not yield any loot. Looking at Chi-Yun in the magic array's light barrier with a pained and distorted expression, Song-Jian's face remained calm. What do you want? Chi-Yun's face was now riddled with fine wounds, looking like many small mouths had opened up. I've recently developed an interest in magic rune arrays and want to learn more about them, Song-Jian laughed, pointing at the magic array beneath Chi-Yun. As long as you break that crystal and save me, I'll fulfill your request. Chi-Yun struggled to say. System, Shadow Priest Chi-Yun has issued a temporary task to you. Rescue, task content, destroy the shadow crystal in the magic array and free him. Task target, destroy the shadow crystal in the magic array. Quantity, 0 out of 1. Task reward, magic rune array analysis. Task failure penalty, none. Task time, 3 minutes. Song-Jian was taken aback. Chi-Yun actually had the authority to issue tasks to players through the game system. Before, when Chi-Yun gave Song-Jian a task, he had to summon the spirit of public notary to sign a task contract under its power of contract. Such contracts, witnessed by the spirit of public notary, had loopholes that could be exploited and were far from being as secure as issuing tasks to players through the game system. It seems that Chi-Yun's strength has indeed increased a lot, otherwise he wouldn't have been granted such privileges. Song-Jian thought inwardly, raising his evaluation and vigilance of Chi-Yun in his mind. Task accepted. A 3-minute countdown suddenly appeared in Song-Jian's eyes. The time limit for the task is 3 minutes, which should be his limit. Song-Jian looked at the 3-minute countdown with a smile on his face. Fast, break the crystal quickly. The aura of death force surrounding Chi-Yun intensified. Wait a little longer. Song-Jian whispered softly as he slowly approached the shadow crystal. 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, 40 seconds. Standing in front of the shadow crystal, Song-Jian carefully observed it with a faint smile on his lips. The more death force that invaded, the harder it would be for Chi-Yun to expel it afterward, and the more severely his strength would be suppressed. For Song-Jian, this was more than ideal, as Chi-Yun's current strength was making him feel somewhat wary. Hurry. Destroy. At this point, Chi-Yun's shadow energy had been completely suppressed by the force of death, and his body had begun to transform into a being of death. Chi-Yun was filled with terror. If he were a professional who controlled the force of death, then this moment would have been the most exciting time for him. But as a shadow priest, once completely invaded by the force of death, he would become a mindless undead creature. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds. Chi-Yun's consciousness was already blurring, as the death force began to erode every cell in his body. Song-Jian glanced at him and swung his sword at the shadow crystal. Golden sword chi burst forth, and with a clear shattering sound, the shadow crystal cracked like glass, its translucent fragments scattering in all directions. The death force polluting Chi-Yun gradually dissipated, allowing the shadow energy within his body to slowly recover. Looking like a corpse, Chi-Yun suddenly moved a finger. his emaciated body violently trembling as he let out he gasps of breath. By the time Chi Yun regained consciousness, he found that Song Jian was standing in front of him with a sword in hand. The task has been completed. Can you give me the task rewards now? Song Jian said with a smile, extending his hand towards Chi Yun. Chapter 555, Passage. Looking at Song Jian's faint smile, Chi Yun clenched his teeth in resentment, the corners of his mouth twitching relentlessly. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat Song Jian right now, Chi Yun would probably have turned on him directly. It was because Song Jian had delayed for more than 2 minutes, cutting off the source of the force of death at the last moment, that Chi Yun was in his weakest state at this moment. Although the force of death in his body had lost its source, the infiltration had gone deep, and removing the force of death completely from the cellular level required a significant amount of time, energy, and precious treasures, all of which would increase exponentially. Before the force of death was completely removed, half of the force of shadows in Chi Yun's body had been used to fight it, making Chi Yun's strength seem shackled, unable to be fully manifested. Is this what you wanted? Chi Yun stared at Song Jian with crimson eyes and chilly expression on his face. At this point, he had not yet used any illusion, and the erosion of the force of death made Chi Yun look like an undead creature. Task reward. Song Jian's face darkened, his eyes chilling as they stared at Chi Yun. Chi Yun opened his mouth but could not make a sound. He hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly took out a black book from his bosom and handed it to Song Jian. Book, Magic Array Analysis. Item description. This book contains the basic knowledge of magic rune arrays, granting 5,000 points of magic rune array proficiency and mastery of 300 magic runes upon use. To use this book, please choose a quiet location. It takes 1 hour to study. Song Jian glanced at it and put the skill book into the inventory column. With 3 magic runes, he directly upgraded his magic rune inscription skill to level 3. With 300 magic runes, this skill should be able to reach the advanced level. Live skill level 10 is a milestone, up to level 10 is primary level, up to level 20 is intermediate level, up to level 30 is advanced level. As for the 5,000 points of magic rune array proficiency, Song Jian estimated that it should at least bring his magic rune array skill to the intermediate level. However, using this book requires a quiet place and an hour's study time, so Song Jian cannot learn it for now. Let's go to the Dark Castle, said Song Jian. You should have a map of the Dark Castle now, so give it to me. I will hold back the Shadow Giant Dragon for half an hour. I don't care what you do during this time, but once the half hour is up, I'll retreat directly. You'll have to manage the time yourself. Don't blame me if the Shadow Giant Dragon corners you. As long as you put your heart into it, this situation will never happen. Chi Yun handed an old sheepskin scroll to Song Jian, his face ashen. Song Jian took a look and saw that the Dark Castle was completely built inside a mountain in the Shadow Fang mountain range, almost hollowing out the entire mountain peak, with an area similar to a small town. You need to enter from here. Chi Yun pointed to a small path and said, this is a secret passage of the Dark Castle, left by the dwarves who originally built the castle. After briefly mentioning the secret passage, Chi Yun began explaining Song Jian's task in detail. Just like that, you only need to inform me when the battle with the Shadow Giant Dragon begins using this remote crystal, and you don't need to do anything else. Chi Yun handed a transparent crystal ball the size of a fist to Song Jian. Song Jian glanced at the crystal ball, the corner of his mouth curled up and put it in the inventory column, saying, you two signed a contract, though. If something goes wrong during the task, I can't afford the penalty for failure. Chi Yun was momentarily taken aback, then nodded his head and said, let's get started. I'm going to sneak into the Dark Castle and get more of those shadow crystals. Song Jian smiled faintly and turned away. The crystal ball Chi Yun gave him was not actually a remote crystal but a detection crystal, which allowed Chi Yun to observe everything within a 100-meter radius of the detection crystal. He was also afraid that Song Jian would not give it his all, and if he gave wrong information, maybe his life would be lost in the Dark Castle. After all, their enemy was a Shadow Giant Dragon, and what they were doing now was like dancing on a knife's edge. One misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Song Jian naturally understood why Chi Yun did this, simply because he didn't trust him completely. So even though he saw through it, he didn't say anything, but just took the crystal into his inventory column and walked towards the marked secret passage. The Dark Castle was a level 30 dungeon, and many teams exploring it often entered from the main gate of the castle. At the main gate, there were 2 powerful half-dragon guards, and only by defeating these 2 half-dragons could they enter the Dark Castle. These 2 half-dragon guards were referred to as gatekeepers by many player teams, and some level 25 players were brutally beaten by them and eventually gave up on exploring this dungeon. But they didn't know that there was another way into this dungeon, which could bypass the 2 half-dragon guards and enter the castle directly. At this moment, Song Jian stood below a cliff. The original builders of the Dark Castle, the dwarves, had left a passage that was actually a sewage outlet, located several dozen meters above the cliff. Therefore, even if someone knew about this passage, not everyone could enter. They had to have some flying ability. This was, in fact, a form of entry threshold, and it served the same purpose as the two half-dragon guards at the main entrance of the Dark Castle. With his steel wings spread out, Song Jian easily flew to the entrance on the precipice. Because of the long disuse, the sewage in the cave entrance had dried up, leaving only large patches of dirt. With his back bent, Song Jian walked along this passage. It was pitch black inside, and he could only open his vertical eye to see the surroundings. This passage was winding and had many exits, but Song Jian didn't look at them as he walked straight towards the depths of the castle. Soon, Song Jian arrived at a barred gate. Using his sword to chop open the barrier, he entered and found himself before a spiral stone staircase. The staircase spiraled downward, and from below, a series of dark, cold breaths and faint, bloody smells wafted up. There's a dungeon down there, and past it is the Shadow Giant Dragon's treasure room. Song Jian's mouth curved into a smile. Not only did Qi Yun give Song Jian a map of the Dark Castle, but Anna had also told him the exact location of the castle's interior, because the Goblet of Life she needed, also known as the Holy Grail, was hidden in the deepest treasure room of the Dark Castle. As for the Shadow Giant Dragon, it preferred to stay in the Chamber of Shadows due to its large size. The place where Song Jian was now was still several hundred meters away from the Chamber of Shadows. Chapter 556, Regional Tasks. To enter the treasure hall, one must pass through the underground prison. Song Jian was uncertain if this prison was still in use, so as he descended the stone steps, he moved cautiously, afraid to make a sound. The underground prison was dim and damp. As he reached the end of the stone steps, a system prompt immediately popped up. System, you discovered the underground prison and gained 100 experience points. Song Jian entered, finding the area chaotic. In the middle of the prison was a corridor wide enough for two people to walk side by side. There were iron cages lined up along the corridors, filled with hay, and some of it spilled onto the corridors. Some of the cage doors were broken, but others were intact, and unbelievably, still housed some prisoners. There were humans, elves, and Song Jian even spotted a minotaur beastman among the prisoners. In the corridor, several half-dragon guards, wielding tridents, were patrolling back and forth. The half-dragons had bodies like humans but heads like dragons, with long, spindle-shaped tails. They were covered in dark purple scales, giving them the appearance of wearing thick suits of armor. Each of them held in their left hand a leash attached to a giant black wolf. These wolves, towering over humans, closely followed their half-dragon masters. Shadow Seat Wolf, a level 25 elite boss? When Song Jian saw the attributes of these wolves, a look of surprise crossed his face. If the combat pets were level 25 elite boss, how powerful were these half-dragon guards? Song Jian quickly turned to look at the half-dragons. As expected, these half-dragons were all level 28 elite boss. Facing such a combination, even Song Jian felt a bit of a headache. Just then, a half-dragon leading a shadow seat wolf approached the entrance where Song Jian was. He quickly retreated up the steps. However, he soon heard a low growl of the wolf, as if it had sensed him. A sinking feeling filled his heart and Song Jian quickly moved backwards. Not long after, a gigantic black wolf appeared in his sight, charging at him along the stone steps. Since the fight was inevitable, Song Jian readied himself. His crimson fire heart-ape sword flickering with a dark red light, he swung it towards the oncoming wolf. The collision caused both to grapple, and a figure of damage floated above Song Jian's head, 160 points. Above the wolf's head, however, there were 200 plus points of damage. I can fight it. This seat wolf's defense is a lackluster. I should kill it before the half-dragon guard comes. Song Jian muttered with determination, speeding up his attack. While fighting, he retreated. Soon, the half-dragon guard rushed towards him, swinging his trident. But he couldn't get close to Song Jian because of the wolf in front. A sneer appeared on Song Jian's face. He had been worried earlier about being surrounded and attacked. Now, it seemed that the spiraling staircase would lighten his burden. A level 25 elite boss wasn't too challenging for the current Song Jian. In less than 3 minutes, he had killed the seed wolf, and then he moved on to face the half-dragon guard. Obviously, the level 28 half-dragon guard was much stronger than the wolf. The dragon scales on his body alone were far more superior than the wolf's. His trident was also extremely sharp, and though it was less powerful than the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, it could still inflict 200 to 300 points of damage. Broken Wing Dance. Light Strike. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. Sweeping Sword Style. Song Jian could now adeptly deploy various sword techniques he had mastered. Each move seamlessly flowed into the next, forming an incessant attack that flowed like clouds and water. Sparks flew as Song Jian's sword clashed with the half-dragon. Its impact on its body seemed like striking steel. However, even the toughest steel would become scrap metal under Song Jian's attack. Soon, he broke through the half-dragon's defense, piercing its heart and killing it. Lucky me. It actually dropped a silver-quality dragon-scale armor. Picking up the loot, Song Jian smiled. His only complaint was that he killed 2 elite boss, but only the half-dragon guard dropped loot. The level 25 elite boss Seat Wolf dropped nothing. This spiraling staircase was an Achilles heel for these half-dragon guards. By leading them over one by one, Song Jian could first kill the Seat Wolf before dealing with the half-dragon guard, avoiding the situation of being surrounded and attacked. Thus, Song Jian lured and killed the half-dragon guards one by one. It took him more than an hour to clear the underground prison of the half-dragon guards. The loot was good. Song Jian got 3 pieces of level 25 blue equipment and 5 pieces of level 25 green equipment. However, for silver equipment, only the first half-dragon guard dropped the dragon scale armor. Besides that, there were quite a few gray pieces of equipment. These gray equipment were of little use and could only be sold in shops. Even so, they could still fetch about 3,000 to 4,000 doomsday coins in total. Moreover, Song Jian's combat experience had grown swiftly. It was now at 96%. Perhaps it won't be long before he levels up again. After clearing out the guards, Song Jian restored his vitality points and spirit points to their maximum, then slowly walked into the prison. The confined prisoners wouldn't attack Song Jian on sight, instead begging for freedom when he approached. "Oh, chosen one, please rescue me. I'm just a pitiful person who was captured. Please, save me. Save me. Oh Lord, my prayers have been heard. Are you here to rescue me?" Seeing Song Jian, the prisoners became excited, gripping the thick bars of their cages and looking at him in anticipation. Just then, Song Jian received another system prompt. "System, you've triggered a regional mission, liberate the imprisoned. Mission requirement, release the prisoners in the Dark Castle Underground Prison, 0 out of 10. Rewards, 1,000 points reputation in the City of Sin, random rewards. Punishment for failure, loss of 500 points reputation in the City of Sin." At this point, Song Jian's reputation in the City of Sin had dropped to indifferent because of Solando. If he lost another 500 points, he would be on the brink of being detested, and would not be able to enter the city and could even be chased away by city guards. After considering for a moment, Song Jian accepted the mission. "System, you have accepted a regional mission. Please kill the prison warden to obtain the keys to the cages." Suddenly, a virtual map appeared before Song Jian's eyes, showing the location of the prison warden. The map only lasted for 5 seconds, but Song Jian quickly memorized the entire map. The prison warden was in a small house next to the entrance he had come from. Having memorized the map, a sinister smile crossed his face. "I should have known you didn't have any kind intentions." Chapter 557, Treasure Map. The warden of the underground dungeon was a level 30 elite level boss named Longyus Oli. However, Song Jian was not interested in that. What he cared about was the virtual map that had just been revealed to him and the map that Chi-Yun had given him, which had a significant discrepancy. The main difference was that the location of the treasure room, which Song Jian had originally thought, was not necessarily through the underground dungeon but in another place. In fact, the room accessed through the underground dungeon was a hatchery containing a shadow giant dragon egg. Perhaps knowing that it was severely injured, the shadow giant dragon had laid down an egg with all its essence a long time ago. The reason it needed a large number of shadow crystals was for both its own healing and the hatching of the dragon egg, which required a large number of shadow crystals. One could imagine that where the shadow dragon egg was stored would definitely be the most heavily guarded place in the entire Dark Castle. Song Jian would likely trigger an alarm the moment he stepped into the room, and then he would have to face the wrath of the shadow giant dragon. Chi-Yun probably had calculated this in advance, and his goal was for Song Jian to confront the shadow giant dragon head-on. However, Chi-Yun could not have anticipated that Song Jian's luck would be so good, completing a quest and obtaining a 5-second glimpse of the Dark Castle's map. Song Jian took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He figured Chi-Yun's target must be the treasure room, and stealing shadow crystals was merely a bonus. Finish this quest first, then go to the treasure room, Song Jian thought to himself. He approached the first prison cell, carefully examined the lock on the door, and pulled out an item like half a piece of wire from his inventory. This was a master key that Song Jian had obtained from a previous quest. It could open any locked treasure chest of epic level or lower. If it could open epic level treasure chests, the prison cells in front of Song Jian should pose no problem. Song Jian inserted the master key into the keyhole, and moments later, with a gentle twist and a click, the lock was indeed opened. The person imprisoned in the cell was a human commoner NPC. Seeing that Song Jian didn't hunt down the warden but took out a piece of wire instead, The NPC let out a long sigh. He didn't think Song Jian could open the lock with a half piece of wire, as he seemed to be a swordsman rather than a thief. But as the click sound was heard and the lock opened, an incredulous look of ecstasy appeared on the human NPC's face. Opened? He rushed to the cell door, trembling as he opened the door and walked out. I'm saved. The human NPC cried tears of joy, covering his mouth as he sobbed quietly. Soon, he took out a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to Song Jian. Thank you, blessed one, this is my gratitude, please accept it, the human NPC said in a low voice, pushing the silver coin into Song Jian's hand, and then turned around to run towards the stairs. Song Jian didn't know how he would escape the dark castle, but as soon as he released the man, his quest showed that he had rescued a prisoner. Song Jian looked at the silver coin in his hand, only to realize it was actually a valuable item, which could be exchanged for 200 doomsday coins. He smiled bitterly and put the silver coin away in his inventory. So, Song Jian proceeded to save the prisoners one by one, receiving their gratitude and various small gifts, such as precious little mirrors, delicious pastries, exquisite harmonicas, and so on. These items could be sold for 300 to 500 doomsday coins each, and if all were sold, he would earn a few thousand doomsday coins. It would be considered a sizable fortune to ordinary players, but it wasn't particularly exciting for Song Jian. What's this, a treasure map? Song Jian received another small gift, an old piece of parchment that looked like it had been stored for several decades. This is a treasure map that has been in my family's possession. As a token of my gratitude, I'll give it to you. The human NPC, who seemed to be a noble, gave Song Jian a bow before walking calmly towards the stairs, in contrast to the panicked escape of the others. Song Jian examined the map carefully and found that the location marked was in the Shadow Fang mountain range. It seemed that this person had also been captured because of the treasure map. It would be nice to check it out after completing this quest, Song Jian thought to himself. By now, Song Jian had rescued 9 prisoners, leaving only one last one, the bull-headed beastman. Human, have you come here for the Shadow Giant Dragon? The bull-headed beastman stared at Song Jian as he picked the lock, showing no urgency on his face, as if Song Jian wasn't there to rescue him. Shadow Giant Dragon? Song Jian opened the cell door, looked at the bull-headed beastman and laughed. Do you think I can defeat it? It's an adult dragon, after all. Not an adult dragon, but a dragon that has weakened to the point of near death. The bull-headed beastman slowly stood up and said. Still a dragon. Song Jian shrugged. The bull-headed beastman laughed and said, I have nothing to give you, but if you want to deal with a shadow giant dragon, I can help you. Help me, are you serious? Song Jian asked in surprise. Of course, a beastman always keeps his word. The bull-headed beastman nodded, turned around, pulled a huge wooden hammer from the hay, carried it on his shoulder, and walked out of the cell. Song Jian stared at the mighty bull-headed beastman, then at the wooden hammer on his shoulder, and asked curiously, how did you manage to carry this big thing with you all the time? Didn't the people who imprisoned you confiscate your weapon? The bull-headed beastman looked at Song Jian and said solemnly, this is a soul weapon, no one can separate it from me. You should know this better than anyone since I can sense the existence of soul weapons on you. Song Jian wondered if he was talking about the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and the Golden Demon-Slaying sword. At the moment the bull-headed beastman stepped out of the cell, Song Jian received a quest completion notification. System, you have completed the regional quest, The Imprisoned. Your City of Sin reputation increases by 1,000 points, and you are now friendly to the City of Sin. Song Jian checked his reputation in the City of Sin and saw that it had jumped from indifferent to friendly, relatively high within the friendly range, only a step away from revered. If it wasn't for Solando, I might be revered by now, Song Jian thought to himself. Looking at the bull-headed beastman standing like a guard next to him, Song Jian nodded and said, let's go, let's meet the real owner of this dark castle. Chapter 558, The Holy Grail. The treasure room within the dark castle was as large as a football field, crammed full of gold, jewels, and diamonds, making the entire room appear extraordinarily chaotic and congested. Among all these, 2 small hills composed of stacked gold coins were prominent. At the very top of one such hill sparkled a diamond as large as a human head, radiating dazzling multicolored radiance all around. This place is simply magnificent, Song Jian exclaimed, casually picking up a gold coin to put into his bag, but suddenly received a red system prompt. System, this coin is imbued with the magic of the Shadow Giant Dragon. As soon as you put it in your bag, it will trigger the magic, provoking the Shadow Giant Dragon's rage, and it will hunt you down relentlessly. That's perfect, attracting the attention of the Shadow Giant Dragon is exactly what I aim to do. Song Jian said, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smirk as he casually threw the coin back. Don't touch anything here, it is all guarded by magical alarms. Song Jian advised the bullman. The bullman, with his wooden hammer, did not utter a word but only nodded in acknowledgement. Even if he wanted to attract the shadow giant dragon's attention, 1 coin wouldn't be enough. After all, the Holy Grail was also in this treasure vault, but there were so many gold coins and jewels that many things were buried. By the way, what's your name? Songjian turned to ask the bullman. You can call me Kane, Kane Blackhoof, the bullman replied in a deep and resonant voice. Alright, Kane, help me find a cup to hold water. It should be in this treasure vault, but it might be buried under all this gold. Songjian scratched his head, frowning as he spoke. A cup for water? Kane pointed to a rough stone pillar less than 1 meter tall in the center of the treasure vault and asked, Are you referring to that one? Songjian turned to look, and saw a crude cup made of gray wood, about the size of a palm, sitting atop a rough stone pillar surrounded by a pile of gold coins and jewels. The wooden cup looked just like a piece of wood, simply hollowed out in the middle, with distinct wood grain visible both inside and out. It appeared rather coarse and simple. What I'm looking for is the Holy Grail, which can turn ordinary water into the water of life. How could it possibly be this thing? Songjian shook his head, picking up the wooden cup. He found it strange that such a crude wooden cup would be in the treasure vault of the shadow giant dragon. But the moment he picked up the cup, he immediately received a system prompt. System, you obtained the Goblet of Life, Holy Grail, please hand it over to Anna Katerina of the City of Sin. Surprised? Songjian stared at the wooden cup in his hands with a face full of surprise. The handle was so rough there were even splinters remaining. It felt incredibly coarse in his hands. This is the Goblet of Life? Songjian exclaimed incredulously. In life, it's often the ordinary ones that turn out to be priceless treasures. Kane Blackhoof observed Songjian deeply and said. Alright, Kane, is there anything you need here? If not, you might as well take some of these gold and jewels because the moment I put this wooden cup away, it's definitely going to alert the shadow giant dragon. Songjian said. Kane hesitated for a moment before saying, Actually, the reason I came here was to recover a lost relic of our tribe. The bloodthirsty totem. I don't know if it's in this treasure vault. Alright, let's move quickly. If that thing you speak of is truly a treasure, it must be in here, Songjian nodded, holding the Holy Grail in one hand while beginning to dig through the gold coins with the other. No need for that. The artifacts from our tribe all bear the mark of our ancestors. I can identify its exact location based on that. The bullman stopped speaking, put down his wooden hammer, brought his hands together, and started chanting. Kane seemed to be chanting a historical epic. His voice was deep and desolate. Songjian could even hear a trace of melancholy. Before Kane even finished his chant, he abruptly stopped, quickly walked over to a corner of the treasure vault, and forcefully uncovered a thick layer of gold coins to pull out a robust stone pillar just over a meter tall from underneath. This stone pillar weighed at least a ton and was carved with various patterns, flowers, plants, and wild animals filled its surface, creating a dizzying sight. Kane grabbed the stone pillar and swung it around like a heavy weapon momentarily. He made it look as though this stone pillar didn't have any weight at all. Is this a dark gold tool? Songjian looked at the glaring dark gold radiance emanating from the surface of the stone pillar and couldn't help but express his astonishment. Dark gold quality tools are the pinnacle of the gold stage. Many say that dark gold equipment has the potential to advance into the epic stage. Songjian never expected the item Kane was looking for to be of dark gold quality. This is a relic that our tribe has passed down for hundreds of years. As long as I can take it back, I will become the chief of the Blackhoof tribe. Kane gripped the bloodthirsty totem pillar tightly, his face full of excitement. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared in the treasure vault. Songjian felt an intense force of death and instantly summoned the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, swinging it at the shadow. One needs to know, reapers from Death's Scythe can appear at any time. Such an intense force of death could only come from a reaper of Death's Scythe. Why are you here? The shadow removed his hood, revealing a face resembling a skull, and stared at Songjian in shock. Chi-yun? Songjian was taken aback and sheathed his sword. In a flash, he understood why Chi-yun was here. It seems that when you asked me to distract the shadow giant dragon for half an hour, it was so you could search for treasure here and escape safely, right? Songjian chuckled, a chill flashing in his eyes. It seems that you have already grabbed what you need, hand it to me. Chi-yun stared at the wooden cup in Songjian's hands and demanded. Your goal was the shadow crystal, why do you want this goblet of life? Songjian gripped the wooden cup tighter upon hearing Chi-yun's words. Isn't it all thanks to you? My body has been completely corroded by the force of death. Even 100 shadow crystals are useless in purging it. A look of resentment flashed through Chi-yun's eyes as he spoke. Now, my only way out is to use the power of the goblet of life to counteract the force of death within my body. To completely purge the force of death, I must use the goblet of life. The power of life, for ordinary people, can prolong life, alleviate physical ailments, and even rejuvenate. It's a divine power that drives people to madness. But for those infected with the force of death, it's extremely toxic. Using the goblet of life to eliminate the force of death within his body was Qi Yun's only chance at survival. Chapter 559, Shadow Giant Dragon. Upon hearing that Qi Yun's target was the goblet of life in his possession, Song Jian's lips curled up slightly and said, "I'm sorry, but this was not part of our agreement." Upon hearing Song Jian's response, Qi Yun's face darkened instantly, and intense murderous intent surged in his heart like a wave. Originally, he had no intention of sparing Song Jian. Hence, the map he gave him was a modified version where the locations of the treasure vault and the Shadow Giant Dragon's eggs were swapped. 90% of the content was true. If he were Song Jian, the first room he would reach upon entering the Dark Castle would unmistakably be the treasure vault. Once Song Jian followed this map into the room with the Shadow Dragon eggs, it would trigger an alarm and incur the pursuit of the Shadow Giant Dragon. This way, he could easily enter the treasure vault, secure the goblet of life at his leisure, and leave. However, to his surprise, Song Jian reached the treasure vault before he did. While Qi Yun was still pondering why Song Jian was here, he suddenly saw that the latter had already obtained the goblet of life that he desired. "Speak, what would it take for you to hand over the goblet of life to me?" "As long as I can offer it, I will give it to you," Qi Yun exclaimed angrily, taking a deep breath. "Talking about these things now is pointless." Song Jian laughed heartily and said, "I just want to ask you one thing. Are you ready?" "Ready? Ready for what?" Qi Yun asked in confusion. "Ready to face the wrath of the Shadow Giant Dragon together with me." Song Jian laughed, skillfully stowing away the goblet of life into his bag. Upon losing its sense of the goblet of life, the Shadow Giant Dragon in the grand hall of the Dark Castle let out an angry roar, stood up and strode towards the treasure vault. "Thieves, despicable thieves, daring to steal within the Grand Blade's Edge Castle, unforgivable." A violent roar that made the entire Dark Castle slightly tremble. "You're courting death." Qi Yun's face changed drastically. Just as he was preparing to flee, the door of the treasure vault was blown open with a thunderous boom by the Shadow Giant Dragon. A huge head pressed through the doorway. This creature's head alone was the size of a truck, followed by a neck as large as a giant python, covered in thick scales. Its strong forelimbs managed to fling the thick door away just like that, and its entire body barged into the treasure vault. Thick gold coins and jewels flowed from beneath its massive claws, and with each step it took, it left a giant pit in the ground. "Are you three the petty thieves? Daring to steal in front of the Great Blade's Edge? This makes me very angry. Now, you'll face the punishment of the Shadow Giant Dragon." "Blade's Edge," roared the Shadow Giant Dragon at the three of them. This creature, nearly 100 meters long, had enormous wings that could conjure a storm capable of destroying a city, sharp claws that rivaled divine weapons, able to tear open any solid armor. Corrosive dragon's breath was brewing in its huge mouth, with a dragon flame in its throat flickering. Compared to it, Song Jian's black dragon seemed like an infant. However, Song Jian noticed a 7 or 8 meter wound at the root of the Shadow Giant Dragon's right wing. The wound emitted a faint golden light, inhibiting the dragon's self-healing. Besides, the dragon seemed rather aged, its body exuding an aura of decay and senility. Cain roared loudly, wielding the bloodthirsty totem pillar, and heavily slammed the ground. Suddenly, several totems as thick as human arms appeared around them: a defense totem, a healing totem, a flame totem, a steel totem, a binding totem. Cain deployed all the totems he possessed at once, then heaved heavily, his face pale as a sheet. "I love defiant little rats. The more you resist, the more excited I get." The Shadow Giant Dragon roared, stomping its forepaws. Its upper body lunged forward and stood up, then it stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! A loud noise sounded, and a shockwave radiated from its feet, scattering all the heavy gold coins and jewels on the ground, exposing the floor of the treasure vault. Song Jian and his companions were unable to hold their footing and were hurled back by the blast, crashing hard into the stone pillar within the treasure vault. Blood spurted out, and Song Jian discovered with shock that his vitality points had plummeted by more than 500. This is the attack power of the Shadow Giant Dragon too formidable? Song Jian looked alarmed. His vitality points were just above 2,000. In one hit, a quarter of those points were gone. How was he supposed to continue the fight? "How did you assure me earlier that I could hold it off for half an hour?" Song Jian turned his head, staring at Qi Yun as he asked. Qi Yun. Earlier, Qi Yun had planned for Song Jian to die at the hands of the Shadow Giant Dragon without considering that he himself would have to face the beast. "Activate Immortal Sword Body." Song Jian activated the Immortal Sword Body without hesitation and charged towards the Shadow Giant Dragon. He actually dares to fight this Shadow Giant Dragon? Qi Yun's eyes widened in shock. This Shadow Giant Dragon was the final boss of the Dark Castle, and killing it would at least require the combined effort of 10 players, all at level 30 with Tier 1 combat power. Song Jian was actually charging at it alone now. Wasn't this courting death? Such speed. The shadow giant dragon, Blade's Edge, was taken aback at the sight of Song Jian charging towards it. Boom. Song Jian leapt high, and his crimson fire heart-ape sword slashed towards shadow giant dragon's torso. The dragon was too massive, every part of it was a potential target. However, for the dragon to attack Song Jian, it would have to use large-scale skills. Thud. With a loud sound, Song Jian shattered several of shadow giant dragon's thick scales. The dragon hollered in pain and viciously swung its tail towards Song Jian. The spindly tail covered in thick scales, like a giant hammer, tore through the air, making a sharp, shrill sound. The strength attribute the shadow giant dragon possessed far exceeded Song Jian's. At this point, Song Jian dared not confront it directly, he could only dodge nimbly, watching as Song Jian and the shadow giant dragon tussling together. The Minotaur, Cain, let out a thunderous roar. From the bloodthirsty totem pillar he held, a dazzling red light burst forth. Instantly, Cain's body swelled up, radiant with red light. His eyes were filled with bloodlust, and he seemed to turn berserk all of a sudden. He brandished the totem pillar and charged at the shadow giant dragon, for glory. Cain roared, lifting the totem pillar and smashing down on the dragon. Whoosh! The shadow giant dragon let out a roar, waving its wings, and knocked Cain away fiercely. Its sharp talons ripped 3 bone-deep wounds on his chest. Chapter 560, Shadow Whirlwind. While the shadow giant dragon was focusing its attention on the Minotaur Cain, Song Jian seized the opportunity to mercilessly strike it a few times. His crimson fire heart-ape sword kept hacking away at the shadow giant dragon, easily shattering its scales. Enraged, the shadow giant dragon opened its mouth wide and let out a roar as hot dragon breath surged from within. It was like a massive waterfall, or rather a scaled-up flame ejection. This dragon breath, imbued with the force of shadows, completely melted the gold coins on the ground into juice before they solidified. With the movement of the dragon's head, the dragon breath covered a radius of several dozen meters all around. This is too terrifying. A look of terror emerged on Qi Yun's face. This incandescent dragon flame was uncontrollable for an ordinary person. Song Jian instantly deployed his frost shield and initiated the frost sprint. His body became a shadow, and he began to dodge around the shadow giant dragon. The shadow dragon flame grazed past Song Jian, practically chasing him as it spurted out. The temperature in the blink of an eye was enough to melt gold and smelt iron. Song Jian, who had activated the immortal sword body, was incredibly valiant. With steel wings spread out behind him, he amazingly flew onto the back of the shadow giant dragon, swinging his long sword and hacking away. The scales on the giant dragon's back were the thickest, and its defense was the strongest. Sparks flew as Song Jian hacked, and it took at least 3 to 4 swipes of the sword to shatter a single scale on the dragon's backbone. Feeling Song Jian land on its back, the shadow giant dragon became even more enraged. Besides the inverted scales located around its neck, another taboo area was its neck. In its rage, its neck, like a giant python, twisted and writhed as the dragon repeatedly spewed 5 or 6 bouts of shadow dragon breath at Song Jian. The battle instantly went into full swing. Knocked away, Cain got up and shook his head. His bull's eyes, full of blood vessels, revealed a hint of confusion, but he quickly regained his senses and roared as he charged at the shadow giant dragon again. Get yourself some armor, gear up and then return to the fight. Song Jian yelled at Cain. At this point, Cain only wore a worn-out linen shorts, with his upper body garment in tatters. It was no different from being bare. Cain like this couldn't handle the front-on attacks from the shadow giant dragon. A critical hit might kill him instantly. In the treasure vault were not only gold coins and jewels but many weapons and armors as well. The equipment hoarded by the shadow giant dragon in the treasure vault were naturally extraordinary, at least of gold grade or above. Cain hesitated a moment before immediately turning around and beginning to search the treasure vault. Armor suitable for Cain's size was not easy to find, and the gold coins and jewels scattered everywhere made searching more difficult. Song Jian turned back to Qi Yun and shouted, "What are you standing there for? If you don't want to die with me, better start fighting now." The shadow giant dragon did not know Song Jian's relationship with Qi Yun. In its eyes, the 3 intruders in its treasure vault were no different, thieves coveting its treasure. It had long sentenced all 3 to death in its mind. As soon as Song Jian were defeated or killed, Cain and Qi Yun would have to bear the wrath of the shadow giant dragon. Damn it, how did it turn out like this? Qi Yun's face was filled with rage, but at this moment, if he didn't join forces with Song Jian, he would undoubtedly die here. Boom. A ball of shadow flame erupted from Qi Yun's hand, brutally smashing into the chest of shadow giant dragon. A damage value of over 30 points floated up from the top of the shadow giant dragon's head. Upon seeing that Qi Yun only inflicted such little damage, Song Jian was speechless. He wasn't sure if it was because Qi Yun's body had been corroded by the force of death, causing severe damage, or because the shadow giant dragon was highly resistant to the force of shadows. Qi Yun's full force attack only resulted in about 30 damage points. For the shadow giant dragon, with its health points surpassing 9,000, this damage was no different than a tickle. Although Song Jian could cleave through the shadow giant dragon's scales, the dragon's outer skin was also incredibly tough. When he struck it with his sword, not only was he unable to break through its defenses, but there was also a slight rebounding force that almost made Song Jian lose his grip on the longsword. The shadow giant dragon's body was overwhelmingly strong. Even without the protection of its scales, it was not so straightforward to break through its strong defenses. Thinking of this, Song Jian took a weakness potion out of his parcel and fiercely smashed it against the shadow giant dragon. With a puff sound, the grey potion spread out, but it only corroded a small area before slowly disappearing. A resistance floated up from the top of the shadow giant dragon's head. Resistance? Song Jian's eyebrows furrowed as he gritted his teeth. As long as it's not immune, I can just use more potions. The level of the weakness potion was too low and was unlikely to have an impact on the shadow giant dragon. Song Jian took out the weakness potions from the parcel, one by one, and smashed them on the shadow giant dragon's back. Almost all of the potions were resisted by the dragon. After using up the superior quality weakness potions, Song Jian directly utilized the mutated weakness potions. These mutated potions were much superior to the previous ones and, after smashing 3 of them, the huge body of the shadow giant dragon was cloaked in a gray aura. The weakness potion, mutated, reduced the target's defense value by 55%. Additionally, the attack interval was extended by 60%. This was the best weakness potion that Song Jian managed to create, finally affecting the shadow giant dragon. Song Jian clutched the sword in both hands and fiercely thrust it into an area where the scales were shattered. Pukai the crimson fire heart-ape sword plunged halfway in, and a stream of hot dragon's blood spurted from the wound, resembling a blood arrow. An agonized roar echoed, filling the treasure vault with the enraged voice of the shadow giant dragon. You've finally enraged me, you lowly creatures. You've provoked the great shadow giant dragon. I will roast your bodies into charred ashes with dragon's flame. Your souls will be banished to shadow hell and will forever sink. The shadow giant dragon went berserk, waving its wings and instinctively thrashing wildly, trying to shake off Song Jian from its neck. By this time, Cain had already put on half a set of armor and eyed a two-handed sword almost taller than a person. Seeing the totem pillar in his hand, he hesitated for a moment. Cain still chose the totem pillar. Holding the totem pillar, he charged at the shadow giant dragon with an accepting of death demeanor. Accursed pests. The shadow giant dragon flapped its wings vigorously, and bands of grey shadow whirlwind began to swirl in the treasure vault. Song Jian suddenly felt the dragon's back tremble violently, and a powerful force lifted him and sent him flying off. The coins and jewels of the treasure vault began shaking and flying in the direction of the dozens of shadow whirlwinds. As soon as they approached, they were ground to dust by the powerful whirlwind. What horrified the 3 of them was that these dozens of shadow whirlwinds around them were producing a powerful attraction, pulling them involuntarily towards the whirlwind. Chapter 561, Dragon Horn. Dozens of shadow whirlwinds, spread out in several rows like a large net, slowly moved towards the trio. They sucked in anything they passed over, grinding it into powder. Countless coins and jewels were sucked in, as if there were millions of blades within the whirlwind, turning them all into dust. All of you will die. The shadow giant dragon roared madly, raising its head. With this skill, we must either resist or pass through the gaps in these shadow whirlwinds. Qi Yun said, looking at Song Jian. To resist is to die. Song Jian's thought, as a red bloody light grew on his body's surface. The bloody shield activated, his most potent protective shield. Entering will be what leads to death. Qi Yun sneered. These shadow whirlwinds moved slowly but kept shifting. There appeared to be a repelling force between them, pushing each other away if they got too close. Dozens of whirlwinds filled the hall. It wasn't as simple as getting past one, there were at least 5 or 6 layers. Any slight mistake could result in being sucked into a whirlwind. Song Jian did not spare a glance at Qi Yun and transformed into a shadow, rushing forward. Even before he got close, Song Jian could feel the harsh momentum emanating from the whirlwinds. It felt like a small knife, the gaps between them seemed to be filled with this force, turning them into countless blade edges. Song Jian's bloody shield's defense level began to decline, like rain falling into a river, ripples continuously spread. Qi Yun watched Song Jian with a cold smile. He still has a chance to retreat now. If he goes any further, I'm afraid he won't even have the chance to retreat and will just be shredded by the whirlwinds. Cain, the Minotaur, glanced at Qi Yun, roared, lifted a helmet onto his head and with a bloodthirsty totem pillar in his arms, blindly charged into the gap between the shadow whirlwinds. Qi Yun's face darkened. It seemed that the Minotaur was willing to believe Song Jian over him. Looking at the Minotaur taking multiple hits with 5 to 6 points of damage each time, Chi Yun's lips curled into a cold smile. Following this rate of damage, the Minotaur would be killed by the force, without even needing to be sucked into the shadow whirlwinds. Waving its wings, the shadow giant dragon sent out countless shadow arrows at the trio. Song Jian was startled. This boss was too terrifying, with far too many group attacks, all of immense power. Even a team of 10 might not be able to succeed in vanquishing it. Sacred parry. His sword drawn sideways, a halo of gold bloomed. Song Jian's body jolted, reflecting the shadow arrows aimed at him back, continuing his forward charge, expending nearly 800 vitality points. Song Jian finally broke through the shadow whirlwind's large net. With the flap of his iron wings, Song Jian leaped high into the air, stabbing at the shadow giant dragon's skull with his sword. Meanwhile, the Minotaur warrior's pace was slowing down. His armor's durability was plummeting, and his vitality points had dropped to less than a third. His exposed skin was covered with bloody gashes, making him look rather pitiful. He was right in the center position of the shadow whirlwind. Whether he went forwards or retreated, the damage taken would be nearly the same. He had fallen into the predicament that Chi Yun had warned of earlier, where advancing or retreating was impossible. Chi Yun smirked, a mocking look in his eyes. This is what happens when you believe him. Kane, the Minotaur, took off his single-digit durability helmet, horribly panting. His eyes were bloodshot but still displayed an unyielding spirit. Blessing of the ancestors. Kane let out a earth-shattering roar. The bloodthirsty totem pillar in his hand suddenly burst forth with a bloody glow. A giant Minotaur phantom appeared above Kane's head, shaking the sky with a roar while brandishing 2 gigantic axes. Thump, thump, thump. Profound war drum sounds resonated. Surprisingly, a set of seemingly simple armor appeared on Kane's body. The armor, made by binding a few pieces of iron with animal skin, was very crude, protecting only a few critical areas. Yet Kane's face revealed a surprised and joyous expression. He couldn't help but roar, his eyes filled with tears. This ancestral battle armor could only be worn by the bravest warriors of the tribe. Only those who received the recognition of the bloodthirsty totem pillar could summon this armor. With this ancestral battle armor, the damage Kane took was reduced to a terrifying level. The damage that would usually deal more than a dozen points, was directly reduced to single digits. Moreover, wearing this battle armor increased Kane's attributes, almost doubling them. Holding the totem pillar in his hands, he too broke through the blockade of the shadow whirlwinds, roaring as he charged at the shadow giant dragon. Chi Yun's face turned deathly pale. He slowly backed away from the slowly approaching shadow whirlwinds until his back hit the icy rock walls of the treasure vault, and he finally stopped. Damn it! Chi Yun was quickly getting nervous. The coins and jewels within the treasure vault were all turned into powder by the shadow whirlwinds. This filled the vault with a golden fog. The originally gray shadow whirlwinds had now also turned golden. I have to charge out. If I continue to stay, I'll only face death. Chi Yun gritted his teeth, preparing to charge out, but suddenly noticed that the shadow whirlwinds were beginning to change. The originally repelling shadow whirlwinds started to attract each other and merge. 4 combined into 2, 2 into 1. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of shadow whirlwinds had merged into one giant cyclone, with a diameter of over 10 meters. This golden cyclone, like a giant dragon, let out sharp roars. Its powerful suction shook the vault itself. No, how can this happen? Chi Yun looked at the cyclone over 10 meters high, despair evident in his eyes. His body involuntarily flew towards the cyclone, and in no time, his entire person disappeared within it. Song Jian, however, had not realized that Chi Yun had been sucked into the cyclone. His sword ruthlessly stabbed into the shadow giant dragon's forehead. He then swung himself onto the dragon's head, holding onto one horn with one hand. He started attacking with his sword in the other. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of iron striking landed on the shadow giant dragon's skull. Song Jian's sword pierced through the dragon's scales, but failed to break through the dragon's cranial defense. Even after using the weakness potion, reducing the overall defense of the shadow giant dragon, it was still not possible to penetrate the skull, the hardest part of its skeleton, with the crimson fire heart-ape sword, at least not immediately. Chop off its horn, and it'll lose its power. Kane swung his totem pillar, fiercely smashing it on the shadow giant dragon's leg. Seeing Song Jian fiercely chopping the shadow giant dragon's skull, he roared loudly. Chapter 562, The Hunt. Hearing Kane's roar, Song Jian's eyes lit up, gritting his teeth to raise his crimson fire heart-ape sword. With all his might, he hacked towards the horns of the shadow giant dragon. Boom. 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 With every slash, a cluster of brilliant sparks erupted from the dragon's horn. Song Jian found that the hardness of the shadow giant dragon's horns was slightly higher than its scales, but it was far from the hardness of its skull. After a few slashes, a deep groove had appeared on the horn. Feeling Song Jian hacking at its horn, The shadow giant dragon was suddenly filled with fear and rage. It let out a roar, flapping its wings to fly into midair and rolling madly in the sky, constantly twisting its neck to ram against the rock wall of the treasure vault. The entire dark castle, which is constructed by hollowing out an entire mountain peak, had several walls in the treasure vault which were actually heavy rock walls. After a few collisions, not only did the shadow beast suffer considerable damage, but Song Jian also felt a little dizzy and lost 500 or 600 vitality points. Just as Song Jian was about to give up, he suddenly received a system prompt. System, under the witness of the spirit of notary, the client who issued your task has died, and your task has been revoked. Song Jian paused for a moment, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. His task was to hold off the shadow giant dragon for half an hour. At this point, not even 10 minutes had passed, and Song Jian had almost exhausted all his trump cards. Half an hour, even Song Jian himself wasn't confident he could hold on to. If it weren't for this task, like the sword of Damocles was hanging over Song Jian's head. If he hadn't already collected the task reward in advance, Song Jian would have given up and fled a long time ago. That guy really held on well. Song Jian suddenly thought, Chi Yun had been swept into the huge shadow tornado, and it had already lasted for nearly a minute. Not expecting him to only die now, it looked like he had exhausted all his cards before finally being killed. Since the task has already been terminated, Song Jian didn't need to desperately fight the shadow giant dragon. At this point, he had the idea of retreating. Just then, the shadow giant dragon made a head bash towards the rock wall. The sharp dragon's horn, like cutting through tofu, easily pierced the rock wall. Song Jian's body shook violently and was fiercely smashed against the rock wall. A damage of over 300 points floated up from Song Jian's head. Just then, Song Jian heard a slight crack sound. The constant collisions had cracked the interior of the horn that he had slashed a flaw in. By this time, the duration of Song Jian's immortal sword body state had long since ended. After constant collisions, Song Jian couldn't hold on any longer. His hand loosened, and he fell from the head of the shadow giant dragon. As he fell, Song Jian looked at the horn he had already cut in half, and a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Even if I can't kill you, I'll still give you a good bite. Song Jian thought in his heart. Light strike. A bright golden sword chi struck towards the horn that was about to break off. With a crack, the shadow giant dragon let out a painful sizzle. The entire treasure vault started to shake violently. The rocks from the ceiling kept falling down. Ding, a clear sound echoed as a dragon's horn, as long as an arm and sharp as a dagger, was embedded slantingly in the stone pillar in front of Song Jian. For the glory of the tribe. Cain roared, lifting the totem pillar and preparing to charge at the shadow giant dragon. Song Jian stopped him and said, "This giant dragon isn't something we can kill right now. Let's retreat for now, build up our strength, and hunt it down when we're stronger." Since there's no need to complete the task anymore, Song Jian lost the meaning to continue the fight with the shadow giant dragon. The shadow giant dragon now was far superior to first-grade combat power, which he and a half-baked Oran warrior could not kill. To hold on for more than 10 minutes under a shadow giant dragon, that was already a spectacular accomplishment for Song Jian right now. Hearing what Song Jian said, Cain hesitated, looking at the shadow giant dragon rolling wildly in midair, his eyes showing reluctance. Cain also understood that, although this shadow giant dragon had suffered irreversible severe injuries and was also in its old age, its strength was undeniable. If the fight continued, he and Song Jian would both be killed here. This time we take away its horn. Next time we take its life. Song Jian pulled out the broken horn from the stone pillar and handed it to Cain. "Alright, let it live for a little longer then." Cain held the horn tightly, speaking grudgingly. "Damn pests, how dare you damage the body of the great blade of the shadow giant dragon. Unforgivable." The shadow giant dragon opened its huge mouth, and its lava-like flames spewed at the two of them. "Run!" Song Jian let out a loud shout, his figure turned into a dark shadow, and he sprinted towards the gates of the treasure vault. Cain followed closely behind Song Jian with large strides. The scorching dragon's breath swept over their feet, causing the rocks on the ground to slowly start to melt. The two of them quickly rushed out of the treasure vault. The shadow giant dragon was flapping its wings, catching up to them. Song Jian saw that Cain was preparing to run towards the main door of the dark castle. He quickly pulled him by saying, "Let's go to the sewer pipe." With that, he hurried towards the entrance of the pipe they had entered when they first arrived at the dark castle. Hearing about the sewer pipe, Cain was stunned, but he followed Song Jian closely, and soon, he saw the sewer pipe. Seeing Song Jian's figure disappear at the entrance of the sewer pipe, Cain's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he hoisted up the totem pillar and crawled in as well. As soon as Cain crawled into the pipe, he could feel a strong collision from behind him. The shadow giant dragon's front paw had slammed heavily on the stone steps. The intense shaking caused the first section of the pipe to collapse, The shadow giant dragon's body was too massive for it to crawl into the pipe. Even the dragon servants probably never paid attention to this place. Dragon servants, capture those mice who like to burrow underground for me. A furious roar of the shadow giant dragon sounded from behind Song Jian. System, you have stolen the treasure of the shadow giant dragon, the goblet of life, and your relation with the shadow giant dragon is locked as a permanent enmity. It will send a massive amount of dragon servants to hunt you down. Every half an hour, the magic on the goblet of life will be triggered, allowing the dragon servants to sense your location, lasting for 10 minutes. System, you must hold on to the goblet of life for 24 hours to possess its ownership. System, you can also discard the goblet of life to avoid being hunted down by the dragon servants. System, once you discard the goblet of life, your relationship with Anna Katerina will be reduced to indifference. System, the goblet of life will significantly affect the future course of the story. Please make every decision carefully. Chapter 563, Worship. Noticing the series of system prompts, a serious expression appeared on Song Jian's face. He had gone through considerable trouble to steal the goblet of life from the Dark Castle. It was impossible for him to just let it go now. Besides, not all the dragon servants possessed the same combat power. Moreover, Anna had told him earlier that the city of Sin was less than 200 kilometers away from the Dark Castle. With Song Jian's speed, he could reach the city of Sin in less than 12 hours. Once inside the city of Sin, even the strongest of the dragon servants would not dare chase and attack him in a city filled with humans. The two quickly left through the passage and entered the Shadow Fang mountain range. My human friend, you saved me, and you helped me find my tribe's totem. You will always be a friend of the Blackhoof tribe. Cain, the beastman, embraced Song Jian tightly, expressing his gratitude. System, your relationship with the Blackhoof tribe has been upgraded to friendly, and your relationship with the beastman Cain has been upgraded to revered. Not bad. A smile danced on Song Jian's lips. Cain was not only a beastman warrior, but he also had shaman abilities. Now that he had retrieved the tribe's totem pillar, there was a high likelihood he would become the chief of the Blackhoof tribe. Having such a revered relationship with an NPC was indeed a rare occurrence for Song Jian. This is the dragon horn that you cut off yourself. I can't take it, said Cain, pulling out the dragon horn from his chest and returning it to Song Jian. With a serious look, he continued, this is your feather in the cap. I need to earn my own honor. The other horn of the shadow giant dragon has my name on it. Great, make sure to inform me next time you go to claim it. We'll do it together. Song Jian laughed, punching Cain lightly. Of course, friend, I won't forget you. But you must also strive hard, don't let me surpass you. Cain laughed. Cain is excited because with the bloodthirsty totem pillar, his strength would undergo a tremendous transformation when he becomes the tribe leader. Oh, by the way, here's a treasure map for you. The location marked on it is somewhere near Shadow Fang mountain range. I hope it will be of help. Song Jian handed over the treasure map he had obtained earlier. The rescue mission was not hard, and Song Jian predicted that the reward wouldn't be much. The rewards given by other rescued characters weren't valuable. The treasure in the map was either already taken by someone, leaving only worthless stuff, or the treasure itself wasn't worth much. Song Jian couldn't spare the time to hunt this treasure at the moment. His time was precious. He had to race against time to march towards the city of Sin. But this belongs to you. How can I? Cain stared at Song Jian, astonished. Consider it a gift from me. You must accept it. Saying this, Song Jian put the treasure map into Cain's hand. This is. Cain was so touched and excited, he was momentarily speechless. System, you gifted a treasure map to Cain, significantly improving your rapport with him. Your relationship with the beastman Cain of the Blackhoof tribe enhances from revered to worshipped level. System, you can try to recruit Cain as your follower. You have a high chance of successfully recruiting Cain. Song Jian's heart leaped with joy. Gifting valuable items to NPCs could enhance Song Jian's affinity with them. Song Jian estimated that his rescue and help in retrieving the bloodthirsty totem had already pushed their relationship to the peak of reverence. Now, giving just a not very valuable item had allowed him to break through reverence to reach the level of worship. Alright, let's not waste any more time. I have to head to the city of Sin. Song Jian told Cain. After bidding farewell to each other, Song Jian immediately cast his acceleration skill, rushing towards the city of Sin. A distance of 200 kilometers would have taken Song Jian at least 3 or 4 days at his previous speed. However, the dragon servants were hunting him, there were killers lurking everywhere. Song Jian had to move as quickly as possible. Song Jian fled to the shadow forest. It was already dark, so he lit a bonfire preparing to rest. However, the goblet of life stored in his bag unexpectedly emits dazzling rays of light. A mysterious fluctuation was spreading from his bag. The player's bag was equivalent to another dimension. Anything placed in the bag would lose all physical effects on this plane. However, the magic on the Goblet of Life was able to penetrate Song Jian's bag, emit fluctuations, and alert the dragon servants. This left Song Jian flabbergasted. At this moment, outside the Dark Castle, a team of half-dragon beings rode grey war bears. Their formation was orderly, at least dozens of them. Their leader, riding a colossal raptor, was fixated on the compass in his hand. Soon, the compass needle began to spin. A grotesque, scale-covered face revealed a smile. He roared, "In that direction, charge!" He pointed, and dozens of war bears roared, shaking the earth as they quickly dashed towards the direction their leader pointed. The magic fluctuation from the Goblet of Life in Song Jian's bag went on for tens of minutes before it gradually died. However, he knew that the pursuers behind were aware of the direction he had fled in and were still rapidly chasing him. He could not afford to delay even by a minute, or they might catch up. Song Jian glanced at the black dragon in his pet space. The black dragon was currently in deep slumber. Yet, from the status displayed in the pet space, the black dragon was in unusually good health. Moreover, it seemed to be in some sort of special condition. Its level and power were automatically increasing. By now, the black dragon was at level 28. This baffled Song Jian, who couldn't understand what was happening to his black dragon. If only it could wake up now. With its help, dealing with those pursuers behind us would be a lot easier. At least it could carry me and expedite our journey. Song Jian thought internally. The black dragon was large enough to carry Song Jian with ease. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt the ground vibrating rhythmically, as if something was charging towards him. They're so fast? Song Jian's heart sank. He hadn't expected the pursuers to be faster than him. He had been using his acceleration to speed up, but he hadn't thought that these pursuers would be mounted. Blood Raven, come out. Song Jian thought, summoning several blood ravens, which he directed towards the approaching pursuers. With the help of these blood ravens, which extended his sense of perception over a long distance, he quickly got a clear visual through their eyes on the situation behind him. When he saw the half-dragon troops, who looked like a miniature army, and the war bears beneath them, Song Jian found himself drawing a sharp breath. Chapter 564, Ambush. The soldiers pursuing from behind were all level 30, but only the leader riding the Velociraptor had the strength of first grade. From their overwhelming aura, Song Jian even suspected, were they iron-blooded warriors from some army? Could they merely be the servants of a giant dragon? You must know, the servants are merely slaves of the shadow giant dragon. The overwhelming aura these people had, anything but what a slave army could carry. Just as Song Jian was observing through his blood grow, the group suddenly stopped. The leader's servant retrieved the longbow from the back of the Velociraptor and aimed at the blood grow. Oh no, it spotted me. Song Jian gasped in his mind, just as he was about to command the crow to flee, and a sharp bone arrow pierced through the air like lightning, hitting the blood crow and bursting it into pieces. It detected that I was watching. Song Jian's face turned dreadfully gloomy. He didn't expect the pursuers sent by the shadow giant dragon to be so formidable. Merely by fixating his eyes on them for a little longer, he managed to alert them. Their keen perception rendered any ambush or surprise attack boundary impossible. To defeat or to kill them, he had to face them head-to-head in battle. Initially, Song Jian thought of turning around to annihilate his pursuers, but now it seemed that continuing to escape was the right choice. Without time to extinguish the fire, Song Jian opened his wings of the steel on his back, and shot skyward, eventually disappearing into the night. The half-dragon leader that took down the blood crow commanded the group in an offensive formation to furiously pursue Song Jian. But when they arrived, all they saw was a burning bonfire. The half-dragon leader's face turned icy. He prowled around the fire, smelling, then raised his head, fixed his blood-red eyes upon the dark night sky with a sharp, not-so-easygoing look. In the desolate wilderness, not daring to stop for a moment, Song Jian deployed all his acceleration skills just as their cooldowns ended. At this time, he was immensely grateful for the tons of honey he had previously gathered for brewing honey wine. Otherwise, faced with so much exertion, he would have collapsed on the road by now. Escaping from the night to daylight, and from daylight till dusk again, Song Jian was caught up with and battled a few times with the half-dragon pursuers, before escaping again, with a morphing into dark cloud and wings of steel, on top of the frost sprint and sword shadow step. If Song Jian wanted to flee, it'd be quite difficult to capture him. Moreover, Song Jian's secret weapon, the passive skill of Enemy of the Death God, ensured him of revival even after death. In the wasteland, not a single plant was in sight, only coarse gravel and boulders. Song Jian's wings of steel gradually disappeared as he descended down from the sky. Just as he was leaning against a giant rock and panting heavily, he suddenly felt a chilling sensation. It seemed as if a huge beast was right in front of him, bearing its bloodthirsty jaws. A surge of potent death energy was gathering fast in front. Song Jian suddenly opened his eyes wide and raised his head to look forward. From behind were pursuers, and from the front, an ambush. Song Jian was frantically forming ideas in his mind. All his acceleration skills were on a cooldown, so he summoned a phantom clone to shield himself in the front. Boom! An enormous surge of death magic energy exploded violently in front. The shockwave and the aftermath completely shattered the phantom clone into pieces. Despite it having 70% of Song Jian's strength, wasn't much different from a typical level 30 monster combat attribute. Song Jian's face sank. He quickly turned to dodge. If he had taken the hit head-on, even if he wasn't dead, he would be severely injured and lose his combat power. Got you, boy. Did you think you could evade the Death's Scythe hitman's pursuit? As the blast's shockwave began to settle and the smoke cleared, a man clothed in a black cape was seen floating in midair. The face concealed beneath the cape emerged, revealing a hideous expression, and his gaze shot towards Song Jian. You are a killer from the Death's Scythe? Song Jian's face darkened. He hadn't expected that at this time, the final pursuit of the Death's Scythe would arrive as planned. This man, from his outfit, seemed exactly like the killer from the Death's Scythe that he had encountered earlier. So you do know, why not surrender then? Don't worry, I will be gentle. I won't hurt you. The killer from Death's Scythe showed a strange smile on his face. Seeking death. The assassin's words evidently angered Song Jian. He squinted his eyes as he leaped high in the air. In midair, he lifted the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand, and sent a dazzling golden sword chi sweeping towards him. The maximum attack range of Light Strike was 10 meters. Song Jian was too far from the target, so he had to leap into the air. Without waiting to see if he could hit his target, Song Jian fell heavily to the ground. After rolling for some distance, Song Jian finally raised his head to look at the assassin in midair. The golden sword aura, when it was 3 feet away from the killer, seemed to have struck something, giving a roar. The air around the killer twisted, and a clear cracking sound came from the air. The defense was broken, but the killer seemed indifferent, still showing Song Jian his cold smile. Finger of death. The killer pointed a finger at Song Jian, and a zapped of black lightning burst from his finger, shooting towards him. Song Jian's face changed drastically. This was one of the trump cards of the second killer he previously faced, so powerful and extremely fast. In a blink, it had reached Song Jian's chest. Song Jian instinctively held long sword to his chest, and a touch of golden light just shone from the long sword, and it suffered a heavy blow. Boom. Song Jian felt as if he were hit by a heavy hammer and his body involuntarily moved backward. Song Jian's feet heavily dragged on the ground, sliding more than 5 or 6 meters before stopping. Seeing that the black lightning was reflected back by the target, the face of the Death's Scythe's killer changed color. You've got some skill, no wonder you killed 2 previous groups of our organization's killers, said the killer. Just then, a roar echoed from behind Song Jian. The raging howl, like a thunderbolt, resounded from the distance. The shadow giant dragon is watching you. You cannot escape. The thief. Song Jian's face changed. The half-dragon pursuer was so fast. The killer from Death's Scythe suddenly laughed heartily when he saw Song Jian's complexion change for the worse. Ha ha ha, should I say that you are fearless or stubborn? You dared to provoke a shadow giant dragon after already angering the Death's Scythe. Looks like you stole something from the lair of the shadow giant dragon, otherwise, it wouldn't have sent a pursuer after you. The Death's Scythe killer looked at Song Jian thoughtfully, and a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. If you're willing to give me the treasure you stole from the lair of the shadow giant dragon, not only will I not kill you, but I will also help you repel the people who are trying to kill you. Moreover, I can recommend you to join the ranks of Death's Scythe. What do you think? Chapter 565, unable to withstand. As soon as the assassin's words fell, Song Jian received a system prompt. System, Gold Assassin William of Death's Scythe is offering you a loyalty mission. Hand over the Goblet of Life to William, and he'll give up pursuing you and help you fend off the half-dragon pursuit. Afterward, you will become an affiliate member of Death's Scythe. Do you accept? System, warning, this mission will have a significant impact on your game progress. Please make a careful decision. Song Jian didn't even look at it and directly chose to refuse. As for the Goblet of Life, Song Jian would not hand it over to anyone other than Anna. Moreover, the organization of Death's Scythe was clearly not suitable for Song Jian, as the power of death wasn't something ordinary people could touch. In that case, I'll just search for it on your corpse. A ruthless look emerged in William's eyes. Just as he was about to make another move, he suddenly heard the roar of beasts in the distance and saw a group of half-dragon pursuers appear not far away, while he was in midair. It seems that the pursuers behind you have arrived. Maybe I'll let you fight it out before making another move. A malicious smile appeared on William's face, and his figure floating in the air gradually disappeared like mist. Song Jian's face was extremely gloomy. He was already having a hard time dealing with the pursuers behind him and having an assassin hidden in the dark as well. Song Jian did not doubt that the moment he reveals any flaw, William will absolutely appear first and stab him in the heart. With a thought, 30 majestic blood wolves appeared beside Song Jian. Escaping now was pointless, he was less than 2 hours away from the 12-hour protection time. The city of Sin was less than 20 kilometers away from his current location. If he let the half-dragon pursuers chase him all the way to the city of Sin, it would be too humiliating. Let's decide the battle here and now. Song Jian decided. Soon, dozens of half-dragon pursuers riding battle bears appeared in Song Jian's sight. Having chased for more than 10 hours, most of the half-dragon pursuers were already exhausted. Moreover, their mount battle bears had also lost their combat abilities due to the long-distance galloping. Once they stopped, most battle bears collapsed on the ground and refused to move. Seeing Song Jian standing still, the half-dragon pursuers' eyes erupted in excitement, and they all screamed in excitement. They clenched their long spears and rushed towards Song Jian. The half-dragon leader riding a velociraptor gestured a throat-slitting action at Song Jian, dismounted from the velociraptor, and gave Song Jian a vicious smile, shouting, "Lowly thief, you can't escape. The eyes of the giant dragon will always lock onto you." Song Jian waved his hand, and the 30 blood wolves let out a howl together and then quickly charged towards the half-dragon pursuers. The number of half-dragon pursuers was almost 3 times that of the blood wolves, but the blood wolves showed no fear and rushed towards the half-dragon pursuers frantically. The half-dragon leader grabbed a blood wolf that pounced towards its throat, and looked at the blood wolf in his hand, struggling madly and trying to bite him. The half-dragon leader squinted his eyes and directly tore the level 30 blood wolf's body in half with his hands. "Do you think that with this trash, you can resist us? That's too naive." The half-dragon leader roared, not realizing that the blood wolf he tore in half did not leave a corpse but turned into a pool of blood and merged into the ground. Powerful strength, a first-order combat power elite. William, hiding in the dark, saw the half-dragon leader tearing a level 30 blood wolf in half and his eyes brightened, a look of appreciation appearing on his face. A glimmer of schadenfreude flashed in William's eyes. As a first-order combat power assassin himself, he knew what this kind of power represented. In his opinion, Song Jian was as good as dead this time. As far as William was concerned, as long as Song Jian died, the mission would be considered complete. He didn't care whether Song Jian died by his hand or not. When he fought with Song Jian earlier, he discovered that Song Jian's strength was not weak, and even if he could kill Song Jian, he might also suffer some injuries. But now, being able to make Song Jian fight the half-dragon pursuers to the point of exhaustion was the outcome William most looked forward to. If any accidents happen in the end, William would naturally be able to kill Song Jian with little effort. William's lips curled up in a smile. The battle in front of them continued, with the half-dragon leader's figure suddenly becoming faint, and Song Jian leaving where he originally stood. After testing the strength of the blood wolves, the half-dragon leader directly targeted Song Jian. In its view, the strength of the blood wolves was about the same as the half-dragon pursuers, but the number of half-dragon pursuers it brought was 3 times that of the blood wolves. It was only a matter of time before they wiped out the blood wolves. Their ultimate target had always been Song Jian. Only by capturing or killing Song Jian and bringing him or his body to their master, the Shadow Giant Dragon Blade Spear, would their mission be considered complete. Song Jian's and the half-dragon leader's bodies continually collided in the wilderness, and every impact caused thunderous roars. A faint golden light appeared around Song Jian's body, and 8 illusory long swords circled around him. At this time, he had already activated the immortal sword body, and only Song Jian, with the immortal sword body activated, was qualified to fight against the half-dragon leader with first-order combat power. Otherwise, the only thing awaiting him would be the half-dragon leader's merciless crushing. Their weapons in hand constantly collided, and strong auras destroyed everything within several meters. The rocks, several meters high and hardened over time, were turned into powder in an instant due to the energy stirred up by the two of them in the battle. These two seemed to have transformed into ancient behemoths, recklessly unleashing the endless violent energy in their bodies. The half-dragon leader stabbed its claw-like fist towards Song Jian's brow, but Song Jian's expression remained unchanged. He raised the crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand, and collided fiercely with the half-dragon leader's fist. Bang! It was as if a bomb exploded, sending a hum through the air. Countless fragments flew all around like bullets from a machine gun, causing dust to rise and forming a gray fog in the air. From the fog, 2 figures flew out in opposite directions. Boom, boom. Like cannonballs, the 2 crashed into massive rocks. "I didn't expect you to have such formidable strength. No wonder you could steal that treasure from our master's treasure vault." The half-dragon leader looked at Song Jian with a cautious look on his face. Song Jian waved his tingling right hand, his face extremely gloomy. Only he himself knew that his current state could not last too long. The 7th-level primordial chaos indestructible sword body could only last for 150 seconds, and there wasn't much time left for him now. Chapter 566, Departure. Song Jian's strength far surpassed the half-dragon leader's expectation. Unaware that Song Jian had used a special ability, he mistakenly thought this was Song Jian's inherent strength. Human, I underestimated you. The half-dragon leader slowly rose from the ground, debris scattered behind him. He ripped off his tattered felt shirt, revealing his dark green scales as sturdy as armor. However, regardless, you must die here today. Nobody can offend the giant dragon pavilion and continue to exist in this world. The half-dragon leader smirked menacingly at Song Jian. Song Jian was half-bent, using his long sword as a crutch to prop up his body. He could feel the power of the immortal sword body slowly receding from him. After using 2 pieces of wild honey, Song Jian's vitality and spirit points had been restored to their peak state. However, there were less than 10 seconds left before the cooldown of the immortal sword body ended. More importantly, he could sense that his summoned blood wolves were being slaughtered one after another. Of the original 30 blood wolves, less than 10 remained after a little over 2 minutes. Once the blood wolves were completely wiped out, these half-dragon pursuers would join the battle to kill him. By then, he would be a sitting duck. Song Jian looked around. It was getting dark. The assassin of Death's Scythe was hiding somewhere, yet Song Jian could feel his malignant gaze on him. Am I going to die here today? Song Jian's face was grim. If it was only the half-dragon pursuers, his passive skill enemy of Death God might have tricked them, but the assassin of Death's Scythe would not be deceived so easily. He knew that once he resurrected, his corpse would disappear. This strange phenomenon would definitely attract the attention of the assassin. Just then, a clear dragon chant echoed in Song Jian's mind. He could sense that the black dragon in his pet space had awakened and was urgently calling out to him. Upon awakening, knowing that its master was in immediate danger, the black dragon couldn't wait to join the battle. Song Jian opened the pet space and caught a glimpse. The joy on his face was unstoppable. The black dragon had now grown to be 5 to 6 meters high and more than 10 meters long. Although it couldn't compare with the 1,000-year-old shadow giant dragon, the black dragon could effortlessly carry Song Jian and fly at this moment. The black dragon had also leveled up to level 30, surpassing the elite level directly to become a boss. The word's first-order combat power in its attribute introduction gave Song Jian a sense of ecstatic joy. Song Jian, with a relieved smile on his face, stared at the half-dragon leader. I think I can live a long time. On the other hand, you and those half-human, half-dragon monsters behind you might have a hard time getting out of this wilderness. The half-dragon leader felt that the power in Song Jian that could contend with him was quickly fading, and suddenly understood. A cruel smile appeared on his face, empty threat. At this moment, the last blood wolf was also killed by the half-dragon pursuers. They wiped off the blood on their blades and slowly surrounded Song Jian. William, hiding in the shadows, looked excited. Song Jian's immortal sword body had ended. Not to mention nearly 100 half-empty pursuers, even a single half-dragon leader could kill Song Jian. Will you obediently come back with us, or should we bring your corpse back? The half-dragon leader stepped towards Song Jian. All of you must die. Song Jian growled lowly, and with a thought, a gigantic figure covered the crowd up above them. Roar! A crisp dragon chant sounded, immediately throwing the half-dragon pursuers into chaos. As dragon servants, they had absolutely no resistance against a giant dragon. Some of the half-dragon soldiers even kneeled down on the spot, terrified to raise their heads. This is the sorrow of being a dragon servant, this is the belief ingrained deep within their souls, this is the shackle they are bound with for life. Even if thoughts of resistance rise within their hearts, a pain akin to cellular tearing would pervade their bodies. Mighty giant dragon. The half-dragon leader kneeled on one knee in a panic, deeply burying his head between his knees, his entire body trembling slightly. Despite being on the same level of combat power, under instinctual restraint, the half-dragon leader didn't dare to stand before the black dragon. Seeing a figure who could easily decide his fate now kneeling before him like a humble ant, Song Jian experienced a fleeting sense of loss. The present Song Jian could easily kill these helpless dragon servants, but he had absolutely no interest in exterminating these powerless half-dragon people. The giant dragon fanned its wings, stirring up a fierce wind, then slowly landed beside Song Jian. Looking at this behemoth, William, who was hiding in the darkness, had an astonished look on his face. The shock nearly revealed his hidden position. How is this possible? He has a giant dragon as a battle pet. William's lips trembled, and his forehead was covered in sweat. At this moment, he was overwhelmingly relieved. Thankfully, this group of half-dragon soldiers arrived, otherwise, he would have been the one facing this giant dragon. Even as arrogant as he was, he dared not consider a giant dragon as his enemy. Everyone in the intelligence department should be hanged. William wiped the sweat off his forehead, glanced at the giant dragon before retreating quietly, disappearing into the wilderness. Feeling the ominous surveillance on him disappearing, Song Jian knew that William had escaped. The third assassination had quietly passed. Song Jian believed that once the news of his giant dragon battle pet reached the Death's Scythe, this organization probably wouldn't send any more assassins after him. Song Jian approached the half-dragon leader's velociraptor mount. This creature, taller than a man, had collapsed to the ground, exposing its white belly and letting out mournful cries ever since the black dragon made its appearance. As Song Jian had now gained the upper hand, he naturally did not want to travel on foot. This rough and brutal velociraptor was perfect as his mount to the city of Sin. Song Jian forcefully pulled up the velociraptor, mounted it, and was about to drive it towards the city of Sin when he heard the black dragon let out an angry roar. A spurt of hot dragon flame sprayed out, incinerating the velociraptor into charcoal. Song Jian jumped up from the ground in surprise, looking at the black dragon. The black dragon slowly lowered its body, gently nudging his body with its head, implying for him to mount. A smile appeared on Song Jian's face. The dragon clan was the most conceited of all species. The reason why he had not immediately mounted the black dragon was because he was worried the black dragon would resist. It seemed that the black dragon had fully accepted him as its master now. He mounted the area where the dragon's neck and back converged, a flat and comfortable seat. The black dragon let out a soft chant, spread its wings, and took flight. In no time, it had disappeared with Song Jian into the dim sky. Chapter 567, City of Sin. Only when the black dragon disappeared did the half-dragon leader dare to lift his head, looking up at the sky with eyes filled with terror and despair. He actually possesses a giant dragon as a war pet. The half-dragon leader's feelings were in turmoil. As a slave of a giant dragon himself, it was shocking to witness an individual less powerful than he, viewing such creatures as mere war pets. If it weren't for the half-dragon leader's unwavering will, he would have crumbled by now. Report to the master. The half-dragon leader directed towards a war bear. As their mission had failed, all they could do was return and accept their punishment from the shadow giant dragon, but the emergence of the black dragon was simply insurmountable for them. I hope the master will spare us. The half-dragon leader silently hoped. At this moment, Song Jian was soaring through the sky on the back of the black dragon, a sensation entirely different from flying on his own. There are numerous airborne monsters in the game. Usually, Song Jian would not dare to fly too high, yet now, the aura exuding from the black dragon sent hundreds of creatures into a panic and scrambling to escape. Song Jian could even spot fleeing monsters from a distance. Many of them outclassed the black dragon when it came to levels, yet they were still seen scurrying. The hierarchical suppression of species was deeply ingrained in their genes. The slightest hint of dragon might was enough to send these monsters into frantic retreat. The black dragon traveled at an incredible speed, and in less than half an hour, Song Jian could see the city walls of the city of Sin. He landed in a grove some distance away from the city of Sin and put the black dragon into his inventory. Flying into the city on the dragon's back would draw too much attention. He feared the city defense army would treat him as an enemy before he could even reach the city of Sin. After getting himself presentable, Song Jian threaded along a wide stone path towards the city of Sin. Not long after, he noticed that the city of Sin was far more flourishing than he had pictured. He passed 3 to 4 convoys within just a few hundred meters, each loaded up to the brim with goods heading towards the city. The closer he got to the center, the wider the road became and the more people there were. Along the way, he saw no monsters in the vicinity of the city of Sin. It appeared as though someone was routinely clearing the city of them. Observing closely, Song Jian found many players in the city of Sin. They rode various mounts towards the city. War horses, wolves, bears, he even saw a little girl flying less than a meter off the ground on a broom. Seeing Song Jian staring at her broom, the little girl glowered at him and yelled, "What are you looking at? Never seen someone with a fear of heights riding a flying broom, huh?" Apart from these, there were also motorcycles, military jeeps, and even regular cars. On the whole, Song Jian deduced that the city of Sin was at least 10 times more bustling than the city of Hymns. Seeing someone riding a motorcycle, Song Jian also took out his own, taking his time driving towards the city. Accompanying Song Jian, apart from players, were NPCs, or commoners, who were driving spacious carts laden with vegetables, fruits, and other commodities. These NPC commoners seemed to hold players in awe. Whenever they encountered players, they would make way and let them pass first, often doffing their hats to salute the players. It seemed to Song Jian that in their eyes, players were treated no differently from nobles. Players born in this city are indeed quite fortunate, at least their safety is guaranteed. Song Jian observed an NPC on a cart, who saluted him, and greeted him with a nod and a smile. In time, the scenic view in front of Song Jian opened up. To his surprise, a vast amount of crops were being cultivated around the city of Sin. The green waves, reminiscent of sea tides, gently rustled in the breeze, filling the air with an earthy aroma. Given this desolate game setting, This idyllic scene in front of him felt dreamlike to Song Jian. How incredible! Song Jian disembarked from his motorcycle to gaze in awe at the boundless green expanse. Humphrey, country bumpkin. A player on a tall horse glanced greedily at Song Jian's motorcycle before sneering at him. Henry, don't speak to other players like that, a girl riding a red warhorse next to him scolded, before turning to Song Jian with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, he's not usually like this. This is your first time in the City of Sin, isn't it? The girl was dressed in a white robe, a string of pearls draped across her chest and a headpiece made of silk and sapphire adorning her forehead. Although not extraordinarily beautiful, her smile gave off a warm and comforting aura. Her calm demeanor made Song Jian feel as if he was speaking to a caring elder sister. Though she was only level 20 and appeared to lack the intimidating aura of an experienced fighter, it was surprising how easily she approached Song Jian without any guard. If Song Jian were to attack her at this distance, he could have her severely injured or even killed instantly without her putting up any resistance. Hello, I am a player raised elsewhere, and indeed it is my first time here, Song Jian greeted her with a gentle smile, looking utterly harmless as he introduced himself. My name is Casey. I'm a priestess. Are you surprised seeing these crops? Casey asked, proactively engaging Song Jian in conversation. Seeing Casey chatting happily with Song Jian, the man who had sneered at him earlier looked a bit put out, though he said nothing and simply trailed behind Casey on his horse. Yes, as you know, vast farmlands like this are quite rare in this game. Sometimes, it's difficult to even find green plants, Song Jian remarked with a hint of wonder. All this is thanks to the Science Academy of the City of Sin. You will understand once you enter the city. Many players long to be a member of the Academy, but getting an admission is challenging. There are over 5,000 players in the City of Sin, but only a handful, 3 or 4, actually make it into the Academy. Casey responded with a mysterious and eager glow in her eyes. Casey, I believe you two can make it. Henry, who had been silent, suddenly interjected. I hope so, Casey responded to Henry with a forced smile. Song Jian felt as though Casey was like a sheltered maiden who hadn't seen much of the outside world and bore no suspicion or caution towards anyone, but could a player who had leveled up to 20 really be this innocent? Chapter 568, Epic Profession. Ever since stepping into this game, human nature's ugliness had been amplified indefinitely. Those who kill for a piece of equipment or a skill book were rampant. One needed to understand that death in the game also meant death in the real world, therefore, there was no difference between killing in the game and killing in reality. The only difference was that there were no laws in the game to restrict players. Having been in the game for so long, Song Jian had become wary of everything and everyone and would not easily trust others. Along the way, Song Jian and Casey chatted happily, but most of the time, it was Song Jian probing Casey for information. Through her words, Song Jian learned a lot about the City of Sin. As they moved forward, nearing the city gate, a sound of iron hooves suddenly echoed from afar. A team of soldiers in heavy armor, wielding sharp spears, swiftly charged out of the city gate. All the people, including players, scurried to hide on the sides of the road. Who are they? Song Jian asked in a low voice. These are the City Lord Mansion's guards. It is said that the Lord of the City of Sin has fallen seriously ill, which has caused some unrest within the city. You need to be very cautious when you enter the City of Sin. Casey reminded quietly. Song Jian nodded. He had previously suspected that Anna's aim of getting the Goblet of Life was to save the life of the Lord of the City of Sin. Looks like he was right about his guess. Upon entering the City of Sin, Song Jian bid farewell to Casey and, as per the address given by Anna, proceeded to meet her for task submission. At this moment, Anna sat in her room, her face full of despair. I'm so useless, I couldn't help at all. Anna shook her head. Uncle's illness is getting worse. If we don't find a solution, I fear he might. A female warrior in plate mail consoled her. Miss, you mustn't think like that. Remember how you almost got into trouble before when you dared to accompany Master Solando to the Dark Castle? Were you planning to steal the Goblet of Life from the hands of the Shadow Giant Dragon? Yes, Kaylin, that's exactly what we planned. Anna said with determination, as long as I can get the Goblet of Life and save my uncle's life, even if it costs me my life, I won't feel any regret. Miss, it's not about regretting or not. The problem is, by taking Master Solando on a risky adventure, you both almost never returned. The Lord is already in this condition. Have you ever thought about what would happen if Master Solando got killed in the Dark Castle? Kaylin advised with genuine concern. Haven't you noticed, since you two have come back, the attitude of many people towards you has subtly changed? I've never thought about these things, I just want to cure my uncle's illness. Anna said, hanging her head. Just then, a servant walked in, bowed to Anna, and said, Miss, a God's Chosen is looking for you. He says he completed your task and has come to submit it. A God's Chosen? Anna looked puzzled and mumbled to herself, I don't know any gods chosen. Also, what task submission is he talking about? After leaving the Shadowfang mountain range, Anna had completely forgotten about Songjian. In her eyes, Songjian, being a mere level 27 gods chosen, simply lacked the strength to steal the Goblet of Life from the Dark Castle. It's known that when she had gone with Solando earlier, they had brought an entire team of 30 level guards, who totaled 20 in number. Yet in the end, only she, Solando, and Solando's guard Carter returned to the city of Sin alive. Miss, do you want me to drive him away? The servant, seeing Anna's furrowed brow and the obvious rejection in her eyes, asked quietly. Wait, let me think. Anna waved her hands and said. It took quite a while for Anna to slowly recall the gods chosen who had saved them from the Shadow Teeth in the Shadowfang mountain range. Songjian, is his name Songjian? Anna suddenly leaped from her chair, her face glowing with surprise. Is he here to submit the task? Could it be that he really stole the Goblet of Life from the Shadow Giant Dragon? At this thought, Anna immediately got excited and quickly rushed out of the room. It must be Songjian. Anna mumbled to herself, her eyes full of anticipation. As she rushed out of the room, Anna saw a man standing in the courtyard. On a closer look, if this man was not Songjian, who else could it be? Songjian, did you really? You really completed the task I entrusted to you? Anna shouted upon seeing Songjian. There were many people around, and Anna didn't want the others to know about her acquiring the Goblet of Life, so she did not ask directly. Yes, Miss Anna, as expected, I have brought that object back for you. Songjian responded with a smile. Quick, come in and rest, you must be exhausted. Anna immediately walked over, took Songjian's hand, and led him into her room. Kalen, please stand guard outside the door and ensure that no one disturbs us. Anna instructed Kalen. Kalen was originally Anna's guard. She immediately saluted Anna and shut down the main door. Did you really bring it? Anna asked excitedly. Mission accomplished. Songjian said smilingly, taking out the Goblet of Life from his bag. Upon seeing the Goblet of Life, Anna paused for a moment, looked up at Songjian with bewilderment and said, This is what a Goblet of Life looks like? The Goblet of Life looked like a simple wooden cup. If Songjian hadn't said it was the Goblet of Life, Anna would probably not even give it a second glance. This is the Goblet of Life that I found in the treasure vault of the Dark Castle. Songjian handed the Goblet of Life to Anna. The Goblet of Life had the ability to transform ordinary water into holy water which could prolong lifespan and cure all diseases. But in Songjian's hands, it was just displayed as a task item. Anna hesitantly took the Goblet of Life. The moment her hands touched it, a gentle energy radiated from the goblet, seeping into her body. In an instant, a strong white light burst from Anna's body, illuminating the whole room. System, Anna Katerina has received the energy of the Goblet of Life, triggering her bloodline talent, and advanced to the epic profession, Life Priest. System, Anna Katerina's all attributes increase by 10 points. System, Anna Katerina comprehends the epic skill, Life Blossom. System, Anna Katerina comprehends the epic skill, Life Anthem. System, Anna Katerina comprehends the epic skill, Resurrection Skill. Chapter 569, The Water of Life. Seeing the system notifications appear on the screen like a splash, Songjian was dumbfounded. When completing this mission, the system mentioned several times that any decision made by Songjian could change the course of the game. Songjian was originally referred to as the City Lord of the City of Sin by the game system, but surprisingly, it turned out that the game system was actually referring to Anna herself. If Anna couldn't get in touch with the Goblet of Life, she wouldn't be able to awaken her bloodline potential and couldn't advance to the epic career, Life Priest, which would have a significant impact on the game's progress. Upon advancing her career, she instantly learned 3 epic level skills. The effects of the first 2 skills were unclear just by looking at their names, but the third skill, Resurrection Skill, amazed Songjian. Resurrection Skill is the signature profession of priests in all games. If a priest doesn't know the Resurrection Skill, they would definitely be called a fake priest. However, what was strange about this game was that there wasn't a single priest who knew Resurrection Skill. Now, Songjian finally understood that it turned out that only life priests would know the Resurrection Skill, and what's more, the grade of the skill was not low, as it was an epic level skill. Even if a player could become a life priest, it would probably take a considerable effort to master the Resurrection Skill, the Goblet of Life. This is really the Goblet of Life. Anna held the Goblet of Life tightly in both hands and exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, her entire body was glowing faintly, making her look like a goddess who had come down to earth. A stream of water was poured from the kettle on the table into the Goblet of Life, and a melodious song by a woman echoed through the room as the water rippled gently in the goblet. The ethereal and beautiful melody of the song that appeared out of thin air struck a chord in the hearts of both Songjian and Anna, making them immerse involuntarily in the music. Having no idea how much time had passed before the singing stopped, Songjian felt a sense of loss in his heart. Is this holy water? While looking at the slightly rippling, milky white liquid in the goblet of life, Anna asked in amazement. As Songjian lowered his head to look, the liquid in the goblet of life emitted a sweet, plant-like fragrance and appeared as thick as milk. If Songjian hadn't seen Anna pour the water into the goblet of life with his own eyes, he would never have believed that the thick white liquid was transformed from the clear water she poured in. It really turned into holy water. Anna covered her mouth, tears brimming in her eyes, and couldn't help but sob quietly. After enduring all this pressure for so many days, Anna was finally able to let it all go today. System, you have completed the second part of the epic level quest. Anna is filled with gratitude towards you, and your relationship with her has been promoted to respect. You have gained 1 skill point. System, because of your actions, Anna Katerina has obtained the epic level profession Life Priest. Your behavior greatly influenced the game's progress, and the game system highly approves of everything you have done. You are awarded 150,000 experience points. A ray of light rose from Songjian's body, and his already nearly filled experience bar was instantly replenished. After being promoted to level 27, it jumped forward by a small margin, reaching 27 level 13%. The experience reward given this time was extremely generous, almost equivalent to the experience points Songjian would gain from killing monsters for a week. With the 2 additional skill points, he upgraded his Flash Thunder Strike to level 3. The damage from level 3 Flash Thunder Strike improved from the original 150%, 110%, 70% to 210%, 170%, 120%, further increasing its power. Songjian, thank you so much. This cup of life water, I'll give it to you to drink. Anna grabbed Songjian's hand and handed him the goblet of life. Songjian took the goblet of life and began to examine its properties. Goblet of Life, Holy Artifact, Effect. The holder of this item will receive the protection of the Goddess of Life, be immune to bad luck, and will not lose their life due to accidents. Vitality point recovery rate increases by 300%, all properties increase by 15 points, the power of all life magics increases by 50%. Special Effect 1, Life Water, Passive, pour clean water into the Goblet of Life, and the water will turn into holy water. The first time a person drinks the holy water, their vitality points will increase by 500, and their cellular activity will be greatly improved. At the same time, all negative states will be removed from their body, and their vitality points and spirit points will be fully restored. This effect is only effective the first time it is used, and subsequent uses can only remove negative states and restore vitality points and spirit points. Cool down, 24 hours. Special Effect 2, Life Shield, active. Activating this skill will trigger an 8,000 defense shield around the user's body for 30 seconds. While under the protection of the life shield, the user recovers 5% of their vitality points per second. This skill can be used only 3 times a day. Special Effect 3? Special Effect 4? Item description. This item is soul locked to Anna Katerina, and no one else can use it. A holy artifact. This is actually a holy level item. Songjian's eyes shone, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. This was the first time he encountered a holy level item in the game. Furthermore, the attributes of this item were just too good. Having it was like being almost invincible. Just a 15-point increase in all attributes and a 300% increase in vitality point recovery rate alone were enough to make Songjian salivate, not to mention the 4 special effects. Apart from Life Water and Life Shield, there were still 2 special effects that weren't activated yet. Once activated, they would likely be 2 powerful skills. If it weren't for the fact that this item was already soul locked to Anna, Songjian would have probably been willing to risk failing the epic level quest just to claim the item for himself. After reading the properties, Songjian raised his neck and drank all the life water in one go. His original vitality points of 2,260 instantly increased to over 2,700. With such high vitality points, it would be hard to disagree if someone called Songjian an elite level boss. As for the significant increase in cellular activity, Songjian didn't feel any different, only feeling much lighter, as if he had taken off a burden weighing several hundred pounds. Songjian, I really don't know how to express my gratitude towards you. Anna appeared flustered as she said to Songjian, I don't know if you could accompany me to the City Lord Mansion tomorrow to help treat my uncle? Songjian handed the empty goblet of life back to Anna and immediately received a system prompt. System, Anna issues you the 3rd part of the epic level quest, Escort. Do you accept? Mission content. Escort Anna to the City Lord Mansion and assist her in successfully treating City Lord Kane Sack. Mission rewards. Obtain permanent residence rights in the City of Sin. Promote your relationship with Anna Katerina to admiration. Mission failure penalty. Significantly reduce the favorability of Anna Katerina, and downgrade your relationship with her to indifference. Accept. Songjian accepted the mission, having already completed the first 2 parts. There was no reason to give up. After carefully reading the mission content, Song Jian had a smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that this escort mission won't be easy. There must be many people in the City Lord Mansion who don't wish the City Lord to get better. Chapter 570, The Lady of the City Lord. City of Sin. City Lord Mansion. At this time, the City Lord Mansion was heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed every few steps. Almost all the finest soldiers in the City of Sin were dispatched here. "How's the old man doing?" A woman in luxurious clothes, sitting in the Lord's seat, casually asked as she sipped from her wine glass. "Madam, the City Lord is still unconscious, and Saravi is constantly at his side," a frail doctor answered with a trembling voice. A wild look flashed in the woman's eyes, and her gaze turned fierce. She said contemptuously, "This old bastard sure knows how to hang on." This woman was Annika, the new wife of Cain, the Lord of the City of Sin. Ever since she married him, Cain's health gradually declined until he became bedridden and unconscious. The doctor, trembling with fear and keeping his gaze lowered, did not dare to utter a word. He wished he could cover his ears. Ever since the City Lord fell into a coma, his wife had become more unbridled. The doctor feared he might hear too much and hence, become silenced permanently. "Get out and remember to keep your mouth shut. If I hear any bad rumors, your entire family will be annihilated," Annika said, a hint of a bloodthirsty glow in her eyes. "Why yes, I dare not," the doctor murmured, clutching his medicine box, and ran coward out of the City Lord Mansion. "It's so boring. When will I actually become the master of this castle?" Annika muttered to herself as she caressed the Lord's chair with a tinge of melancholy. When Cain was healthy, he used to sit here and discuss important matters with his subordinates. This was a seat reserved only for the City Lord. "Ha ha, the Blood Queen, are you struggling even with a mere human?" a man whispered into Annika's ear. Suddenly, her hair began to dance as though in the wind, wildly twisting and twirling. A giant brown bat flew in through the window, transforming into a man in a red suit. He had fair skin, a face bearing a trace of decadence, and ruby eyes that hinted at a violent temperament. Just as he appeared, Annika vanished from sight. In an instant, her pale right hand grabbed his neck and slammed him against the wall. A noomph sound echoed, and the man crumbled against the wall, causing several cracks to appear. His body made crunching noises as though bones snapping, and bloody froth spilled from his mouth. His once handsome face was now a ghastly sight, as crimson fangs slipped through his parted lips. "When did a mere viscount dare to play the fool before me?" As Annika spoke, a pair of silver fangs glimmered while her eyes were bathed in a bloody glow. "Annika, are you betraying the Dark Council Alliance?" the man roared furiously. "The Dark Council Alliance?" Annika gave a disdainful smile. The hand holding the man's neck gradually turned pale and shriveled. Her nails grew sharply, piercing into his neck. "When I fully control the City of Sin, even the Elder Council of the Alliance will grovel at my feet." Annika howled, thrusting the man onto the hard floor. As the man was about to hit the floor, his body dissolved into countless fist-sized bats and flew to the other side of the hall. Annika raised her left hand, but after a moment of hesitation, slowly lowered it back down. Her murderous aura did not fade away. "Speak. What is the Elder Council up to now?" Annika glared at the man, now restored to human form. The man touched the wound on his neck, his face twisting with resentment. Lifting his head, he coldly said, "The Council is dissatisfied with your slow progress of taking control of the City of Sin. They hope you can speed up." "Ha! Whose fault is that?" Annika sneered. "Half a year ago, I reported to the Elder Council that if we could kill Saravi, Cain's wizard, I could easily become the master of this city. But how did that turn out?" Annika returned to her previous elegant demeanor, took a leisurely stroll up to the Lord's seat, and sat down. She had the sophistication of a noble lady and radiated the charm of a mature woman. The man couldn't help but admire how she effortlessly switched between bloodthirsty ferocity and gentle nobility. But he had a mission to accomplish, that was to convey the decision of the Dark Council Alliance's Elder Council to Annika. Over the past half a year, the Council has dispatched many assassins for 9 assassination attempts. The man's face was grim as he gnashed his teeth, but not a single mission succeeded. Moreover, not one of these assassins returned alive. The Council suspects there's something wrong with your information, leading to the failure of... The man's words were cut short by Annika's screech, "That's your incompetence. Saravi is just a 35th level wizard with first-tier combat power. Even if there are discrepancies in his level, he definitely does not possess second-tier combat power. But 3 of the assassins who targeted him were 50-level powerhouses with second-tier combat power." The man stepped forward, growling lower. This left Annika speechless. She panted heavily, her chest heaving. After a long silence, she slowly said, "He must have a secret weapon that we are unaware of, a hidden secret. These are all your problems." The man said coldly, If you fail again this time, the Elder Council will no longer tolerate you. They'll not only punish you for this, but they'll also hold you accountable for the deaths of those assassins. They dare to. Anika stood up abruptly, her powerful aura bursting out. Even the man couldn't help but retreat. Even without the City of Sin, I am still the Lord of the City of Blood. Those stinky, decaying elders want me to withdraw from the Dark Council Alliance. Ha ha ha. Anika laughed hysterically. Chapter 571, Joke. The man and Anika parted on bad terms, turning into a black shadow flying out of the window and disappearing into the air. Anika stared at the window, her left hand constantly swirling with a crimson energy, but it did not launch even as the man disappeared. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed the energy, snorted coldly, and turned to enter the room behind her. Just then, a servant came to report, "Madam, Miss Anna has brought a God's Chosen One, claiming that they can cure the City Lord's illness." Anna? Humphrey. A disdainful smile appeared on Anika's lips, and she said, "Tell Anna that the City Lord is resting in bed and cannot be disturbed. Also, tell her that those God's Chosen Ones are frauds, and they have no ability to save the City Lord." The City of Sin's City Lord had fallen ill, and the news had not been concealed for long. Players who were born in the City of Sin were ecstatic at the news because if they could cure the City Lord, they would not only receive generous rewards but also increase their intimacy with the City Lord. This hidden benefit attracted every player born in the City of Sin. In the beginning, the people in the City Lord Mansion were full of expectations for those players who claimed to be able to cure the City Lord. However, soon they discovered that these so-called God's Chosen Ones were all frauds. They came with some basic healing elixirs or detox elixirs to heal the City Lord's illness. Before they even met the Lord, they were exposed by the City Lord's attendant wizard, Saravi, and driven away. After several incidents, the people in the City Lord Mansion developed a strong dislike of the God's Chosen Ones. However, Anika was happy with this situation. The City Lord's disease was, in fact, a slow-acting poison she had administered. Anika knew its potency well. When she saw the God's Chosen Ones pull out basic healing elixirs or basic detox elixirs, she almost laughed out loud, but her acting skills stopped her from revealing her thoughts. During the time the City Lord was in a coma from the poison, Anika began to extend her reach into the City of Sin's guards. Almost half of the guards had pledged allegiance to her. As for the guards that didn't want to defect to her, their commanders were assassinated by her, or she sent their entire army out of the City of Sin. Now, only the Science Academy and the City Lord Mansion's guard hadn't been controlled by her. More importantly, the commander of the City Lord Mansion's guards, the wizard Saravi, had already become suspicious of her and was now residing in the City Lord Mansion, guarding the City Lord around the clock. Moreover, Saravi had somehow suppressed the toxins in the City Lord's body, allowing him to cling to life up to now. Otherwise, the City Lord should have died from the poison a month ago. "Yes, madam. I will persuade Miss Anna to leave." The servant bowed to Anika and prepared to leave before suddenly being called back by Anika. "Wait, Susan." Anika resumed her gentle and noble demeanor, smiling slightly. "I have been worried about the City Lord's safety these past days, causing me to become somewhat neurotic. Since Anna is here, let her go and see the City Lord. God's Chosen Ones are people who can create miracles. Perhaps they have a way to cure the City Lord." Because of the City Lord's illness, the God's Chosen One's abilities had slowly spread throughout the City of Sin. Now, the whole city mocked the arrogant God's Chosen Ones. Although they would pay respects when encountered, in their hearts, they treated the God's Chosen Ones as the biggest joke in the City of Sin. The servant seemed accustomed to Anika's capriciousness and nodded, expressionless. After bowing, Susan headed toward the hall. "Miss Anna and this honorable God's Chosen One, please follow me. Madam has instructed me to lead you to the City Lord's bedroom." The servant spoke respectfully at the entrance of the City Lord Mansion. "Songjian, let's go in. I'm sure we can cure my uncle this time," Anna declared confidently. Her confidence not only stemmed from the Goblet of Life but also her own awakened epic profession as a life priest. Even if the City Lord was dead, she could bring him back, let alone his current unconscious state. Songjian noticed that people in the City Lord Mansion, from the passing servants to the guards around, were casting strange glances at him. Feeling perplexed, he heard Anna calling him and nodded slightly before following her into the City Lord Mansion. As they walked, Songjian suddenly overheard some servants whispering. Although they were 7 or 8 meters away and their voices were low, Songjian could hear their conversation clearly with his current physical condition. "Did you see that? Another God's Chosen One." A servant smirked, deliberately emphasizing the last few words. "So ridiculous. I heard that these God's Chosen Ones can't even enter the City Lord Mansion anymore. Humphrey, they're all a bunch of liars. Wizard Saravi easily debunked their tricks. Do they think that our City Lord Mansion can be deceived like the other people in the city?" I heard that these God's chosen ones are now targeting other people. Lord Solando has even recruited some of them, and they claim to have a way to cure the city lord already. Humphrey, if they really had a way, they wouldn't have waited until now. Lord Solando shouldn't let himself be fooled by them. See? Miss Anna has brought a God's chosen one here too. These people really never give up. After listening to the servants' conversation for a while, Song Jian couldn't help but be speechless. The players still considered this game too simplistic. As a city lord holding absolute power, the resources at his disposal were far beyond what new players could match. If the city lord couldn't solve the issue himself, how could the players have such confidence in basic healing elixirs or basic detox elixirs? What a bunch of arrogant fools. Song Jian shook his head, thinking helplessly. However, this was unavoidable. There were simply too many players in the City of Sin, and in this environment, as long as a player didn't take risks, it was hard for them to die. Unlike other places where harsh environments eliminated a large number of people. After entering the backyard of the City Lord Mansion, Song Jian saw a noble woman in a luxurious dress enjoying flowers in a garden. She revealed a kind smile when she saw Anna and nodded, asking, "Anna, is this the God's chosen one you found? The one who can save the City Lord?" Chapter 572, Self-confidence. In front of Song Jian was a noble lady who looked to be in her 30s. Every smile and frown exuded warmth and generosity, her dignified beauty radiating a kind and benevolent aura. Her gaze towards Anna was filled with affection. She reached out and held Anna's hand, bringing her to her side. After glancing at Song Jian, Annika whispered something in Anna's ear. Anna immediately blushed and began shaking her head as if explaining something, not daring to gaze in Song Jian's direction. Annika chuckled softly, turned to Song Jian and said, "Looking at you, I wouldn't have guessed you possessed the skill to save the city master. However, you chosen ones of God are all quite mysterious, appearing and disappearing without a trace, always capable of producing miracles. I have high hopes for you." Song Jian bowed respectfully to Annika without uttering a word. In reality, when Song Jian first saw Annika, his instincts were screaming alarms in warning. This woman held a presence not weaker than Shadow Giant Dragon. If not for Song Jian's composure, he might already be drenched in sweat, shaken to his core. This strong scent of blood is as if I am standing before an endless sea of blood. Song Jian thought to himself. Though his face remained expressionless, the clenched fist in his sleeve betrayed his inner thoughts. Song Jian, this is the city master's wife and my aunt, Lady Annika. Anna introduced. Greetings, respected Lady Annika. Song Jian bowed to Annika. As he heard she was the city master's wife, the puzzle in his mind clicked, connecting all the clues. Perhaps, the reason for the city master's unconsciousness lies right in front of me. Song Jian thought. He became even more humble, wishing he could become invisible to avoid Annika's attention. However, Annika's gaze remained on Song Jian. Her face wore a kind smile, but her eyes held a discerning light. "You're a good lad. Keep it up. Anna is the young princess of the City of Sin," Annika jokingly insinuated. "Aunt." Blushing intensely, Anna promptly tugged at Annika's hand to halt her amused teasing. "Enough joking now. You should go check on Kane. Oh God, why did you have to let this disease torment Kane? I would rather bear this pain for him." Annika's face fell, showing a hint of sorrow. "And, everything will get better," Anna quietly comforted. Song Jian stood to one side, remaining as still and silent as if he were a wooden statue, even his movements were minimal. After chatting with Annika for a while, Anna led Song Jian towards the master's chamber where Kane was recovering. Annika's gaze was still focused on Song Jian's back. She could see through Song Jian's abilities, just a man who had not even reached the first combat power level. Such a person could not possibly dispel the poison she had unleashed. Even though the chosen ones of God had become the city's laughingstock, Annika still wanted to judge him with her own eyes, to prevent any unwelcome surprises. Another pitiful fool, huh? A cold smile surfaced on Annika's face. With a harsh rub of her fingers, she ground a flower into dust. Song Jian followed Anna through the city lord mansion, where armed soldiers in armor were visible everywhere. "These are my uncle's guards, loyal to him alone. Since my uncle's sickness, they have been stationed here in the city lord mansion to protect him," Anna whispered. Song Jian nodded in understanding. "If not for these loyal soldiers, the city master might have died long ago. In a moment, you will meet Sir Saravi. He leads the mansion guards and is my uncle's most trusted man. He has been by my uncle's side this whole time, so you must be extra respectful to him," Anna reminded. Song Jian nodded in understanding, suspecting that this Saravi likely possessed strength comparable to Lady Annika's. "I never thought that so much power would be concentrated around one city master." Song Jian mused, "But one day, my territory will spread across the entire Doomsday City, and by then, I will be a true city master." The area of Doomsday City is similar to that of the City of Sin. However, one is a city in ruins, while the other is bustling with prosperity. Comparisons between the two are futile. But if Songjian could truly expand his territory to encompass an entire city, perhaps there would indeed be an opportunity for him to compete with the City of Sin. Songjian, following Anna, arrived at a 3-story house. It was unremarkable from the outside, but Songjian could sense that within 100 meters of this house, heavy guards were stationed. The aura emanating from these soldiers, each seasoned and hardened from countless battles, ensured this place was impervious to intrusion. Not even a mosquito could sneak in. After a thorough search, Songjian and Anna were led to the city master's sickbed. A middle-aged man in a gray robe stands nearby, casting a wary glance at Anna and Songjian. "Miss, you have come to visit the master again." Saravi faintly smiled, nodding towards Anna. "Sir Saravi, good day." Anna curtsied to Saravi, saying, "This is Songjian. Although he is a chosen one of God, he possesses an artifact capable of curing my uncle's illness." Saravi didn't even glance at Songjian as he shook his head. "Miss, the city master is not sick, he's been poisoned. The poison he's afflicted with is highly lethal, even I can't completely eliminate it. I can only slow it down, but recently, the poison has shown signs of spreading. I've already dispatched soldiers to the City of Hymns to purchase sufficient life potions. Sir Saravi, I understand my uncle is poisoned. Yet, I believe the artifact Songjian has can heal him fully." Anna interrupted Saravi, her voice filled with confidence as she nodded towards Songjian. Chapter 573 Holy Water. Annie gave Songjian a sign, and Songjian nodded. From the bag, he pulled out the Goblet of Life and handed it to Annie. "Lord Saravi, this is the Goblet of Life that Songjian got from the treasure vault of the Shadow Giant Dragon in the Dark Castle. It can turn ordinary water into holy water that heals any injuries and detoxifies any kinds of poison." Annie explained to Saravi, holding up the Goblet of Life. Saravi, the magician, stared at the crude wooden cup in Annie's hand, felt it quietly, but didn't sense any energy fluctuation from it. Shaking his head, Saravi said, "I didn't feel any energy fluctuation from this cup. It's impossible for it to be the Goblet of Life. Not to mention." Saravi glanced at Songjian, a dash of disdain flashing in his eyes, and stated, "I do not believe that he, with his current abilities, could have stolen the Goblet of Life from the Dark Castle. What kind of place is the Dark Castle? It's the nest of the Shadow Giant Dragon. Even if the dragon had been seriously injured and was now dying, the threat of a dragon couldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, how could this crude wooden cup possibly be the Goblet of Life? Even a child wouldn't use it as a toy. It looked simply terrible." Annie didn't say anything. Ever since she touched the Goblet of Life, it has become more ordinary, giving a feeling that this divine artifact was self-concealing. Only Annie herself could feel the potent life energy brimming within the Goblet of Life. "Lord Saravi, could you give me a bottle of clear water?" Annie insisted. Sighing inwardly, Saravi shook his head slightly. It seemed that Annie had been seriously tricked by this devotee. With just a wave, Saravi motioned towards the table. "That's fresh water a servant just brought in." Annie walked over there, slowly poured the clear water from the bottle into the Goblet of Life. At first, there was no anomaly. But when the water level reached the rim of the cup, an odd energy began to radiate from the water. Saravi clearly felt the ripple of this potent life force. One of his brows lifted, and he couldn't help but make a surprised sound of "A." The clear water in the Holy Grail began to ripple. A silver glow burst from the water, and a surging life energy began to spread around. It really is the Goblet of Life." The look of wild joy on Saravi's face was unmistakable. The city lord had been poisoned for so long, and Saravi had been under extreme pressure. He had nearly exhausted all his energy in suppressing the spread of the poison. Even knowing that Lady Annika was seizing power, he couldn't spare any effort to stop her. He could only keep a firm grip on the city lord mansion's guards, letting them protect the safety of the mansion, while he stayed by the city lord's side all the time. Feeling the life energy emanating from the Holy Grail, Saravi was filled with deep emotion, his eyes welling up with tears. He bowed deeply to Annie and Songjian, full of gratitude and regret. "I apologize for my previous attitude towards you, miss, and the devotee. I didn't expect. At that moment, Annika was holding a glass of red wine, figuring out how to install her men into the mansion guard. As long as the city lord was not dead, she could not rest. She had arranged for her men to be around all the offspring in the mansion. Once news of the city lord's death was conveyed, they would all die on the same day. Then, Annika, with power in her hands, would become the master of 2 cities. When I fully control the City of Sin, naturally there will be a seat for me in the Council of Elders. Humphrey, then, I'll make those old farts." Just as Annika was secretly pleased, she suddenly felt a surge of life energy coming from the backyard. Annika frowned. What was happening? Suddenly, she thought of the place where the energy fluctuation was strongest, apparently where the city lord was lying unwell. Her face turned white abruptly. Her right hand clenched tightly, the glass in her hand was instantly shattered. Annika rose to her feet, her beautiful face instantly turned fierce. She roared in a low voice, "Impossible!" Whoosh! A black whirlwind blew over, and Annika's figure disappeared from the room. Saravi slowly helped the sallow middle-aged man on the sickbed to sit up. Annie was holding the goblet of life, prepared to pour the holy water into the man's mouth. Just then, a violent argument came from outside. It seemed like the guards of this room were quarreling with someone and had started fighting. Ignore what's happening outside and continue. Saravi furrowed his brows and said firmly. Annie nodded. She touched the holy grail to the city lord's lips. The city lord seemed to sense something, his body involuntarily started to suck, and the thick milk-like holy water started to flow into his mouth. Bang! The door of the room was pushed open. Blood-stained Annika, her aura as fierce as ever, stormed in. What are you giving the city lord to drink? Annika asked abruptly. Feeling no movement behind Annika, Saravi's eyes showed a trace of sorrow. He rose to his feet, standing in front of the sickbed. Annika, what on earth do you want to do? Saravi's robe started to ripple with no wind. The aura radiating from his body was on par with Annika. It felt as if a whirlwind had blown up in the room. All the furniture and utensils were ground into dust by the conflicting energies. However, the city lord's bed was safe and sound, guarded by Saravi. This is... Songjian's eyes showed a horrified look. These two people's strength had certainly exceeded the first-order combat power, even somewhat similar to what he felt when he confronted the shadow giant dragon. Saravi, you conspired with Annie and this devotee to poison the city lord. Today, in the city lord's name, I will punish you. On Annika's face, a black aura emerged. Her cheeks slowly sunk in, two fangs gradually protruding from her lips, her fair arms started becoming withered like branches. Her hands, like the claws of a devil, shimmered with a metallic cold light. It really is you. A trace of understanding appeared in Saravi's eyes. He had long suspected Annika but had no evidence. In front of others, Annika always acted very well. He didn't expect that she would lose her temper today, and reveal her true nature. City Lord of the City of Blood, Blood Queen Onyxia. Saravi broke Annika's identity. With his right hand grabbing into the empty air, an exquisite magic staff that was over a foot long appeared in Saravi's hand. Roar! Annika roared like a wild beast at Saravi. Behind her, a colossal phantom slowly emerged, displaying its arrogant posture. Chapter 574, Dragon Soul, get out of here! Saravi roared, wildly waving the magic staff in his hand. Instantly, countless light arrows shot towards Annika, like a sudden downpour. Songjian narrowed his eyes, focusing on the shadowy figure behind Annika. This ethereal shadow gave Songjian a strange feeling, both familiar and unfamiliar. Annika let out a shriek, retreating from the room and into the courtyard. Saravi followed close behind, and Songjian glanced at Anna. At this moment, she was holding the goblet of life, staunchly standing guard by the city lord's sickbed. After a moment's hesitation, Songjian rushed out of the house. The chance to witness combat between two individuals who had exceeded the first tier of combat power was exceedingly rare. If Songjian could spectate, it would potentially be greatly beneficial to his future growth. However, battles of such caliber were fraught with extreme danger. Mere aftershocks from the fighting would be more than enough to overwhelm an ordinary person. Many who had stumbled upon such scenarios not only failed to benefit but ended up losing their lives. Saravi floated in midair above the city lord mansion. The elegant robes Annika was wearing had vanished, replaced with pitch-black form-fitting scale armor. In her hands, she held two short swords that shimmered with a sinister green light, evidently coated in potent poison. Blood Queen, the city of sin is not yours to touch. Saravi thundered as dark clouds roiled above him, streaks of lightning darting through the sky like silver dragons. Behind the Blood Queen, the illusory form of a dragon was roaring at the heavens, exuding an imposing aura. A thick, blood-red aura emanated from her body, making one feel as if gazing upon a mountain of corpses bathed in blood. Songjian's gaze showed relief. The discomfort he had felt ever since first meeting the city lord's wife now made sense. He had felt as though he was standing before a tumultuous sea of boiling blood. He had initially assumed it was an illusion, but it seemed that the city lord's wife had managed to hide her true nature under a deep disguise. The fight between Saravi and Annika escalated, causing many buildings within the city lord mansion to crumble into ruins. However, soon a barrier of light enveloped the entire mansion, shielding it from the after-effects of the battle. The battle moved from the ground to midair, splitting the sky in two. One side was covered in dark clouds with flashes of lightning, while the other half roiled like a sea of blood with massive waves. Such a battle was astonishingly spectacular, leaving Songjian yearning for the day when he might possess such terrifying power. Roar! The shadowy figure behind Annika suddenly let out a roar, spewing a jet of black flame at Saravi. Saravi swiped his right hand in front of him, creating a shield of light that blocked the flaming onslaught from the shadowy figure. Dragon's breath. Songjian murmured, eyes narrowed. This attack was all too familiar to Songjian, the shadow giant dragon, and even his pet, the black dragon, both employed dragon's breath as their primary attack. Simple as it was, the attack packed a tremendous punch and was hard for most to withstand. What kind of ability allows for the summoning of a black dragon's illusion? And moreover, why does it bear little difference to a real dragon? Songjian frowned, carefully analyzing the abilities used by both combatants. Saravi was a wizard. Although Songjian didn't understand all of his abilities, he was able to relate the basic energy usage and some other magical aspects to similar occupations. On the other hand, Songjian didn't have a clue about Annika's profession. Her equipment and weapons suggested that she was a melee fighter, but she also seemed to have the ability to conduct magical attacks and even summon an image of a dragon. Seemingly undefeatable, as the time passed, Annika gradually began to gain the upper hand. Saravi increasingly adopted a defensive stance, hardly ever attacking Annika anymore. Songjian's heart sank. If the current situation persisted, Saravi was bound to be defeated. Once that happened, who would be able to resist Annika? Just then, a beam of white light descended from above Saravi, momentarily restoring a small portion of his vitality points. Songjian turned his head and saw Anna, supporting a middle-aged man standing at the mansion's entrance. The man looked drained, but his eyes shimmered with determination. The pain was evident in his eyes as he gazed at Annika. The healing light on Saravi's head was released by Anna. As a life priest, Anna's healing ability was undoubtedly the most formidable amongst priests of equal level. With Anna's help, Saravi quickly regained his footing and stabilized the situation. Annika, why have you become like this? Why have you tried to kill me? The city lord's face was scored with pain as he bellowed out loud. Don't call me Annika. My name is Blood Queen Onyxia. Annika roared back, the Dragonuk shadow behind her letting out an angry roar towards the city lord. Just then, Songjian suddenly sensed strong fluctuations coming from his pet space. When he checked, it was his pet black dragon, roaring furious and signaling to him its strong desire to join the fray. Songjian thought against summoning his black dragon at that moment, knowing it would make no difference in the outcome of the battle. However, going against the dragon's will could seriously affect the loyalty of his pet. With a mere thought, the black dragon, massive in size, appeared beside Songjian, roaring furiously at Annika in the sky. To Songjian's surprise, the black dragon decided to take matters into its own claws, flapping its wings, and charging directly at Annika. Songjian was taken aback. Although the black dragon commanded first-tier combat power, it still was no match for Annika. Its dragon might was unlikely to have much effect on a formidable opponent like Annika. A dragon? A young dragon? Saravi looked surprised as he turned to look at Songjian. Anyone capable of owning a dragon as their pet was sure to be someone extraordinary. Young man, call back your pet. Even though it's a dragon, it's still growing and is no match for Annika. Or rather, the Blood Queen. Saravi advised Songjian with a nod and a friendly demeanor. I can't control it. I don't know why, but it was being restless in the pet space. The moment I let it out, before I could command it, it just charged straight into the fight, Songjian explained with a bitter smile and a shrug of his shoulders. Saravi's eyebrows furrowed. After pondering for a while, his gaze returned to the dragon shadow behind Annika and an expression of astonishment crossed his face. This isn't mimicry magic. This is a dragon's dragon soul. Saravi exclaimed in shock. Onyxia, you dared to refine a dragon's dragon soul. Saravi roared, your audacity knows no bounds. Aren't you afraid of incessant, relentless retaliation from the dragon clan? Chapter 575, Griffin Knight's Court. In fact, initially, Saravi did not recognize the phantom behind Annika as the soul of a true giant dragon. It's important to realize that in this game world, there are numerous magics that can imitate the form of a giant dragon. Even Saravi can imitate it to some extent with his witchcraft. But these simulations yield negligible practical effects. Only some distinct magics can mimic the true power of a giant dragon. However, the anger exhibited by Songjian's battle pet, this young black dragon, prompted Saravi to realize that the huge dragonish phantom shadow behind Annika was not some magic simulation, but rather a dragon soul. Such a being can only be formed by personally slaying a giant dragon, then extracting its soul and refining it with special magic. But this method is exceedingly cruel. Those utilizing dragon bodies as material for crafting equipment and weapons are seen as enemies by the dragon clan. If discovered, it ensures a fight to the death. Although Songjian's battle pet is merely a maturing black dragon, when it sensed that Annika had refined a dragon soul, it attacked her in rage, knowing it couldn't win. This is the pride of the Dragon Clan, an unending war between the Dragon Clan and the offenders. Such behavior of Annika's was sacrilege against all the dragons. Once this news leaks out, even though she was the ruler of a city, the angry dragons will not hesitate to completely destroy her city of blood until the dragon soul she had refined is set free. Annika's face changed drastically. She did not expect to encounter a true giant dragon in this place. She had been adept at hiding the dragon soul she had refined and even used it numerous times during battles, but no one ever recognized it. Even if they vaguely detected it, it couldn't be confirmed one way or the other. But today, Annika's secret was finally exposed. For her, the consequences were far more severe than failing to capture the city of Sin. Being pursued and hunted by the Dragon Clan across the entire continent turned her blood cold. Damn it! Seeing the giant dragon lunging toward her, a vicious expression flashed across Annika's face. She wished she could tear this young dragon to shreds, extract its soul, and torment it for 10,000 years. Just as she was about to make her move, she suddenly saw dozens of multicolored energy rays shooting from Saravi's hand. Like birds, these energy rays flew in all directions. This is a magical message. Annika's face changed dramatically. Annika, no, Blood Queen Onyxia, I have disseminated the news of your dragon soul refinement to neighboring cities. I believe it won't be long before the news spreads across the entire continent. The time left for you is not much. Even if you completely destroy the city of Sin, what would it mean? Saravi then flashed a smile, looking like he had the winning hand. Just then, a beast-like roar emerged from a distance and a large group of warriors riding griffins appeared in the sky, heading their way. The academy has reacted too. Saravi thought to himself. Griffin riders belonged only to the academy of the city of Sin. They were a military force that the academy held control over, and their might was even more formidable than the city guard under Saravi's control. Their only drawback was their limited number and the difficulty in replenishing their ranks once diminished. Otherwise, the city of Sin would entirely focus on raising griffin riders. Onyxia, you have failed. Saravi declared victory. This matter will not end here. I will return one day. The Blood Queen let out a roar, shot a hateful glance at Songjian, and repelled the black dragon lunging towards her with a red pillar of light before disappearing into the distance. Upon the Blood Queen's departure, Saravi finally heaved a sigh of relief, exhaustion visible on his face as he slowly descended from the sky. Master, you have finally come to your senses. Saravi dropped to one knee in front of the Lord of the city. Saravi, even though I was unconscious, I was aware of everything happening around me. You have worked hard during this time, the city lord said with a gratified smile, raising Saravi from the ground. Saravi was his playing mate since childhood. He was the person the city lord trusted the most in this world. And Saravi had indeed justified his trust. In this period, had it not been for Saravi, the city of Sin would have fallen into others' hands a long time ago. At this moment, the Griffin Knights in the sky descended one after another. A man wearing silver armor dismounted from his griffin, got down on one knee before the city lord. Master, you have finally awakened. He said respectfully. This man was Yin, the leader of the Academy's Griffin Knights. Amid the city lord's unconsciousness due to poison, only Saravi's city guard and the Academy not been won over by the Blood Queen. Because of Saravi, the city guards always firmly stood by the city lord's side and worked tirelessly to save him. But the Academy's attitude was ambiguous. They hadn't completely sided with the Blood Queen, nor did they make efforts to save the city lord. They seemed to display a neutral stance to the outside world. This time, they had hurriedly dispatched the Griffin Knight Legion only upon learning of the city lord's awakening. Even though it's referred to as a legion, there are fewer than 100 Griffin Knights under the control of the Academy. Rise, Yin. Your arrival here with the knights in my hour of need brings me great comfort. The city lord said, smiling. He helped Yin rise and then placed a hand on his shoulder. All right. Dismissed. Yin, notify the Academy's Dean Ka-Ermit, there'll be a meeting in my mansion tomorrow, ordered the city lord. I obey, master. Yin respectfully saluted and then led the Griffin Knights back to the Academy. The city lord watched the Griffin Knights in the sky until they disappeared from view. Saravi, Anna, and you Songjian, come with me, I have something to. The city lord hadn't finished speaking when a warhorse came galloping towards the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing the city lord, the rider showed evident delight, then immediately spurred his horse towards the crowd. Claw, what's wrong? Has anything happened to young Master Solon? Saravi asked, seeing the knight and immediately changing color. In fact, on the day the city lord fell ill, Saravi had deployed soldiers to protect all the city lord's children. Claw was one of the soldiers assigned to protect the young Master Solon. Master, Chief, not only young Master Solon, Haben, Ennis and young Master Angrade. All have been assassinated. Claw said, kneeling and hanging his head. Upon hearing this, the city lord felt as if a huge hammer had struck his chest. A wave of darkness washed over him, and he spouted a mouthful of fresh blood. His body swaying, he fell backwards. Chapter 576, Viscount controlling all of Lai Yin's heirs and then killing them at the right opportunity was originally part of Blood Queen's plan. But her plan couldn't be so simple and crude. It must be like causing the death of the city lord, either by poisoning or by creating various accidents, definitely not like now, with several heirs being assassinated at the same time. Although Saravi sensed something wrong, he sent the city lord mansion guards to the side of each heir with inheritance rights, claiming it was for protection, but in reality, it was surveillance. Once city lord Lai Yin died, Blood Queen controlling the entire city as the city lord's wife would not be very reasonable. The best approach would be to support an heir, make them the city lord, and gradually insert her own confidence. Once all the rights in the city of Sin were in her hands, it would no longer matter whether there was a city lord. However, no one expected Blood Queen to be so ruthless. After her conspiracy failed and she had to flee, she directly killed all of the city lord's heirs with inheritance rights, which was a blatant revenge on the city of Sin. City lord, what's wrong with you? Saravi saw the city lord fall backward and quickly stepped forward to support him while shouting, "Call for a doctor, get a doctor right away." Songjian followed Anna and temporarily lived in the city lord mansion. No one knew whether Blood Queen would reappear and assassinate the city lord. Although her actions of concocting dragon soul had already spread throughout the continent, and she must be in a desperate situation now, not even daring to go back to her own city of blood. But with Blood Queen's ruthless character, no one could guarantee that she wouldn't return to City of Sin and assassinate City Lord Lai Yin. If City Lord Lai Yin died and all the heirs with inheritance rights were also dead, then the City of Sin would definitely fall into chaos due to the struggle for the position of City Lord. Saravi had just experienced a great battle, and although Anna had healed all his injuries, his mental fatigue could not be entirely eliminated. Instead of resting, he had to guard the City Lord due to the Lord's sudden unconsciousness, just like the time when he was poisoned. Anna, as a life priest, naturally had to stay by the City Lord's side. As for Songjian, he had no choice but to follow Anna because of the mission. The third ring mission was considered complete, and his relationship with Anna had jumped from respect to reverence. However, the other reward was long overdue, which was the reason Songjian had to follow Anna. The permanent residency right in the City of Sin was still very attractive to Songjian at the moment. This city was prosperous in development, not just a city of technology but also a city of trade. Most importantly, it had the most significant number of players Songjian had ever seen. In such a city, he wouldn't be surprised if any miracle happened. To obtain permanent residency in this city, one must own a property in the city, just like Songjian owning a 100% personal store in the city of Hymns, so he could apply for permanent residency with the municipal government. The reward for successfully completing the third ring was to grant Songjian permanent residency in this city, which meant that Songjian would obtain a property in this city. As for the type, size, and location of the property, Songjian couldn't control it. He had to wait for the city lord to wake up. Saravi had already ordered the city lord mansion guards, who had been sent out, to be summoned back. In fact, City Lord Lai Yin himself was a strong man not weaker than Saravi, but the death of all his heirs had dealt a massive blow to Lai Yin's spirit. At his age, if he had no heir, it would be difficult for him to have another one in the future. Blood Queen's move had indeed struck Lai Yin's weak spot. Everyone stayed in the City Lord mansion, waiting for Lai Yin to wake up. One day passed quickly, and it wasn't until the evening of the next day that Lai Yin slowly opened his eyes. Saravi was very excited to see City Lord Lai Yin wake up, but when he saw Lai Yin's lifeless eyes, his originally excited body suddenly slowed down. City Lord, what's wrong with you?" Saravi carefully asked. "Lai Yin, are all my bloodlines really cut off?" After a long time, Lai Yin asked softly. Saravi was at a loss for words, as he had carefully examined the bodies of all Lai Yin's heirs and preserved them in ice. Salatu, Haben, Ennis, and young Master Angrade, their bodies have all been preserved in the underground ice cellar, and you can check them at any time. Saravi hesitated for a long time before whispering. Angrade was only 8 years old, how could she do it? Lai Yin suddenly roared with anger and a ferocious expression. "Saravi, I want to issue a City Lord mobilization order, summon all the soldiers, and declare war on the City of Blood." Lai Yin roared with a hateful face. Saravi hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Lai Yin, now is not the best time for revenge. While you were unconscious these months, many people have secretly pledged allegiance to the Blood Queen." Saravi stopped there. In the past, everything in the City of Sin was decided by Lai Yin, who had absolute power to control the city. But now, many people had betrayed Lai Yin. As soon as Lai Yin woke up, a purge was inevitable. Otherwise, if a war with the City of Blood broke out, those who had already betrayed Lai Yin would push the City of Sin into a desperate situation. Lai Yin fell silent for a moment, then looked up at Saravi and asked, "Who are they?" Saravi saw the anger in Lai Yin's eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Lai Yin's eyes were filled with deadness, and Saravi was afraid that he would give up and sink into despair from then on. But seeing Lai Yin now, Saravi was relieved. Even if his heart was filled with rage, it was still 100 times better than giving up and sinking. The two talked in the room for a long time. Orders were issued one by one from the room, until late at night, when Song Jian was suddenly woken up by a servant and brought to Lai Yin's room. "Greetings to City Lord." Song Jian placed his right hand over his chest, saluting the half-lying City Lord Lai Yin. In addition to Lai Yin in the room, there were also Saravi and Anna, both of whom smiled at Song Jian. This time, saving Lai Yin could be considered Song Jian's greatest achievement. Not only did he obtain the Goblet of Life from the Dark Castle, but his battle pet, Black Dragon, was also the first to detect that she had actually concocted Dragon Soul when Blood Queen freaked out. This discovery allowed Saravi to frighten Blood Queen away. "Song Jian, I want to thank you for saving my life and the City of Sin." Lai Yin nodded to Song Jian and slowly said, "To express my gratitude to you, I have decided to confer a nobility title upon you. From today on, you will be a Viscount of the City of Sin." Chapter 577 Servant a Noble Title? Song Jian was taken aback. Knowing that for players to acquire a noble title in the game was incredibly difficult, even impossible at the current stage. On one hand, the NPCs in the game were amazed at the potential of the players and respected them greatly. Ordinary citizens even regarded them as nobility, offering them greetings when they met. On the other hand, the real nobility were on their guard against players, considering them no more than brawlers, hardly different from the mercenaries in the mercenary guild. Until now, let alone noble titles, there were even very few players who had become knights within the game. The knights in this context weren't players' profession, but rather a rank. For example, in the game, the person who owned a city would automatically be given a duke's title, like the Blood Queen or Lai Yin. By the way, the Blood Queen title of Onyxia was self-proclaimed. She should actually be known as the Blood Duke, as she only had a duke's title and had no right to be called a queen. However, she had taken the moniker Blood Queen for herself. Many people, including players, had grown accustomed to this name. But among true nobles, they scorned her actions and not a single one acknowledged her title. Following the rank of Duke or Marquis, Count, Viscount, Baron, and then Knight. Knights were essentially in reserve for the nobility, but even then, becoming a knight was an incredibly difficult task. Yet now, Song Jian had jumped straight to the title of Viscount, which was simply unbelievable to others. In the city, you will have a mansion of 300 acres, you will have the right to assemble your own private army, the number of which cannot exceed 300 men. You can create your own family insignia, and Saravi was detailing to Song Jian his rights and responsibilities upon becoming a Viscount. System, you have completed the third cycle of the epic task and have performed perfectly in the process, earning the praise of City Lord Lai Yin. System, the City Lord of the City of Sin, Lai Yin, has appointed you a Viscount. You now have the title of Viscount. System, you have become the first player in the game to obtain a noble status, awarded a level up. A light radiated from Song Jian. He had just reached level 27 but now instantly advanced to level 28. The additional skill points were used on Broken Wing Dance. The fourth level of Broken Wing Dance significantly increased the damage, and the control range of the final strike also increased slightly. Conferring the Viscount title was a very significant matter for the nobles of the City of Sin, and usually would require a grand ceremony. However, since the city lord was in ill health, a simple ceremony was chosen instead. The next day, Song Jian left the city lord mansion for his own estate. The epic level mission had not ended. Although he had completed the third cycle, the fourth cycle had not yet begun. Song Jian could only wait patiently. The City of Sin was lively during the day, remaining unaffected by the combat that had taken place in the sky above the city lord mansion 2 days ago. The only difference was that there were more soldiers patrolling the streets than usual. Walking down the street, Song Jian's first impression was that the city was incredibly crowded. Players typically didn't loaf about in the streets, most of them were out of the city, leveling up by battling monsters or going to the mercenary hall for quests. Even when they appeared in the streets, they would be hurrying to their destinations. The NPCs and the shops and stalls lining the street were more plentiful here. The noise of haggling, hawking, and soliciting was cacophonous, but it also gave a sense of peace when one was immersed in it. Many NPC adventurers in armor were arguing with the vendors, their faces turning red, yet once the transaction was completed, they embraced like old friends, patting each other on the back. This is almost like a real-world marketplace. Song Jian thought while walking and observing. No, it's even livelier than a real-world marketplace. After all, in real-world markets, Song Jian had never seen members of the alien clan, goblins, beastmen, half-beastmen, jackalmen, or the gill-faced fishman clan. In this city, they were accepted just like humans. They weren't discriminated against but rather welcomed for the unique resources their races bring. Song Jian saw a stall owned by a member of the fishman clan swarmed with people, as they vied for a fist-sized pearl. Esteemed God-favored one, is this your first time in the city of Sin? Song Jian's relaxed and curious demeanor drew the attention of many, including a small boy with a pair of beast ears, who squeezed out from the crowd, bowed before Song Jian, and with a flattering smile, asked, "Sir, do you need a guide? I grew up in the city of Sin and I'm familiar with every inch of it. Plus, my rates are the cheapest. Do you know how to get to Champs-Élysées Street?" Song Jian asked. Champs-Élysées Street? Of course, it's the most famous street in the city of Sin. Those who live there are all of noble status. The small boy looked Song Jian up and down, responding with surprise. "What's your name?" Song Jian questioned, eyeing the boy's pair of beast ears. This was a human with beastman lineage. These half-beastmen would often die prematurely if they were in other places. Humans rejected other races and saw these beastman-blooded humans as monsters. In many places, Song Jian would rarely encounter members of the alien clan, just as in the city of Hems. "Soen, my name is Soen, sir." The boy's heart lifted upon seeing he might get his chance at some business. "Sir, it will only cost you 20 doomsday coins to hire me as your guide to Champs-Élysées Street. I can assure you, I will take you there via the fastest route," Soen confidently promised. "All right, I'll entrust you with that then." Song Jian nodded and smiled. A look of joy appeared on Soen's face as he led the way. After weaving through the crowded streets and even forcefully pushing away a couple of pickpockets approaching Song Jian, Soen led him to a road crossing after half an hour. This location was much more tranquil compared to other places, but the surrounding streets were noticeably wider and the buildings were arranged more methodically, in stark contrast to the disordered and chaotic areas he had previously seen. "Sir, this is Champs-Élysées Street. If you follow this road, you will find the famous Mandala auction house," Soen replied regretfully. "However, people of my status are not permitted to enter Champs-Élysées Street. I can only take you this far." Song Jian nodded and handed him 50 doomsday coins. Soen was a clever kid, and on the way there, he shared several rumors about the city of Sin. He seemed to know every bit of street gossip and even revealed to Song Jian several places frequently visited by players. "What an interesting little fellow," Song Jian muttered under his breath. While watching Song Jian walk down Champs-Élysées Street, Soen held on to his 50 doomsday coins with a conflicted look on his face rather than leaving. After a pause, he suddenly ran toward Song Jian, calling out as he did. "Sir, sir. Do you need a servant? I grew up in the city of Sin, and know it like the back of my hand. I can definitely be of help." Song Jian paused, turned around, and looked at the panting boy before him, a playful smile playing on his lips. Chapter 578, the fourth ring. Early in the morning, Song Jian pushed open the window of his bedroom, and fresh air washed over him. Before him lay a vast plaza, in the middle of which was a fountain gushing with clear water. Some servants had begun to clean the entire mansion early on. This was a manor spreading over 300 acres. Such manors were rare in the city of Sin, reserved only for those of high standing. "I originally thought I would only get a normal residency, but I never expected to gain such a large place. This is almost as big as the land I own in Doomsday City." Song Jian stood on the castle, overlooking the entire manor as he reflected. Upon gazing at the estate, Song Jian felt a sudden impulse to relocate his safe house here. After all, the city of Sin is far safer than Doomsday City. After breakfast, Soen approached Song Jian, holding a pile of magical materials. Soen, now dressed in servant attire, respectfully said to Song Jian, "Master, I have gathered all the materials you need." Song Jian had been in the city of Sin for almost a week. On the third day after acquiring this estate, City Lord Lin held a grand knighting ceremony for him. Everyone in the city of Sin knew that a new lord had been born. Soen was ecstatic, and for several nights, his excitement had prevented him from getting a good night's sleep. He now acted as Song Jian's attendant, serving a distinguished viscount. Normally, he wouldn't even have a chance to approach such an influential character. It took Song Jian half a day to learn a magic rune array skill from Qi Yun. Then, he began to set up a defensive magical array around his estate. The magic array required numerous materials, some of which were even controlled supplies that ordinary supply stores did not sell. This was when Soen's local knowledge came in handy. Being well versed in the city's alleys, Soen knew about almost every black market and underground trading area. It took Sun only 2 days to purchase all the materials Song Jian needed. Song Jian was very pleased. He inspected the magical materials Sun brought back. Soon, he nodded in satisfaction. The quality of these materials was good, entirely suitable for constructing a magical array that could defend the entire estate. Having left Doomsday City, Song Jian could not return for the time being. The concealment ring's usage limit had already been depleted. If he wished to return, he would need to find a transfer gate that could bring him directly back to his safe house. This type of gate was typically set up by the game system, so encountering one relied on luck. Another method involved the transmission array to return to Doomsday City. However, the main problem was that Doomsday City did not have its own transmission array yet. So, for now, Song Jian had to purchase materials to build a transmission array in the city of Sin. Then, he would have to figure out how to use the in-game mailing system to ask other guild members to build the transmission array. The materials required for the transmission array are all controlled materials. Song Jian shook his head. He had once asked Annie of the Silver Moon Commerce from the City of Hymns to purchase these materials, but ultimately, she did not succeed. The transmission array and the magic tower were the special buildings required to upgrade a safe house to a city. Without the transmission array, the safe house could not be upgraded to a city. Sun, here's a list. I want you to buy the materials on it. Remember, even if it costs a lot or takes a long time, the most important thing is to keep it a secret. Song Jian handed Sun a list of materials needed for the transmission array and said solemnly. Taking the list, Sun glanced at it. Astonishment flashed across his face, but he didn't ask any questions and only safely put the list away. He said, Master, rest assured, as long as these materials can be found in the City of Sin, I will buy them all. I'll be discreet. Song Jian nodded and said, These are materials for building a transmission array, they are all strictly controlled. You have to be careful. Despite his young age, Sun was well experienced in dealing with such matters, so Song Jian didn't need to worry for him. Soon, Sun left the manor with the money Song Jian gave him. I'm currently at level 28. Just 2 levels to go before I reach level 30, at which point I can wear the Golden Ant King Ancestor set. At that time, I can challenge the first-tier combat power. Song Jian contemplated. At the thought of the Ant King Ancestor set, Song Jian was filled with anticipation. This was an epic level set, and wearing it would significantly improve his abilities. Taken by this thought, Song Jian was eagerly considering heading out of the city to hunt monsters and level up. Suddenly, a servant entered the room and bowed, saying, Sir, a lady named Anna is here to meet you. Anna? Song Jian was taken aback, then promptly responded, Please let her in. Before long, Anna, dressed in a white dress, came in. Seeing Song Jian, a smile spread across her face. Song Jian, are you settling in well here? I'm fine, thank you for your concern. Song Jian bowed his head. Ever since he moved into the Viscount's mansion, he hadn't had any contact with Anna. However, he still paid attention to her whereabouts as the epic level quest on his plate was closely related to her. Ever since all of City Lord Lai Yin's children were killed by the Blood Queen, Anna had moved into the City Lord mansion. It also seemed like Anna had not yet disclosed her job class as a life priest. I came here because I have something that requires your help, Anna got straight to the point. Song Jian felt a stirring in his chest. It seemed like the 4th phase of the epic quest was about to begin. Seeing Anna's hopeful expression, Song Jian quickly nodded, No problem. I've been looking for something to do. Anna clapped her hands to her chest in relief. I was worried that you might be too busy after becoming a Viscount. With your help, I feel so much more assured. What is the problem? Can you explain the situation to me first? Song Jian asked. This time, it's about my profession advancement. I need to gather a bloodline vine flower from the mysterious garden. With a bloodline vine flower, I can use the power of the goblet of life to improve my constitution and break through to the next realm. Anna said solemnly. Mysterious garden? Song Jian's brows furrowed. The name was strange and unfamiliar to him. He had never heard of it before. The mysterious garden is a secret location not far from the City of Sin, located in a valley of Thunder Beast Mountain. However, it lies within the territorial reach of the Minotaur Blackhoof tribe. These beastmen are very wary of humans, we need to approach with caution, Anna explained. System, Anna has issued the 4th phase of the epic quest to you, gather bloodline vine flowers. Do you accept? A secret location? The Blackhoof tribe? I might even run into an old friend, Song Jian smiled, no problem, Anna. I'm ready to leave any time and accompany you to the mysterious garden at Thunder Beast Mountain. Chapter 579, Thief. It was said that the mysterious garden was a place created by a research institution prior to Doomsday. They had accidentally discovered a particular plant, capable of extracting a substance from it that could delay aging, hence, it resembled a laboratory. In addition to studying this plant, they also cultivated many rare plants for research. After Doomsday, this place gradually fell into disrepair and turned into a secret realm of the 30th level where many plants became aggressive. Anyone who trespassed here would be attacked by them. The most significant thing was that this secret garden was very discreet, and its information was deliberately concealed. Even players born in the city of Sin were rarely aware of it. From Anna, Songjian learned that the level of this secret garden was far lower than that of the Dark Castle. It was merely a small 3-person dungeon, without any first-order combat creatures inside, so Songjian was quite at ease accompanying Anna there. After all, with Songjian's current strength, unless assisted by someone else, when facing a creature of first-order combat power, once the duration of his immortal sword body expired, he would be suppressed on all sides and could only escape. Now, with the assistance of Anna, a life priest, Songjian believed that just the two of them could clear the entire dungeon. After a brief preparation, Songjian and Anna set off towards the secret garden. Although the difficulty of this secret realm is not high, it takes some effort to approach it, Anna explained to Songjian. It lies within the territory of the Blackhoof tribe of the Tauren tribe, which is very watchful against humans. We must sneak in during the night. The two rode on their war horses for a day, arriving at a mountain range by dusk, densely covered with towering trees, resembling an untouched primordial forest. Since leaving Doomsday City, Songjian had passed through a vast desert and few green plants. The crops outside the city of Sin had already astounded Songjian, let alone the existence of such a large primordial forest here. The Thunder Beast Mountain is ahead, and beyond that lies the territory of the Blackhoof tribe. You guys should go back and inform my uncle that we will return in about 3 to 5 days. Anna handed the reins of her warhorse to her guards. Besides Songjian and Anna, 3 guards from the city lord mansion also accompanied them. Although they were elite, they were of little use in getting into the mysterious garden. They had now completed their task of escorting Anna to Thunder Beast Mountain. Miss, Sir Song, be careful. A middle-aged man in armor took the reins of the 2 war horses. I wish Miss and Sir Song triumph. The guards pounded their chests with their right hands, saluted, and shouted loudly to them. Watching the 3 leave, Songjian said to Anna, how about we rest here for the night and climb the Thunder Beast Mountain tomorrow? Anna shook her head. We need to sneak in during the night when the Taurens are not paying attention so we can get into the mysterious garden. There are too many Taurens nearby during the day. Songjian nodded, wondering if Cain had returned to the Blackhoof tribe after their separation and whether he had become the chieftain of the Blackhoof tribe with the help of the Totem Pillar. If they rashly visited and found that Cain hadn't returned, or failed to seize the chieftain position, wouldn't it be awkward? The night in the forest was not quiet. This was when many wild beasts came out for hunting. Songjian saw a black panther that was 5 or 6 meters long perching on a big tree, staring at them with its emerald green eyes. A giant snake as thick as a water bucket and tens of meters long slithered past them. The wild beasts in this forest were all no lower than the 25th level. The level of the black panther and the giant snake he saw earlier were even at the 30th level, which was higher than Songjian's level. This area belonged to the high-level monster zone, which the players hadn't dared to venture into yet because their levels were still low. But as the players' levels grew higher, whether this original forest on Thunder Beast Mountain could be preserved was uncertain. Strange, why don't the wild beasts in this area attack us? Songjian was somewhat puzzled along the way. The names of the wild beasts in this forest were all red, which meant they were creatures that launched attacks actively. Once anyone entered their alert range, they would launch an attack. However, Songjian and Anna didn't intentionally avoid them, but the beasts did not launch an attack even when they noticed the 2 of them. This is my passive ability taking effect, Life Affinity. Anna laughed, no living creature will attack me on its own. Songjian was stunned, taking a sharp intake of breath. This passive ability is too powerful. Why did his sword controller seem so weak compared to this epic profession? Compared to this life priest, my sword controller profession is so shabby that it's embarrassing to mention. Songjian thought, shaking his head. The 2 walked for most of the night and finally arrived at a valley. Anna pointed to the valley ahead and said, the entrance to the mysterious garden is in that valley. Look at the place with the burning torches, that's the Blackhoof tribe. Songjian looked ahead. Around 500 meters away from them was a sunken area. Looking into it from the entrance, the valley was bald without any plants. This was in sharp contrast to the luxuriant forest around it, as if someone had plucked out a patch of the forest. In more than an hour, it will be dawn. This is the perfect time for us to enter the mysterious garden, Anna said, showing a trace of fatigue on her face. After walking one night in Thunder Beast Mountain, even without the disturbance of wild beasts, they had expended a lot of energy. Even Songjian felt some fatigue, not to mention Anna, a young girl. Just as the 2 were preparing to move towards the valley, a frightened cry for help suddenly came from a distance. Following that, a small, thin figure ran towards them in panic. He looked a little ragged, as if he had been greatly frightened. Player? Song Jian looked at the man's face and then glanced at the top of his head. The man's information wasn't hidden, which meant he was a player. Yi Tong, level 25, class, thief, vitality points, 1,100 out of 1,100, spirit points, 300 out of 300, he's a god's chosen. Anna murmured. NPCs couldn't see a player's information, but Anna obviously had her own way to identify them. Song Jian frowned slightly, summoned his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, and assumed a defensive posture. He originally thought that no player would appear on Thunder Beast Mountain, but unexpectedly, he encountered a player being chased here. Meanwhile, Yi Tong, who was being pursued by something at the moment, was running for his life in terror. Upon seeing Song Jian and Anna, a gleam of joy flashed across his face, and he hurried towards them. Chapter 580, Life Chain. Seeing Song Jian, Yi Tong's face lit up with joy. Although the information above Song Jian's head was all hidden, she immediately recognized him as a player. Hey, brother, help, save me. Yi Tong shouted as she ran. Players in the game were a strange group. They could easily become enemies over a piece of equipment, but when in danger, they would ask the nearest player for help, even if they hadn't met before. This phenomenon seemed odd to NPC adventurers in the game, but not to players. As a rogue, Yi Tong came to the Black Hoof tribe to complete a mission but was discovered by the tribe members during the mission and had been pursued until now. My level is still too low. If I were 2 levels higher, I wouldn't have alerted anyone when leaving, Yi Tong thought with some regret. This mission was important to her and couldn't be easily given up. Seeing Song Jian, she saw her last straw and hurried towards him without hesitation. Song Jian's face darkened. He and Anna originally came here to quietly enter the mysterious garden dungeon without alerting the Black Hoof tribe, but now their whereabouts were likely exposed, and it became doubtful whether they could enter the mysterious garden. As for Yi Tong, although she was also a player and a female player at that, Song Jian didn't trust her easily. He had seen several instances of people bringing trouble upon others and then slipping away. More importantly, Anna, a life priest, had weak combat capabilities, and he had to ensure her safety. Yi Tong saw that Song Jian only had a guarded expression and didn't come forward to help, which made her feel disappointed and lost. But this was her only chance of survival, so she stumbled and gasped for breath as she ran towards Song Jian. Song Jian stared at her with his long sword tightly held in his hand, protecting Anna behind him, without obstructing her actions. This gave Yi Tong a slight hope, and she ran faster. Be careful, there are beasts chasing me, Yi Tong whispered. Afterward, a loud roar was heard from the depths of the dense forest behind her. It was full of dominance, like the king of beasts, almost shattering the air. The strong energy swept the forest ahead, and all the trees seemed like they were about to be crushed. Song Jian gave Yi Tong a cold stare, aware of her malicious intentions, but now that he was involved, he had no choice but to confront the enemy. I'm sorry, I had no choice. Yi Tong stood a few meters away from Song Jian, panting heavily, with her hands on her knees. She knew she had done something inappropriate and gave Song Jian an embarrassed smile. At that moment, 3 huge black tigers emerged from the woods, each 7 or 8 meters long. Their massive claws gripped the ground as they encircled the group in an arc formation. Their eyes glinted with bloodlust, and they wore vicious expressions, even when facing Anna. They've been controlled. My passive ability is useless against them, Anna said, her face pale. The 3 black tigers put tremendous pressure on her, reminding her of the shadow teeth she had encountered before in the Shadow Fang mountain range. This thief even brought 2 helpers. To Aya, go inform the chief, I'll hold them off. A deep voice rang out, and soon after, 2 burly Tauren emerged from the dense forest. What did you steal from them? Song Jian grabbed the retreating Yi Tong and stared into her eyes. It's my mission item. Yi Tong struggled but couldn't break free from Song Jian's grip. How could his strength overpower mine? Yi Tong thought. As a rogue, her main attribute was agility, but close combat professions would also add some strength. Yi Tong had obtained 2 strength fruits and 1 potential crystal, and with her equipment, her strength had exceeded 30 points. His strength must be at least 45 points, or even higher. Yi Tong guessed. Is your life important, or is the mission item important? Song Jian retorted. If you block them for me, I'll split the mission reward with you. Yi Tong clenched her teeth. I'll say it again, hand over the mission item, or I'll throw you to those beasts. Song Jian said impatiently. Yi Tong narrowed her eyes, and a snake blade dagger appeared in her right hand. You forced me into this. Yi Tong gritted her teeth and thrust the dagger towards Song Jian's chest. Humphrey, naive. Song Jian snorted coldly, grabbed Yi Tong by the collar, and with a terrifying burst of strength, lifted her up and threw her violently onto a nearby tree. Yi Tong flew through the air like a stone towards a tree, but at the last moment, she managed to control her body, performed a mid-air flip, and landed firmly on a tree branch. "Hey, thanks for the help, brother." Yi Tong gave Songjian a triumphant smile and a flying kiss before turning to leave. Songjian's attack hadn't harmed her but indirectly helped her escape. Not good. Songjian's face darkened. If Yi Tong escaped, he and Anna would face the wrath of the Blackhoof tribe. Even if Kane had become the chief of the Blackhoof tribe, he couldn't explain away aiding Yi Tong's escape. Life chain. Anna raised her hand, and a milky white chain shot towards Yi Tong. Yi Tong paled and suddenly emitted a puff of black smoke that enveloped her body, making her disappear. She had been saving this powerful invisibility skill for a while but hadn't used it because the beasts could still detect her using their sense of smell. After turning invisible, Yi Tong's speed was reduced by 40%. As she took a step to run, the white chain curved in midair and wrapped around an empty space. Slowly, Yi Tong reappeared, her entire body bound by the milky white chain, unable to move. "How did you find me?" Yi Tong looked at Anna with an incredulous expression on her face. Chapter 581, Meeting Kane again. Anna flashed a slight smile and pulled her right hand with force. Yi Tong involuntarily flew in the direction of Songjian, her entire body now out of her control. Within his life chain, as long as it locks onto a target that possesses vital life force, it can automatically track and bind them, no matter where Yi Tong hides, as long as they are within a certain range. "Take out the item, or we will hand you over to them." Songjian's face turned ugly. He threateningly said to Yi Tong, who had almost managed to escape due to his lapse in judgment, almost making him and Anna scapegoats for her actions. "But that is my quest item." Yi Tong protested, but when she saw the 3 black tigers and the robust minotaur, she finally admitted defeat. "If you keep binding me like this, how can I retrieve it? Won't you let me go?" Songjian glanced at Anna. He was a bit concerned. If they released Yi Tong, she might take the chance to escape. "No problem, if she runs again, I can just bind her back," Anna confidently assured. Songjian gave a slight smile and nodded his head. At Anna's thought, the chains binding Yi Tong suddenly transformed into a radiant white light, vanishing into thin air. Yi Tong gave Anna a curious look, then turned to Songjian enviously. "You are really lucky to have recruited such a formidable follower. Cut the crap and hand over the item." Songjian retorted impatiently. "Fine, I'm giving it to you, no need to be so fierce." From her belongings, Yi Tong took out a stone carving and handed it to Songjian. Songjian accepted the carving and saw it was a well-crafted stone statue of a minotaur. The minotaur was depicted wearing simple clothes, one hand held behind his back, the other molded into a knife shape. The sculpture was brought to life with such detail that even the prideful expression of the minotaur seemed lifelike, as if nothing in the world could faze him. Upon holding the carving, Songjian discovered it had no special attributes, just a simple item. But if it were merely a trinket, the Blackhoof tribe wouldn't have guarded it so strictly. After Yi Tong stole it, they quickly noticed it was missing and sent 2 experts to pursue. "This is the statue of our Blackhoof tribe's ancestor, give it back to us." The remaining sturdy minotaur watched Songjian vigilantly, his eyes occasionally glancing at the stone carving in Songjian's hand. The minotaur appeared very tense. "Hey, now that I've given the item back to you, I can leave, right?" Yi Tong glared at Songjian and hollered loudly. After handing over the item, Yi Tong's mission was directly flagged as a failure, which irritated her, but she was helpless. "Fine, you can go now." Songjian waved a hand dismissively at Yi Tong, appearing impatient. "Humphrey, I'll remember this." Yi Tong rolled her eyes at Songjian, activated her acceleration skill, and quickly disappeared into the jungle. Just then, a deep drum beat suddenly echoed from the direction of the Blackhoof tribe. Thud, thud, thud. The low and rapid drum beats made one's heartbeat follow its rhythm involuntarily. Upon hearing the drum beats, the minotaur who was keeping an eye on Songjian and Anna showed a hint of joy. The 3 black tigers also began roaring towards the sky in unison. The tigers' roar echoed throughout the forest, causing all the surrounding animals to flee in alarm. "Who dares to steal from the Blackhoof tribe's territory?" A loud roar echoed, and a group of minotaur warriors in leather armor emerged from the woods. The minotaur in the lead appeared especially robust, towering over the others. Over his shoulder, he carried a massive stone pillar. "Kane, do you remember me?" Upon seeing the minotaur leading the group, Songjian's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly shouted. "Songjian, is that you?" Kane looked startled for a moment, but then recognized Songjian's voice and burst into loud laughter, striding towards Songjian and Anna. "My friend, have you come to visit me?" It excited Kane to see Songjian, and he enthusiastically hugged Songjian, patting him on the back and saying, "You said you would came to see me." I knew you would keep your word. Song Jian was a bit embarrassed. He hadn't intended to visit Kane on this trip. He didn't even know if Kane had become the chieftain of the Black Hoof tribe, so how could he visit recklessly? Chief, he is with the woman who stole our sacred object. A young Minotaur whispered into Kane's ear. Nonsense, Song Jian is my friend, my benefactor. He rescued me from the dark castle of the Shadow Giant Dragon, and also helped me retrieve the tribe's totem pillar. How could he possibly be with our enemy? Kane released Song Jian, glared back with his bulging ox eyes, and scolded. Kane, it's true, I don't know that woman. However, I have retrieved the item she stole. Song Jian explained, at the same time he handed the Minotaur stone carving to Kane. Kane held the stone carving above his head with both hands and shouted, see this. My friend Song Jian has retrieved our sacred item for us. Roar. All of the Minotaurs shouted as they held their weapons high. Song Jian, come on, let's return to the Black Hoof tribe, and we'll celebrate. Kane slapped Song Jian on the shoulder, his face beaming with smiles. It was almost dawn by the time Song Jian had followed Kane back to the Black Hoof tribe. And he was directly led to the tribal square where Kane lit up a 3-meter-tall bonfire. He hosted a grand welcome celebration for Song Jian. Goblets of wine were raised, huge mouthfuls of meat were ingested. Horns and war drums sounded together, accompanied by earth-shaking songs. Dozens of Minotaurs danced around the bonfire, performing a unique tribal dance. The celebration lasted for over 3 hours. Song Jian drank until he passed out and was carried into a tent. All Anna could do, with a helpless look on her face, was to stay at his side and take care of him. By the time Song Jian woke up, it was already late afternoon. Noticing Anna, who had been by his side the whole time, Song Jian felt a pang of guilt and immediately apologized. Anna, I'm sorry for the delay we've caused going to the mysterious garden. Anna cuts him off, shaking her head. I didn't expect you to be friends with the chieftain of the Black Hoof tribe. If we had known, we wouldn't have had to sneak in. I met Kane in the Dark Castle. Back then, he wasn't the chieftain of the Black Hoof tribe yet. After obtaining the Goblet of Life, we parted ways, and I was not informed of his latest situation. At this moment, Kane's voice echoed from outside the tent. Song Jian, are you awake? Song Jian quickly got up and called out, I'm awake, come in. The tent curtains lifted, and Kane entered. Seeing Song Jian, Kane couldn't hide his delight. He said to Song Jian, you have come at a great time. Today is the day of our Black Hoof tribe's ritual ceremony. During the ceremony, the young people of the tribe will have the chance to understand their natural talents. For this ceremony, I want to invite you to take part. At that time, let's see if you can win the favor of the ancestors of our Black Hoof tribe. Chapter 582, The Existence of Mother Earth. By the time evening arrived, the Black Hoof tribe was bustling with more people than yesterday when Song Jian was welcomed, for today was the annual sacrificial ceremony of the Black Hoof tribe. The young Minotaurs of the tribe had been preparing their bodies and minds at home, hoping for the blessings of their ancestors and the chance to acquire better skills through the sacrificial ceremony. Xerxes was one of the most outstanding warriors in the Black Hoof tribe. He had spent a month alone in Thunder Beast Mountain to train before the sacrificial ceremony, only returning to the tribe 3 days ago. Once he returned, he locked himself in his room, refusing to talk to anyone as he tuned his body and mind to its peak condition. The more robust the body and spirit, the longer one can withstand the test, the higher the chance of acquiring a superior skill. This time, I must get an epic level skill. It would be perfect if I could obtain the War Stomp skill, Xerxes contemplated as he sat, adjusting his breathing. As he was thinking, suddenly there was a knocking sound at his door. Before Xerxes could answer, the door was banged open, and a young Minotaur with wide shoulders and a massive physique, albeit with a slightly childish face, barged in. Xerxes, the sacrificial ceremony is about to begin, why aren't you getting ready? I'm almost dying of anxiety. The moment he entered, the young Minotaur sat on the stone chair, grabbed a piece of cold roast meat from the table, and started eating. Like a solid tower, the young Minotaur sat down, and the stone chair creaked as it endured his weight. Kalu, when will you stop being so impulsive? Luckily I sensed it was you before you walked in. Otherwise, you might have been a corpse by now. Xerxes released a puff of white air, which remained suspended like an arrow after shooting more than a foot from his mouth. He glanced at the young Minotaur sitting on the stone chair and sighed slightly. Hey, of course, I knew you would recognize me, Xerxes. I wouldn't do this in anyone else's house. Kalu replied nonchalantly. Kalu, how's your training with the powerful bull demon fist that I taught you last time? Xerxes stood up slowly, his muscular upper body naked. His body was not as robust as Kalu's, but it was well proportioned, full of explosive power. If Kalu's body was an unrefined iron ingot, then Xerxes's body was already a piece of fine steel. Elder brother Xerxes, that boxing seems great, but it's not very powerful. You said there was a current in my body, but I can't feel it. Kalou scratched his head, showing a worried expression. You fool, this boxing practice is not for fighting. It's to refine your spirit and harmonize it with your body. In the future, with each punch you throw, you can utilize 100% of your power without hurting your body. Xerxes shook his head, showing a slightly exasperated expression as he looked at Kalou. Kalou was Xerxes' cousin and has been following him since childhood. He is Xerxes' most loyal follower. By the way, Xerxes, this time, the chief invited a human to attend our sacrificial ceremony. Many in the tribe object, but the chief insists, even the elders can't convince him. Kalou suddenly mentioned. A human? Xerxes frowned, thought for a while, and then said, I read in our tribe's records that, hundreds of years ago, our Blackhoof tribe was the most prosperous among the tribes on Thunder Beast Mountain, with a population of over 10,000. We not only invited humans to our sacrificial ceremony but also many other allied races. However, after the war that nearly wiped out our tribe, this tradition stopped. What? Other races were invited to our sacrificial ceremony? Kalou looked surprised and dubious. Xerxes shook his head. He knew Kalou would prefer fighting a beast over surveying the tribe's records. Talking to him about it was really a pointless endeavor. Xerxes patted Kalou's shoulder and said, You look so eager, let's go and attend the tribal sacrificial ceremony. Besides, I want others to know that not just anyone could attend the Blackhoof tribe's sacrificial ceremony hundreds of years ago. The sacrificial ceremony was a tradition of the Blackhoof tribe and deemed a very important event. Even during the tribal war hundreds of years ago, the tradition was never discontinued. This was a source of immense pride and considered sacred by the Minotaurs of the Blackhoof tribe. In Xerxes' view, even if Cain was the chief of the Blackhoof tribe, he wouldn't dare to desecrate this sacred tradition in the hearts of his tribesmen. If you insist on inviting a human to participate in the sacrificial ceremony of our Blackhoof tribe, then I will challenge him according to tradition, to see if he is worthy of receiving the blessings of our Minotaur ancestors, Xerxes thought to himself. The now hungover Song Jian was unaware of the pressure Cain was under to allow him to participate in the sacrificial ceremony. After quickly freshening up, he sat cross-legged on the ground, adjusting his body state, as per Cain's instruction. You need to sense the existence of the Mother Earth and appreciate her gifts. That's why you should sit on the ground, Cain had advised before leaving. Song Jian, do you feel the presence of Mother Earth? Anna sat on a stone chair and curiously asked Song Jian, who seemed no different from someone fast asleep. No, but I can feel the presence of the god of sleep. I'm so sleepy. Song Jian yawned, rubbing the corners of his eyes, looking like he had just woken up. He had not slept all night and had been drunk and carried back in the early hours of the morning. He had barely woken up before he was roused by Cain to prepare for the sacrificial ceremony. If not for the fact that this was a game world, Song Jian would have collapsed. I wonder what the sacrificial ceremony of the Blackhoof tribe looks like. They've always been very secretive, isolated from the world, and rarely interact with other races. Anna played with the goblet of life, speaking in a low voice. Song Jian glanced at Anna. Since becoming a life priest, she was softer, but her equipment was quite ordinary, usually just a goblet of life. I need to get Anna some equipment when I have a chance. Song Jian thought to himself. At that moment, Cain walked in looking a bit worried. The sacrificial ceremony is about to start, Song Jian, let's go. Chapter 583, Bullhead Man Language. The ritual ceremony is the most sacred ceremony of the Blackhoof tribe, and only invited guests can participate. Anna can only stay in her room until the ceremony is over. As they walked, Cain explained some matters of attention to Song Jian. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, Cain said to Song Jian, during the ritual ceremony, you may be challenged by warriors from the tribe during the Ancestors' Protection segment. You need to be prepared. The ritual ceremony consists of many steps and rituals that elicit the talent skills of each young Tauren warrior, particularly in the final Ancestors' Protection segment. In the past, being invited to participate in the ritual ceremony of the Blackhoof tribe was considered the highest honor among other races. Moreover, each participating non-tribal person was also an elite member of their respective race. Facing the challenge of the young Blackhoof tribe warrior in the Ancestors' Protection segment was an essential part of the ceremony. If you could successfully defeat the challenger, you would naturally continue to participate in the Ancestors' Protection ritual, and you might even gain a valuable talent skill. However, if you failed, it would mean that you were not the best, and naturally, you would not be able to continue with the Ancestors' Protection segment. Song Jian's heart sank, but he soon realized that this must be a test, just like defeating a boss in a game. In order to obtain good equipment dropped by the boss, you must first kill the boss. There must be a proportional relationship between the harvest and the difficulty, Otherwise, the game would not allow Song Jian to gain an opportunity to increase his talent skills easily. This was a talent skill, after all, something that each person would only acquire when entering the game. Some players didn't even have a talent skill after birth, and only obtained one after reaching level 10 and gaining a profession. Therefore, talent skills were much more valuable than other ordinary skills. No problem, Kane. I am willing to accept anyone's challenge. Song Jian laughed. Kane nodded. He was well aware of Song Jian's strength. Anyone who could fight the shadow giant dragon for a few minutes, not to mention the young Tauren warriors of the Black Hoof tribe, even an empowered Kane himself would not be confident that he could definitely defeat Song Jian. Thunder Beast Mountain, the Black Hoof tribe, atop Mount Dagaja. All the important figures of the Black Hoof tribe were gathered here. Standing in front of the crowd was the tall figure of Kane, the chieftain of the Black Hoof tribe and now the strongest in the tribe. Even the Black Hoof tribe's sacred relic, the bloodthirsty totem pillar, had already recognized him as its master. He looked around and nodded, announcing, "It seems that everyone has arrived. So, I hereby declare the Black Hoof ritual ceremony to begin now." Boom, boom, boom. War drums were struck. At first, only one person was drumming vigorously. Soon, another person joined, and 2 war drums were struck simultaneously. Before long, there were 3, 4, 10, and finally, a total of 13 war drums were struck at the same time. Xerxes, who was standing amidst the crowd, stared at the drummers and sighed in his heart. The tribal chronicles once recorded that at the height of the Black Hoof tribe's power, during the ritual ceremony, more than 1,000 war drums were struck simultaneously. Someday, under my leadership, the Black Hoof tribe will definitely return to the glory of our past. Xerxes clenched his fists and swore in his heart. A bleak song echoed on Mount Dagaja, resonating across the mountain. The song was mournful and sad, like a mother's lament, making every member of the Black Hoof tribe feel a pain in their heart. The song was initiated by a few elders of the tribe. Soon afterward, Kane loosened his throat and joined in. In no time, all the members of the Black Hoof tribe who were standing on Mount Dagaja began to sing together. Song Jian felt a bit embarrassed as everyone else around him was singing, and he was the only one who hadn't opened his mouth. However, the melody and lyrics of the song were quite simple, and it kept looping as it was sung. Song Jian listened to it 2 or 3 times and had already memorized it. When the song came around for the 4th time, he joined in quietly. At first, Song Jian was merely imitating. As time went by, however, his voice grew louder. As it blended with the surrounding sounds, he became immersed in a mysterious state. Although he initially didn't know the meaning of the lyrics, somehow, after a while, the meaning of the entire song manifested itself in Song Jian's mind. Humility, bravery, honor. Mother Earth watches over you. Our tribe has faced numerous disasters, struggling at the edge of death and destruction. The cries of children, the sighs of the elderly, tears in the eyes of our sisters all fill me with shame. The roar of beasts, the laughter of enemies, and the corpses of our companions lie before my eyes. Warriors of the Black Hoof tribe, remember every night of the battle to eliminate our race. Do not forget the shame of our ancestors, do not let that night descend upon us again. Mother Earth watches over us. Song Jian sang this ancient song over and over again, not even knowing when the lyrics had become deeply engraved in his mind. By the time the drums stopped, Song Jian suddenly realized that, like the other Tauren, he was already in tears. System, you have learned Tauren language. A simple prompt appeared in the system bar, but it brought Song Jian an exhilarating feeling. It should be noted that in the game, all races communicate with players using a universal language. However, each race actually has its own unique language. If you don't understand the language of a race, many things you may obtain cannot be used, including but not limited to various racial skills, racial recipes, and racial blueprints. One can say that from now on, the Tauren race would have no secrets left for Song Jian. Song Jian didn't know if it was just his imagination, but after the song had ended, the eyes of the Tauren around him seemed to have softened quite a bit, even Kane was showing him a gratified smile. Each phase of the ritual ceremony unfolded, paying tribute to the ancestors and the tribe members who had died in wars. This continued for a long time, until late at night, when the full moon rose above them. Finally, the last part of the ceremony arrived, the ancestors' blessing, for unlocking talent skills. At this moment, all the young Tauren under the age of 30 stood up excitedly. A dozen arm-thick stone pillars slowly rose atop Mount Dagaja. Some pillars had stone-carved Tauren statues displayed on them, while others were bare, displaying nothing. Song Jian glanced and saw that the empty pillars and those with stone statues were about half and half. The stolen statue he had retrieved from the thief earlier was placed on one of the pillars. Choose the ancestor you worship and pray to them devoutly. If the ancestor acknowledges you, you can unlock your talent skill under their blessing. Kane shouted at the young Tauren. The young Tauren began to walk towards the pillars with statues, gathering around them. Kane motioned for Song Jian to follow. As he was about to step forward, a voice suddenly called out. "Wait, chieftain. According to the customs of our tribe, I want to challenge this human participating in the ritual ceremony." Xerxes stepped out from the crowd, his eyes firm as he looked at Song Jian standing beside Kane. Chapter 584, Challenge. During the sacrificial ceremony, challenging other racial elites who were invited was a tradition of the Blackhoof tribe, as well as a means for the tribe to showcase its strength to the outside world. Elites from other races could refuse the challenge, but by refusing, they would automatically lose the qualification to participate in the upcoming ceremony. Facing Xerxes' challenge, Song Jian stepped forward and shouted loudly, "I accept the challenge." In response to Xerxes' challenge and Song Jian's acceptance, all members of the Blackhoof tribe let out a unanimous cheer, a show of appreciation and support for both Xerxes and Song Jian. Xerxes pulled out a pair of metal gauntlets from his chest and wore them on his hands. The gauntlet's surface was built from countless metal scales, resembling snake scales. On the knuckles of the gauntlets, there were wild beast fangs inlaid and protruding outward, looking extra ferocious. Song Jian squinted. The surface of Xerxes' gauntlets emitted a dark gold glow, indicating they were dark gold quality weapons. In terms of grade, they were not much different from his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. With a thought, Song Jian's Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword appeared in his palm. The two of them faced each other, their auras constantly building and the battle ready to ignite. "Be careful!" Xerxes shouted in a low voice, his gauntlet-covered fist striking down towards Song Jian. The fangs on his gauntlet shimmered with cold light, closing in on Song Jian's face in an instant. So fast. Song Jian was startled. Even though Xerxes was a few levels lower than him, only level 26, he felt Xerxes was even stronger than a level 30 elite. Song Jian brandished his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword to block Xerxes' punch, then took the opportunity to thrust his sword forward at Xerxes' neck. Xerxes' body was like a python, swaying gently, barely dodging yet giving Song Jian an intense sense of danger. The sword in his hand was less than 3 centimeters away from Xerxes' neck. With a slight extension, it could penetrate through his throat. However, Song Jian retreated hastily with a look of surprise on his face, as if he wasn't about to pierce Xerxes but rather Xerxes was stabbing towards his throat. In the blink of an eye, Xerxes let out a growl, and a strong surge of energy suddenly erupted from his body. The surrounding air burst into a thunderous roar, and the solid rocks beneath their feet trembled violently. Many places cracked open, revealing finger-width fissures. Seeing Song Jian evade in time, Xerxes also revealed a moment of surprise in his eyes. Song Jian's sensitivity to danger had exceeded Xerxes' expectations. With a twist of his body, Xerxes leaped into the air. The momentum between his fists was like a hurricane, emitting a piercing scream. A tremendous force burst out from Xerxes' fists, like a mountain pressing down, rushing towards Song Jian. Broken wing dance. A dazzling sword chi blossomed from the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. Facing Xerxes, Song Jian fiercely slashed towards the sky. For a moment, the two of them exchanged blows, the sound of intense clashes occasionally erupting like thunder on the peak of Mount Dagoa. It didn't take long for them to exchange dozens of moves, with the battle reaching its boiling point. The unrestrained sword chi and surging fist force forced the onlookers to retreat 3 or 4 meters away. The fierce battle between the two men stirred the blood of the young minotaurs all around, who couldn't help but cheer excitedly, clapping their hands. Cal was left dumbfounded. "It's the first time I've seen Xerxes unleash his full strength." Cal stared intently at the battling duo, his eyes filled with admiration for Song Jian. Xerxes was the most formidable among the young minotaurs and was heralded as the Blackhoof tribe's most promising young warrior. Minotaur warriors of his age could hardly put up a fight against him. Kalu hadn't seen Xerxes unleash his full power in a long time. To be able to fight like this with Xerxes, the strength of this human is not to be underestimated. An elderly minotaur next to Cain, leaning on a cane, remarked solemnly. The old minotaur was an elder of the Blackhoof tribe who had been strongly opposed to Song Jian participating in the sacrificial ceremony. Now that he had seen Song Jian's strength, he had came to acknowledge and accept Song Jian's abilities. Cain remained silent, enjoying the show of the two warriors. Although they seemed to be fighting fiercely, Song Jian had not yet unleashed his full strength. At least, he had not used a power that could double his abilities and directly compete with the Shadow Giant Dragon. If Song Jian were to unleash his full power, Xerxes would not stand a chance against him. After another exchange, Song Jian and Xerxes were separated by a distance of 3 to 4 meters, standing face to face. "I can feel that you're still holding back. Next, I will unleash my strongest move. If you can withstand it, I will admit that you have the qualification to participate in the upcoming sacrificial ceremony." Xerxes stared into Song Jian's eyes, speaking word by word. Xerxes could clearly sense that Song Jian had not given it his all, which was something he found hard to accept. While Song Jian's strength was indeed high, the gap between them should not be so vast. Song Jian smiled slightly and held his sword across his chest, saying to Xerxes, "Come on." Xerxes' hands spread open in front of him like claws, ready to pounce like a ferocious beast. His lower body stood firm, his upper body leaned forward, and his waist slightly swaying, exuding a violent, bloodthirsty air. Tiger Demon Fist. Xerxes let out a roar akin to a tiger's growl, the air trembling in response. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying whirlwind, swirling around his body. Song Jian suddenly saw a blur before his eyes. The next moment, he felt a violent pain in his abdomen. As the pang of pain crept up his chest, it felt as if he had been bitten by a wild beast. Xerxes' figure turned into a terrifying tornado, and Song Jian's eyes couldn't even capture his movements. He could only passively endure the onslaught of attacks. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Song Jian was battered around like a human punching bag, without any room for retaliation. The young Minotaur observers erupted in exultant roars, their excitement palpable. Song Jian was hit by several heavy punches, his vitality points dropping by a third. Xerxes' speed was too fast for the naked eye to catch, making it seemingly impossible for a level 26 Minotaur warrior to bear. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. Song Jian's eyes narrowed, and his sword started to move automatically in his hand. Taikai sword skill. Clang. 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 A series of crisp collision sounds rang out as countless sparks exploded around Song Jian's body. Each burst of sparks was the result of a collision between Xerxes' metal gauntlets and the sword. With the seemingly slow yet swift Taikai sword skill, Song Jian blocked almost all of Xerxes' attacks. Despite a few punches slipping through, their damage had been reduced by 92%, preventing Xerxes from causing any further harm to Song Jian. Chapter 585, discarded Xerxes moves extremely fast, and to the other Minotaurs, he seems to be at a complete advantage, leaving Song Jian unable to resist and forced to adopt a defensive stance. In reality, Xerxes felt like vomiting blood in frustration. Each of his blows, no matter how fast, always landed on Song Jian's crimson fire heart-shaped sword. And the force transmitted from the sword felt incredibly tenacious, like an old cowhide, which no matter how powerful the impact upon it, it would quake violently and then quickly dissipate the force, causing no harm at all. Well done, Xerxes. Truly worthy of being the finest youth of our Blackhoof tribe. He is completely dominating. He has completely suppressed his opponent. Who would have thought Xerxes was this powerful? What kind of skills is he using? How can he be so fast? This is just terrifying. The younger Minotaurs around began to clap and cheer, but the elders among them remained silent, wearing furrowed brows. Some venerable Minotaurs with a chill in their aura exchanged looks among themselves, subtly shaking their heads. Chief, this can't go on. If they continue to fight, Xerxes will get hurt. He is the most promising youth of the Blackhoof tribe, whispered a Minotaur with a broken horn on his left on Kane's ear. Kane nodded, and holding his bloodthirsty totem pillar, he took a step forward. He was just about to stop the fight, but the situation in the ring suddenly changed. Xerxes suddenly slowed down, stumbled a couple of steps and knelt to the ground. His face was flushed red and his skin reflected a swirl of currents underneath, like insects squirming within his body. Spewed. A mouthful of dense blood gushed out of Xerxes' mouth, and his aura was suddenly low. When Song Jian's Taikai sword skill finally ended, he sheathed his sword and stood in place. Seeing Xerxes suddenly fall, he looked surprised. Taikai sword skill had a certain chance to rebound the opponent's attacks. But Song Jian's Taikai sword skill was only at level 2, making the probability of triggering a counterattack very small. He normally used it as a defensive measure in battles. But today, under Xerxes' storm-like attacks, the sword skill actually triggered a counter effect. Even if it did trigger a rebound, it shouldn't have caused him this much damage. What exactly happened? Song Jian was puzzled and didn't know how to react for a moment. Xerxes. Kalu cried out in a loud voice, rushing forward to hold on to Xerxes. He glared at Song Jian, his eyes filled with rage. Xerxes was the person whom Kalu admired the most. Seeing him being defeated, a fury filled his heart, and he desperately wanted to fight Song Jian himself. It was just a friendly match. How could you hit him so hard? Kalu yelled. At this moment, Xerxes looked extremely frightening, continuously vomiting blood from his mouth while drenched in sweat. He lay curled up on the ground, his body was involuntarily convulsing, as if all his muscles were contracted together. Kalu, don't be rude. An elderly Minotaur leaning on a walking stick came over to examine Xerxes. Before long, the old Minotaur let out a sigh, slowly stood up, and said, he overused his Tiger Demon Fist. The surging fist energy has broken through his meridian restraint and begun rampaging within his body. Elder, please save Xerxes. He can't be injured. Kalu was instantly panicked and begged the old Minotaur. Cain and several elders of the Blackhoof tribe surrounded them. Xerxes was the most promising young tribal member. If he was injured and had to delay the triggering of his innate skills, it would already be quite unacceptable. If he was really incapacitated, it would be devastating for the Blackhoof tribe. Several elders of the Blackhoof tribe began to examine Xerxes. When they finally stood up, they shook their heads gravely at Cain. His meridians have been damaged severely. It would be a miracle if he survives. One elder said with a sigh. The Tiger Demon Fist is too demanding for him at his current state. It would have been better if he had waited until he was at level 30 before using it. The energy from the Tiger Demon Fist has already flooded every part of his body. Even if he can be healed, he would likely be bedridden for the rest of his life. What a shame. This is a loss our Blackhoof tribe can't afford. The elders' eyes reflected their heartache. Xerxes was the most promising among the younger generation, and seeing him get crippled in a friendly match was just unbearable. However, none of the elders blamed Songjian. On one hand, Xerxes' injury was primarily due to his poor control over Tiger Demon Fist. His state now was akin to getting possessed by a devil and had little to do with Songjian. But the younger Minotaurs glared at Songjian in anger. They believed that it was the friendly match with Songjian that led to Xerxes' condition. They viewed Songjian as the culprit. Alright, the winner of the challenge is Songjian. Cain announced with a grim face. Quickly take Xerxes for medical treatment. The ceremony will continue. The ceremony couldn't be interrupted just because of Xerxes, but everyone from the Blackhoof tribe, including Cain, felt heavy-hearted and were worried about Xerxes. Just at that moment, Songjian suddenly raised his hand to stop the Minotaurs from carrying off Xerxes. Wait. Songjian looked at Cain and said, my friend Anna came with me. She's a life priest. She may be able to heal Xerxes. Cain's eyes lit up and he quickly stopped the Minotaurs from moving Xerxes. He asked Songjian excitedly, brother, are you sure? Can she really heal Xerxes and restore him to his original state? Anna is a life priest. If even she can't heal him, then I'm afraid there's no one in this world who can, Songjian said quietly, glancing at Xerxes. The power of life is the best healing energy in the game. There is virtually no disease or wound that Anna can't heal in this world. Quick, bring Miss Anna here. Cain quickly said to a Minotaur nearby. A life priest? The tribe's record seems to have mentioned them. The elderly Minotaur who examined Xerxes earlier had a reminiscent look on his face. Soon, under the guidance of a Minotaur, Anna arrived at the mountaintop. Chapter 586, Ancestral Stone Sculpture. Anna arrived at the peak, and Songjian quickly explained what had happened. Anna, can you cure him, restore him back to normal, without affecting his strength? Songjian asked. Anna glanced at the twitching Xerxes and said, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, I can heal his body, no problem. But whether it will affect his strength, this I do not know. Really, can his body be healed? Cain exclaimed excitedly, as long as his body can be healed, the impact on strength isn't important. Yes, as long as the body is healed, it's fine if the strength slowly recovers. The other elders also said comfortingly. Anna met Songjian's eyes, Songjian gave a slight nod, and Anna took out the goblet of life and said to Cain, could you get me some clear water? Shortly, a jug of clear water was fetched. Anna poured the clear water into the goblet of life, and in no time a surge of vibrant life energy began to ripple from the goblet of life. The originally tormented, twitching Xerxes gradually calmed down. Anna gestured for two people to hold up Xerxes. She brought the goblet of life to his lips. Xerxes, who had slipped into a coma, surprisingly began to sip instinctively. In a short span of time, the liquid in the goblet of life was drained. Xerxes's twitching body had calmed down, his complexion rosy. He looked as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. Only when Xerxes finally settled down, could all of the Blackhoof tribe's Minotaurs breathe a sigh of relief. Anna, we are truly indebted to you this time for saving the life of one of our tribe members. Cain acknowledged Anna with a solemn salute. Anna seemed a bit shy and she shook her head a little. Life priest, oh my god, the epic occupation recorded in the scriptures really exists. An elderly Minotaur couldn't help but blurt out in excitement, seemingly remembering something. Elder, what is this? Cain looked at him, puzzled, not understanding what he was saying. That is an epic occupation. Our Blackhoof tribe has existed for nearly 1,000 years, and in this long history, only one person possessed an epic occupation. The elderly elder was very excited. His gaze involuntarily darted towards a stone pillar in the distance. What, elder, are you talking about the Quell Blade Master? Cain couldn't help but scrutinize Anna from top to bottom, his face drawn by surprise. As the chief of the Blackhoof tribe, Cain was naturally very familiar with the tribe's scriptures. Hearing the elder comparing Anna with legendary figures like the Quell Blade Master was quite astonishing. You should know that throughout the nearly 1,000-year history of the Blackhoof tribe, only one Quell Blade Master ever emerged. It was precisely because of his existence that the Blackhoof tribe thrived for over 100 years. His tales were still enjoyed by the tribe's people today. Cain could hardly imagine that the seemingly frail girl before him could be compared to the Quell Blade Master. Brother Xerxes moved. Kalu, who had been fixated on Xerxes, suddenly exclaimed and pointed at him, "I just saw Brother Xerxes's finger twitch." All eyes were turned to Xerxes. Soon, Xerxes slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion appearing in them. What happened? Xerxes, you woke up. Cain helped Xerxes up, his face revealing a look of relief. Xerxes was the hope of the Blackhoof tribe, and the one Cain personally groomed as the next leader. Seeing that he was able to recover fully, Cain was very happy. I was fighting against someone. Xerxes started to recall slowly, his face suddenly changed. Tiger Demon Fist. Xerxes, don't practice the Tiger Demon Fist, it's too dangerous. At least not until you're level 30, said Cain in a serious tone. You were lucky this time. We happen to have an epic occupation life priest in our tribe, or else, you could have ended up totally paralyzed, bedridden for life, if you survived at all. What, paralyzed? Xerxes was scared, his whole body broke into a cold sweat from the thought of himself paralyzed for life. Remember this lesson. Cain slapped him on the shoulder, harshly. Yes, Chief, I will remember this lesson. Xerxes said earnestly. Good. Remember, you are the hope of the tribe. You must think things through before you act, don't disappoint me again. Cain hugged Xerxes tightly after speaking. Xerxes, looking rather mortified, expressed his thanks to Anna and Songjian, then stood aside in silence. Continue with the ritual. Cain shouted, all of the Minotaurs shouting excitedly in response. Kalu looked worriedly at Xerxes and asked him quietly, Xerxes, are you feeling better? How's your body? Will there be any effect on the upcoming activation of your talent abilities? The activation of talent abilities only has one chance. Even if he were to skip the opportunity this time, it would still be the same next time. However, once a challenger participates and fails to activate his talent abilities, he will not be able to activate them in the future, no matter how many times he participates. Kalu was worried that Xerxes, due to his bodily condition, would have his talent activation affected. Xerxes remained silent for a moment, then a strange look appeared on his face. He whispered, it's strange. Not only did I fully recover, but it seems my strength has even increased a bit. The Water of Life not only healed injuries but for its first users, also enhanced their attributes. Xerxes could clearly feel the changes in his body. Young tribesmen, choose the blessing of our ancestors, ignite your natural talents. Now, make your choices. Cain shouted. Dozens of young Minotaur began to sit around the stone pillars on the peak, reciting hymns. The stone pillars around which these Minotaur were sitting all had Minotaur stone sculptures placed on them. These stone sculptures had different appearances that clearly displayed their occupational characteristics. Songjian walked towards the stone pillars under Cain's gesture. After succeeding in the challenge, he had earned the chance to receive the blessings of the ancestors of the Blackhoof tribe. Although the ritual might not necessarily activate talent abilities, such an opportunity would undoubtedly result in cutthroat competition among other players if they knew about it. Songjian went to the stone pillar nearest to him. As soon as he approached, a system prompt appeared before him. System, you found an ancestral stone statue of the Blackhoof tribe, Elemental Shaman. Within a 3-meter radius of the statue, you have a chance to comprehend one Elemental Shaman skill to become your talent ability. Chapter 587, The Fist Sect Elemental Shaman. Songjian subtly shook his head, thinking this profession was far too different from his own. Even if he obtained one of its abilities as his own talent, it would just be the icing on the cake and wouldn't fully utilize the original profession capabilities. Its contribution to his strength would be limited. He walked towards the next stone pillar. Each time he drew near a pillar, the effects of the Minotaur stone statues formed in his mind. The Blackhoof tribe has been around for nearly 1,000 years. Those whose professions have been carved into the ancestral statues all contributed significantly to the tribe. However, after a tribal annihilation war that took place hundreds of years ago, many ancestral stone statues have been lost, leaving only half of them. Finding the lost ancestral statues is the responsibility every member of the Blackhoof tribe is born with. As Songjian looked upon each statue, in the end, he stopped in front of a pillar. The ancestral statue on this stone pillar was the statue Songjian had recovered earlier from the thief Yitong. System, you found the ancestor statue of the Blackhoof tribe. Profession, Minotaur swordsman. Within a 3-meter range of the statue, there is a probability to obtain a skill of the Minotaur swordsman profession as your innate skill. Song Jian was initially startled, then his face lit up with joy. The skills of a swordsman perfectly align with my sword controller profession. He inwardly rejoiced. I choose you. Having made his decision, Song Jian immediately took a seat around the Minotaur swordsman statue. It was then that he noticed the majority of the tribe chose the Minotaur swordsman statue. Nearly 1/3 of the Minotaurs did, making it quite crowded within the 3-meter radius around the statue. Song Jian sat tranquilly, cross-legged, amidst the other Minotaurs who were chanting praises in the Minotaur language with closed eyes. These songs were all to express reverence to the ancestors, praying for blessings. Being not part of the Black Hoof tribe, Song Jian felt it inappropriate to join their chant. So he sat quietly without uttering a word. Soon, he felt a strange force emanating from the statue and flooding towards him. This energy was peculiar, faint, but it perfectly merged with the invisible sword chi within his body, once again slowly increasing the caps of his invisible sword chi. Originally, the cap of Song Jian's invisible sword chi was only 100 points. However, after obtaining the sword control skill chi circulating chapter, the cap of his invisible sword chi began to slowly escalate. It had risen from 100 points to 278 points, but the rate of increase gradually decreased from once every tens of minutes to every few hours, and even tens of days. Now, more than half a month had passed by and the cap of his invisible sword chi hadn't risen a bit. It stayed at 278 points. Now, as the energy from the ancestral statue flowed into his body, his invisible sword chi cap increased by 5 points within mere minutes. This change delighted Song Jian greatly. An increase in the sword chi cap was equivalent to a disguised enhancement of his strength. In other words, the higher the cap, the better. This opportunity was rare, so Song Jian quickly closed his eyes and started to circulate the invisible sword chi within his body to accelerate the absorption of this mysterious energy. As time passed, Song Jian realized this energy was going through a transformation. From its initial gentle state, it was gradually becoming sharper. This feeling was like a needle prick. There wasn't much pain, but it was discomforting, with a tingling sensation similar to that of an electric shock coursing through his entire body. At this moment, among the young Minotaurs seated around the statue, continuous roars peppered the silence as different colored lights emanated from their bodies. Among these lights, most of them were grayish. Occasional flashes of green and blue could be seen too. The faces of the spectators from the Black Hoof tribe were filled with joy as they pointed towards the seated young Minotaurs, engaging in excited discussions. Kane was delighted. These lights represented the awakening of the Minotaurs' bloodline talents. The tribesmen who had awakened these talents would all become the tribe's warriors. It looks like this time, there are quite a few tribesmen who have awakened advanced abilities. An elderly Minotaur declared with satisfaction. Yes, if only one or two could obtain the War Stomp talent. Minotaur warriors are the bravest and strongest warriors in this world. I hope that a few more Minotaurs will master the elemental shaman skills. Abilities like the chain lightning and hurricane assault can display extraordinary effects during wars. Hey, curious to see the talents Xerxes will unlock this time. Let's just hope he isn't affected by the previous battles. Don't worry. It won't be a problem. Xerxes has recovered very well, there won't be any issues unlocking his talents. It's now just a question of what kind of talent he will unlock. The gazes of nearly all the Minotaurs fell on Xerxes, who was sitting on the ground. The ancestral statue in front of him was of a Minotaur wielding 2 fists and roaring towards the sky. Boxing clan, sigh, after all, he chose this path. Commented an elder reluctantly. Xerxes has always loved boxing. Being able to master the Tiger Demon boxing skill at level 26 shows his extraordinary talent in this field. Who knows, our tribe could have another boxing clan someday. Another elder remarked nonchalantly. But however formidable a boxing clan is, it's only a rare profession in the end. How can it compare to a swordsman? Considering Xerxes' potential, if he could unlock a swordsman talent, his future would be boundless. The former elder sighed. Yes, he might be the one to revive our Black Hoof tribe's prosperous golden age. If only a swordsman could emerge. As the discussions among the elders continued, Kane involuntarily clenched the totem pole in his hand. The talent Kane had awakened was the War Stomp. Although it was a powerful ability, it was only a general Minotaur warrior's talent. It could never be compared on an equal footing with a swordsman, let alone a boxing clan. If he hadn't retrieved the bloodthirsty totem pillar, their tribe's inherited artifact, from the shadow giant dragon, he would not have even been considered worthy of the chieftain's position. A powerful profession doesn't necessarily mean that the one who inherits it is powerful. Even as a regular warrior, I'll revive the Black Hoof tribe's golden age and make it even more prosperous than in its historic past. Kane made a promise to himself. Just then, Xerxes, sitting on the ground, began to change. Chapter 588, Double Talent Quick, Look. Xerxes seems to be comprehending his talent skills. Shouted an elder. All eyes immediately followed the shout and focused on Xerxes. Xerxes' face was distorted, his eyes tightly shut as he let out a deep roar. In an instant, a gray and a silver light emanated from him. How is this possible? He actually awakened a dual talent. An elder's face showed a look of surprise as he couldn't help but exclaim. Dual talent? Ha ha, the Black Hoof tribe is about to rise again. This is incredible. In history, the instances of dual talent awakenings within the Black Hoof tribe are extremely rare. And among these talents, there's clearly a superior skill. I wonder what it is. It's going to take him some time to stabilize. Everyone expectantly looked at Xerxes, waiting for him to finish his awakening. Soon, the glimmer on Xerxes increased in intensity until it reached its peak and became blinding, with even the figures of those around him being obscured by the light. After a while, the light around Xerxes gradually converged and dimmed, eventually clinging tightly to his skin, giving the appearance of wearing a silver-gray armor. Xerxes stood up, his eyes shining with two sharp gleams, and left the stone pillar to walk towards the crowd. When Xerxes entered the crowd, he was immediately surrounded, with everyone taking turns congratulating him. Xerxes, can you tell us about your dual talents? Asked an elder hesitantly. Typically, one would not share their awakened talents with others, as it was considered private. The elder's question was somewhat inappropriate in that regard. However, throughout the Black Hoof tribe's history, there had only been a handful of people with dual talents, so many were curious. Hearing the question from the elder, those around quieted down, looking at Xerxes in anticipation, waiting for his answer. Xerxes, if you don't want to answer, you don't have to, said another elder suddenly. Right. That previous elder's face showed an apologetic expression as he hastily added, I'm just curious. If you don't want to say, you don't need to. Xerxes smiled faintly and said, I have nothing to hide. This time, I gained 2 talent skills, one of them is the half-step rush punch. Xerxes suddenly moved, taking only half a step forward, his right fist pierced forward like a spear. An intense chi gathered around his right fist, creating a white light as the air exploded with a boom, similar to thunder. Bang! Those standing next to Xerxes were caught off guard and felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. The shockwaves in the air, like ripples in water, spread out in all directions. What a powerful move! Someone exclaimed. This half-step rush punch skill of Xerxes was not only fast, but it also possessed immense power. In a fight, the distance between opponents was short. Executing this move suddenly would make it difficult for the opponent to react. The other one is a passive skill called Fist Dominator. Smiled Xerxes, it allows me to increase the power of my fist moves by 50%, and there's a chance for an additional punch. An increase of 50% power, heavens, this is terrifying. I think the chance for another punch is even more terrifying. It's like dealing double damage, plus the 50% increase in power. It's equal to the effect of 3 punches in one. Xerxes, you're so lucky. Indeed, even in history, dual talents are very rare, only a handful have appeared. Xerxes responded with a smile, but in reality, he hadn't revealed all the information about his gained talents. Half-step rush punch was only a gray talent, while Fist Dominator was a silver talent, and its effects were far more powerful than what Xerxes had shared with everyone. Fist Dominator, talent skill, level 1, passive. Skill effect, permanent strength plus 3, agility plus 5, constitution plus 3. When using fists as weapons, damage is increased by 50%, power of fist moves increased by 80%. When attacking targets, there's a chance to trigger the Fist Emperor Shadow effect. Fist Emperor Shadow creates an invisible burst of chi, dealing triple armor break damage to the target and restoring 15% of the damage dealt as vitality points for the caster. Cain was watching Xerxes, and when he heard the words Fist Dominator, his eyes flashed. In the tribal records, there was a book accessible only to the chief that recorded the skills of mighty warriors throughout the history of the Black Hoof tribe. One of them was the skill of a Minotaur Fist Emperor. In part, the reason why this Minotaur became a Fist Emperor was because he comprehended the Fist Dominator talent skill. The book recorded detailed information about Fist Dominator, so Cain knew Xerxes was hiding some attributes of the skill. However, it was normal for a warrior to keep some of their cards hidden, and no one would reveal everything to others. It seems another Fist Emperor is about to emerge in the Black Hoof tribe. I must say, I'm quite envious. Cain thought secretly while looking at Xerxes. It's important to note that a Fist Emperor is a legendary level profession, far superior to any warrior, boasting tremendous potential and a smoother development path. Witnessing Xerxes being surrounded by the tribe members, Cain decided that more tribal resources should be allocated to him. I wonder if Songjian will be able to stimulate a talent skill. Cain's gaze lingered briefly on Xerxes before moving to Songjian, who was seated next to the Minotaur swordsman statue. For the other races, comprehending talent skills was extremely difficult, with only 1 or 2 people out of every 10 managing to do so. This was an incredibly low probability compared to Minotaurs, who had a 7 in 10 chance or even higher of awakening a talent skill. One by one, the Black Hoof tribe members sitting next to Songjian at the Minotaur swordsman statue welled with light and began roaring before standing up and leaving. The sacrificial ceremony continued late into the night. The number of Minotaurs seated next to the stone pillars had dwindled, and as time went on, the chances of awakening a talent skill grew ever slimmer. Out of dozens of tribesmen, only 5 or 6 had failed to awaken one, a number already considered quite high. "Chieftain, do you think we should announce the end of the sacrificial ceremony?" asked an elder softly, standing by Kane. Due to Songjian, the sacrificial ceremony had already been delayed by half an hour, but there was still no sign of light emanating from him. Kane shook his head slightly. It seemed Songjian would not be able to gain a talent skill. Just as Kane stepped forward to announce the end of the sacrificial ceremony, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from Songjian. Chapter 589, Holy Sword. From the start of the sacrificial ceremony, Songjian had been diligently absorbing the energy radiated from the stone sculpture. The energy given off by the stone sculpture would slowly increase over time, and then start to gradually decrease after reaching a peak, until eventually, no more energy could be absorbed. On the contrary, those who sat around the stone sculpture would stimulate their own bloodlines and gain innate skills when this energy reached its peak. If they still failed to stimulate their innate skills at this time, the likelihood of success would decrease considerably thereafter. With Songjian seated around the stone sculpture, he felt the energy surging into his body increasing. The upper limit of his invisible sword chi increased at a faster pace, pulsating every few minutes. Furthermore, what was most surprising was that this force entering Songjian's body, instead of falling after reaching a peak, kept gushing into Songjian's body in a steady stream. The upper limit of invisible sword chi began to spike wildly. This pace terrified Songjian. His body appeared to be a bottomless pit. No matter how much his invisible sword chi increased, there was no sense of overflow. A massive amount of invisible sword chi began to gather in Songjian's danshan. As time went by, the invisible sword chi in Songjian's danshan started to slowly rotate. In no time, a small silver vortex had formed. Songjian could feel that the number of minotaurs around him was gradually decreasing. By now, the upper limit of invisible sword chi had exceeded 800 points, a number that continued to steadily rise. The faster the silver vortex in his danshan spun, the stronger the slamming noises resembled tidal waves crashing against rocks ringing in Songjian's ears. Kane's gaze had been locked on to Songjian the entire time. Only after a reminder from an elder did he slowly step forward, ready to declare the end of the sacrificial ceremony. It is important to note that once the sacrificial ceremony ends, these stone pillars venerating the stone sculpture would sink into the peaks. Anyone who had not triggered their innate skills would lose all chances to do so. However, just at the moment when Kane was about to announce the end of the ceremony, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from Songjian. This light illuminated in a flowing pattern which seemed almost corporeal. At the same time, a brilliant speck of gold suddenly flashed within the rapidly spinning silver vortex inside Songjian's danshan. The brightness of this golden speck almost overshadowed the entire silver vortex. An image of a minotaur suddenly appeared in Songjian's mind, looking exactly like the stone sculpture. Sword Saint. Songjian was taken aback. However, this image that appeared in his mind looked like it was in the third-person perspective, making it impossible to communicate. All things under the heavens, sliced by my sword. A bold voice echoed in Songjian's mind. The minotaur figure in his mind suddenly stepped forward, raising its right hand, and brilliant golden sword chi burst from its right arm. His right arm swung forward forcefully. The golden sword chi rushed forward in an unstoppable manner, severing everything in front of the minotaur sword saint. Songjian's head buzzed. 2 small streams of blood seeped from his nose, his face pale, but a look of extreme excitement was plastered on his face. System, you observe the Minotaur Sword Saint sculpture, invisible sword chi reaches the limit, you attained advancement. Songjian's invisible sword chi changed from the previous silver sword chi to golden sword chi. Meanwhile, the energy value of the invisible sword chi became 100 points, although the upper limit of the invisible sword chi decreased, it underwent a substantial transformation. Invisible sword chi, golden, increases the sword chi energy slot. When using any melee weapon, the invisible sword chi can be attached to the weapon to increase the weapon's power. Damage increased by 30%, armor break +3, sharpness +3. The advancement of the invisible sword chi elevated Songjian's strength significantly, dealing much higher damage. Even an ordinary attack could cause a level of damage that other players could only achieve by using skills. Besides getting an upgrade in invisible sword chi, Songjian also awakened another innate skill, Holy Sword, innate skill, level 1, passive. Skill effect, Permanently adds +8 to strength attribute, +5 to agility attribute, +5 to physique attribute, and +5 to spirit attribute. When using sword-type weapons, damage gradually increases over time, up to a maximum increase of 100%, sword technique skill cooldown reduced by 50%, a certain probability to trigger the indestructible effect when inflicting damage on targets. Indestructible has a destructive effect on any item, and this effect has a priority in the field. Holy Sword, is this the sword swung by the Minotaur Sword Saint that appeared in my mind? Song Jian was thrilled. The golden sword chi that the Minotaur Sword Saint had swung with his arm earlier gave him the impression that it could split a mountain in half. Such indestructibility and unstoppable momentum had deeply shaken Song Jian. Seeing the golden light shine from Song Jian, all the Minotaurs expressed surprise on their faces. Xerxes stared at Song Jian with a serious expression, knowing all too well that the achievement of the Minotaur Sword Saint was far greater than that of the Fist Master of their past. They simply were not at the same caliber. Cain laughed heartily, giving off a very pleased look. The stronger Song Jian was, the greater the help to him. With Song Jian's awakening of the Holy Sword innate ability, the Black Hoof tribe's sacrificial ceremony drew to a conclusion. This sacrificial ceremony brought a huge boost to Song Jian's strength, significantly increasing his damage output. Even those with Tier 1 combat power might not be able to surpass him in this regard. One could say that Song Jian now had 1 foot in the threshold of Tier 1 combat power. Later that night, in Cain's room, Cain lifted his horn mug, indicating to Song Jian and Anna, before downing the drink in one go. Song Jian, congratulations. I can feel your strength growing by leaps and bounds. Cain wiped the drink from his mouth and laughed heartily. Facing you now, I'm starting to feel like how I did when I first encountered the Shadow Giant Dragon. Song Jian shook his head with a smile. Despite his great increase in strength, he was still no match for a fully grown Shadow Giant Dragon. However, with the blessing of his immortal sword body now, cracking the Shadow Giant Dragon's defense would be easier than before. If he were to seize an opportunity, he might be able to seriously wound the Shadow Giant Dragon. Cain, in fact, Anna and I came to Thunder Beast Mountain to enter the secret realm of the mysterious garden. Song Jian said to Cain. Participating in the sacrificial ceremony could be considered a stroke of luck for Song Jian. But his and Anna's actual goal was to enter the mysterious garden and find a treasure, the blooms of the bloodline vine, that could help Anna advance. Mysterious garden? Upon hearing this, Cain's eyebrows furrowed. Chapter 590, Can you introduce us? The mysterious garden is a very dangerous place. Cain mused. We used to consider it a trial ground for our tribe, but we soon discovered that it was far too perilous. Any plant within carries a profound potential for attack. Furthermore, there are plants capable of sowing their seeds within organisms, controlling their bodies as though they were puppets. Hundreds of warriors from the Black Hoof tribe fell into this trap. We remain unsure whether they are dead or alive. Countless adventurers attempt to explore it every year, but the majority never return. The Black Hoof tribe lives near the mysterious garden secret realm and has gathered much information about it. Cain told Song Jian everything, emphasizing above all its terror and danger. The horror of the Dark Castle comes from the Shadow Giant Dragon, but the horror of the mysterious garden. Well, no one can really articulate that, Cain concluded. Song Jian nodded knowingly. Both the mysterious garden and the Dark Castle were level 30 dungeons, however the mysterious garden is considered less difficult since it didn't have a boss with first-tier combat power. But after hearing Cain's introduction, Song Jian realized that the horror of the mysterious garden was more concealed, more insidious. The next day, under Cain's guidance, Song Jian and Anna went to the valley where the mysterious garden is located. The valley was a barren place, with no plants or even a single weed growing in it. Amid the lush Thunder Beast Mountain, this valley was a stark anomaly. At the entrance of the valley, Song Jian felt sharp gazes being shot towards him. Probably due to the presence of Cain, these gazes circled around him twice before retracting. Soon after entering the valley, Song Jian felt another 5 or 6 prying eyes on him. These eyes belonged to highly skilled individuals, not quite reaching first-tier combat power, but not far off. I had no idea. The Black Hoof tribe is even more formidable than it appears. Song Jian thought, utterly astounded the further he ventured. If we were to sneak in here at night, we would definitely be spotted. Song Jian glanced at Anna, silently deducing. Once they entered the valley, they saw a partially transparent, multicolored screen stretching across the middle of the valley, dividing it in half. Below it stood a huge stone door, wreathed by the broken light, adorned with intricate carvings that curled around it like a vine, as if a beast bearing its fangs and claws all over the door. To enter the mysterious garden, you need a key seed, do you guys? Cain seemed to suddenly recall something and opened his mouth to ask. Before he could finish his sentence, Anna pulled out a bluish seed the size of a fist from her pocket. The seed's surface was ragged and radiated a dim blue light. Anna stepped forward, inserting the blue seed into a softly planted niche at the bottom of the stone door. Soon, a blue beam of light emerged, tracing the vine pattern etched into the door until it enveloped the entire gateway. Boom! The stone door shuddered. A beam of white light spewed out from the gap, giving the appearance of some space-time fluctuations. As someone familiar with the power of space, Songjian knew that behind this stone door lay a portal of sorts. "Let's go inside," Anna said to Songjian, taking the initiative to walk towards the open stone door. Each time the stone door is opened, there's only a minute to enter, and it can only accommodate up to 5 people at once, Kane reminded from the side. In fact, it is quite difficult for the player to open the mysterious garden dungeon. Firstly, they need to enhance their familiarity with the Black Hoof tribe, spending at least half a month to generate enough reputation to be respected by them. Only then can they have the privilege to enter this valley. An alternative method would be to force their way in, however this requires annihilating the entire Black Hoof tribe, which if a player possesses such power, this dungeon wouldn't pose any significant assistance to them. Once the reputation of the Black Hoof tribe is elevated enough to be respected, the player will need a key seed. The acquisition of this seed is relatively easier. The creatures within Thunder Beast Mountain may occasionally drop the seed. If you are lucky, you can get one from killing 2 or 3 beasts. If unlucky, several days may pass by without obtaining a single one. Each key seed allows a small team of 5 to enter, and if they fail to navigate the dungeon, they must kill more monsters on Thunder Beast Mountain to obtain another. After Songjian and Anna vanished from the spot, Kane just stood there watching the stone door close gently, not choosing to leave immediately. It seemed like he was waiting for something. A bar in the city of Sen Yitong pushed the door open with a sour face. The bar door hit the wall with a loud bang and bounced back fiercely. A glass of hot red lips, no water, no ice. Yitong walked up to the bar counter and slapped her hand forcefully on the hard surface as she shouted. "Oh, isn't this the darling of the night, Yitong? Why are you so upset today? Do you need me to help you vent some steam?" Ha ha ha, a scornful laughter rang out in the bar. Yitong turned her head to see a middle-aged man with a scar on his face wearing leather armor, holding a large glass of beer and staring intently at her. "Ghostface, you dare to mock me? Do you really think I can't poison you into impotence?" Yitong threatened viciously. Ha 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 ha. Yitong's menacing threat ignited an uproarious laughter throughout the bar. "Yitong, there's really no need to be so angry even if your mission failed." A burly bartender handed a large glass of blood-red cocktail to Yitong. "Damn it, success was already within my grasp. If it weren't for that meddling man, there's no way I would have failed." Yitong gulped down the alcohol in one go, releasing a big breath afterward, a hint of abnormal red flushing her cheeks. "So, someone edged you out? Someone capable of doing so must be quite skilled." The bartender wore a look of admiration. "His strength attribute is extremely high and he completely overwhelmed me." Yitong grumbled. "What's so amazing about that? Even in this bar, there are at least a dozen people with strength attributes high enough to crush you." The bartender flexed his arm and his muscles bulged, giving him an iron-like appearance. His perception attribute is not low either, making ambush impossible. Yitong carried a terrible, menacing look on her face and the glass in her hand squeaked under pressure. "So what? Many classes give perception bonuses. As far as I know, some even specialize in hunting monsters in the city sewers to level up." The bartender seemed unimpressed. "Yitong. He also recruited a young, beautiful female follower," Yitong suddenly added. The bartender's eyes lit up, a look of amazement appearing on his face. "This brother must be incredible. If there's a chance, could you introduce us?" Chapter 591, Breaking in by force. Just when Yitong was left speechless, the bar door was abruptly flung open, and 3 burly players walked in. After briefly scanning the room, the leader of the trio announced in a deep voice, "Mysterious Garden Instance, 3 present, 2 needed. Anyone interested in joining us? These guys. They seriously want to try their hands on the mysterious garden?" Yitong's grip on her glass tightened, but her face remained void of expressions. "Ha ha ha, these 3 noobs think they can pull off the mysterious garden." A middle-aged man, drunk and bleary-eyed, pounded the table while pointing at the trio, laughing uproariously. His words caused laughter to ripple through the bar, as everyone seemed to look at the trio as some sort of joke. The 3 men ignored their ridicule, their faces unchanging. The leader reiterated, "I'll repeat once more, mysterious garden instance, 3 present, 2 needed. Any takers?" His words only brought about louder laughter, and a hint of disappointment flashed across the eyes of the 3 men before they turned to leave the bar. However, at that moment, Yitong abruptly stood up holding her right hand high and shouted, "I'll go, count me in for the mysterious garden instance." The 3 burly men looked somewhat surprised. They turned back to evaluate Yitong, while the leader gave a slight nod and said, "Keep up." As the trio left the bar, Yi-tong quickly downed the last of her drink, and dashed out while calling out, "Keep a tab for the drink. I'll return and pay you double." Did that damsel lose her mind thinking anyone could just waltz into the mysterious garden? A man with a scarred face turned to the bartender in surprise. "These three, they're not to be underestimated." The bartender responded, wiping the glass from which Yi-tong had just drunk. "Humphrey, underestimate, what's there to underestimate?" The scarred man snorted dismissively and ordered another pint. The bartender glanced at the scar face, lowered his eyes, and whispered, "They are very strong. Any of them could easily take on the whole bar." Scarface shivered and looked at the sleeping drunk on the table, shaking his head, "That lucky bastard." Yi-tong followed the trio out of the bar, watching as they headed towards the outskirts of City of Sin. "Hey, you three, wait for me," Yi-tong implored. "Only if you can keep up, will you have the privilege of becoming our teammate," one of the men uttered coldly, without turning his head and not slowing down in the least. Yi-tong looked slightly surprised, then a playful expression appeared on her face, and she muttered to herself, "Hey, a speed contest against me, an agility class." With a flash of light on her feet, Yi-tong's speed increased markedly. The men stopped only at the foot of Thunder Beast Mountain, where they looked up at the mountain range. Before long, Yi-tong arrived, panting hard and glaring at the men. "What on earth is your class?" These three were clearly not of the agility class by their build, yet they had run all the way from the City of Sin to Thunder Beast Mountain at a speed faster than hers. A rogue. "Impressive, you're not too bad." The leader among the Hulks looked at Yi-tong, nodded slightly, and asked her, "Are you familiar with the terrain of Thunder Beast Mountain? Do you know the way to Mysterious Garden?" Yi-tong leaned back against a large tree, took a couple of deep breaths, and responded with an odd look on her face, "Yes, it's in a small valley on Thunder Beast Mountain, less than 3 miles from here." The burly men looked at each other, nodded, and the leader introduced himself. "Now that we're teammates, let me introduce myself. I'm Eagle Flight, and these are my brothers Eagle Soar and Eagle Sprint. We only need a guide. Once we're in the instance, you just need to stay close and take care of yourself. If any equipment that suits you drops, it's all yours." "I'm Yi-tong, a rogue," Yi-tong replied honestly. "Can you tell me what you plan to do in the Mysterious Garden?" "There's one more thing you need to remember," Eagle Flight added in a solemn voice, "don't ask anything you're not supposed to." Yi-tong. After entering Thunder Beast Mountain, Yi-tong led the way with the trio closely following. "Oh yes, to enter the Mysterious Garden, you must raise your reputation with the Black Hoof Tribe's Tauren, at least to honored, otherwise you'll have to force your way in." Yi-tong suddenly remembered something and quickly added, "Moreover, opening the instance requires a seed. Killing the beasts in Thunder Beast Mountain has a chance of it dropping. Without it, you can forget about entering the Mysterious Garden instance. You needn't concern yourself with that. We have our ways of getting in," Eagle Soar, standing beside Eagle Flight, remarked confidently. Soon, the four arrived near the Black Hoof Tribe. "See that barren valley over there? The entrance to the Mysterious Garden is there. But beware, at least tens of level 30 elite Taurens guard it, and we're too close to the Black Hoof Tribe here. Once they raise the alarm, the whole tribe could swarm out." Yi-tong pointed at a small valley ahead and whispered. "That's not a problem. Just follow us," Eagle Flight replied in a deep voice, striding towards the small valley. As soon as they entered the valley, they were stopped by several Tauren. "This is a restricted area of the Black Hoof Tribe. Outsiders are not allowed." A Tauren with a nose ring stretched out his hand to stop them. At that moment, Eagle Sprint, speechless until then, stepped forward. His eyes turned a strange shade of red. "Look into my eyes." Eagle Sprint's voice, hoarse and low, sounded like sand rubbing against glass. The Tauren unwittingly looked into Eagle Sprint's eyes, which emitted a crimson glow that left them blank-faced. "Lead us to the entrance of the Mysterious Garden," Eagle Sprint commanded in a low voice. The Tauren turned like puppets and walked stiffly into the valley. "Let's go." "Just follow them." Eagle Sprint glanced at Yi-tong and took the lead in following the Tauren. Yi-tong was startled by Eagle Sprint's skills. He had immediately taken control of several level 30 elite Tauren. It was terrifying. "I really don't know if joining them on this journey is a blessing or a curse," Yi-tong murmured to herself. Seeing the men walking away, she quickly followed after them. Chapter 592, Guarding the Devil Vine. Song Jian felt a bout of dizziness, and upon recovering, he found himself standing on a stone platform. Phew. He took a deep breath, rubbing his brows. "No matter how many times I experience this, I can never get used to it. It's simply too uncomfortable." "Song Jian, this place is so beautiful," exclaimed Anna, her bright eyes radiating surprise as she surveyed their surroundings. From their perch on the stone platform, wilderness teeming with lush plants spread before them, and flowers of all colors vied for attention. A sweet scent permeated the air. Song Jian looked up, the sky above seeming as clear as a flawless sapphire, the brilliant sunlight warming everything beneath it. Didn't we infer this place to be dangerous? It seems more like a tourist spot to me, murmured Song Jian. No place, be it this apocalyptic world or the real one, could compare to the beauty before his eyes. Anna, can you sense the location of the item we seek? Song Jian asked. No. Anna shook her head. I know it's in the mysterious garden, but I have no idea where exactly. We might as well look for it while exploring then. Song Jian shrugged and suggested. Since this place used to be a lab, we should find that first. Maybe there are some clues. Anna nodded in agreement, and the two descended the stone platform via the stairs. Just as they stepped off the platform, Song Jian suddenly felt a strong threat approaching him. Almost instinctively, Song Jian summoned the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, held defensively in front of his chest, performing the sacred parry skill. The moment he completed the skill, a purple-black vine as thick as an arm suddenly sprung from the ground. Like a sharp spear, it aimed straight for his chest. Clang! Feeling a great force through his sword, Song Jian involuntarily stepped back. Gold light flashed and the purple-black vine that sprung out suddenly split. Foul-smelling liquid sprayed out from the wound, filling the air with a pungent smell. Song Jian's face darkened. The intensity of that strike was not weaker than that of a full-force strike from a level 30 elite boss. If he had not leveled the Holy Sword skill during his times with the Black Hoof tribe and gained many attribute points, this strike, even with his sacred parry, would have left him in disarray rather than as composed as he was now. Anna, you best stay on the platform, Song Jian said in a low voice. He suspected that the platform might be the only safe zone in the area, given they were attacked the moment they stepped off it. As Song Jian was on high alert, the ground suddenly began to rumble. With a sloshing sound, dozens of purple-black vines rose from the ground, twisting and coiling into a creature resembling a python in midair. Guarding Devil Vine, level 30, vitality points, 3,500 out of 3,500, a level 30 regular monster. Song Jian readied himself as the guarding Devil Vine paused in midair, before launching itself towards him. In midair, the guarding Devil Vine shot several purple-black vines from its surface, striking at Song Jian like long whips. The silhouette of Song Jian flickered as he swung his sword at the incoming vines. Clang, clang, clang. His Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword clashed against the vines, creating a sound reminiscent of metal on metal. Remarkably, these vines were as hard as steel. Sword silks. In an instant, 3 strands of fine sword chi appeared around Song Jian's body. The 3 strands of sword chi traced an arc in the air as they each wrapped around a vine. Once they tightened mercilessly, they issued a series of sounds like cracking and 3 purple-black vines as thick as a man's arm dropped to the ground. After twitching like a snake twice, they grew still. Smack! A vine coiled around to Song Jian's back and hit him hard, causing him to stumble forward. Song Jian's heads-up display showed a damage of over 100 points from the hit. Song Jian swung his sword backhand, unleashing a golden invisible sword chi. His Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword now looked as if it was coated with a layer of gold, bursting with dazzling brilliance. Whoosh! This time, the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword cut through the vine like a hot knife through butter, unopposed by any resistance. Song Jian was taken aback. Had his invisible sword chi become so powerful after his promotion? Inspecting the battle log, Song Jian understood. His last strike had activated the indestructible effect. It seems that adding invisible sword chi makes it easier to trigger this effect, Song Jian speculated. However, now his maximum invisible sword chi was only 100 points and most of his sword techniques consumed it, so maintaining it all the time was impossible. While fending off the vine's assault, Song Jian moved closer to the Devil Vine's main body, even if it meant taking a few hits along the way. He realized that severing the tentacle-like vines inflicted only minimal damage on the vine. To defeat it, he had to damage its main body. Swish! A ray of white light poured down on Song Jian. His vitality points, which had dropped by a third, were fully restored. With Anna at his back, Song Jian boldly rushed to the front of the Devil Vine's main body. The main body of the vine was formed from dozens of vine stems as thick as arms. Transformed and entwined in the air, it resembled a ferocious python. Broken wing dance. His long sword darted up and down, leaving multiple scars on the Devil Vine's main body. The tentacle-like vines kept shooting out at Song Jian, but he was fearless. He was willing to take a damage exchange, to risk his life in this fight. In the heat of the battle, the indestructible effect was triggered occasionally. Soon, cut vines were scattered all around him. Although severing the vines caused minimal damage to the vine's main body, the vine's sole means of attack was through these vines. After losing a significant number of tendrils, the vine's damage to Song Jian decreased drastically. Finally, After triggering the indestructible effect once more, Song Jian slashed through the vine. A look of joy crossed Song Jian's face as he observed the vine pieces scattered all around. Not counting the enhanced invisible sword chi he had gained after his promotion, just the activation of the indestructible effect of the holy sword delighted Song Jian. No matter how infrequent the effect was triggered in a battle, it was enough to make a decisive impact. Song Jian, are you okay? After the battle ended, Anna came down from the stone stage to ask. I'm fine. With you here, how could I be in danger? Song Jian replied with a smile, picking up the blue equipment dropped by the devil vine. Robe of the Vine Guardian, cloth armor, quality, blue, equipment effect, physical defense +7, spell resistance +5, intelligence +3, spirit +2, special effect 1, improves all spell damage and healing effect, up to a maximum of 10%, special effect 2, recover 600 to 800 magic points immediately upon use, with a cooldown of 5 minutes, item level, 32, required level for use, 28. Anna, this equipment is for you. Song Jian handed the blue quality item over to Anna. Chapter 593, blocking the way. The robe of the guarding devil vine, while merely being of blue quality, has excellent attributes, nearly comparable to a silver quality cloth armor. It has two very practical special effects. The first one improves Anna's healing efficiency, while the second one is equivalent to having a free magic potion that recovers between 500 and 800 points every 5 minutes. This is equivalent to giving Anna an extra 500 to 800 magic points compared to ordinary players, which is quite a significant advantage. The robe has a green foundation interspersed with purple magic patterns, clearly distinguishing it from ordinary items. Upon wearing the robe, Anna's demeanor immediately changed, giving her an air of mysterious elegance. Song Jian, do I look good? Anna twirled in her robe of the guarding devil vine and asked, full of anticipation. Not bad, you look good in anything. Song Jian took a careful look and teased her lightheartedly. Anna's cheeks blushed slightly, appearing a bit shy. Anna, it's dangerous here, be careful. Song Jian reminded her, yes, I've done my homework before coming here. Anna nodded. Over the years, several hundred adventurers have died here. This place was once open to everyone for free, but due to the high death count, my uncle ordered the Black Hoof tribe to mark this place as forbidden, denying entry to most people. Song Jian nodded. What Anna said mirrored Kane's warning about the dangers of the mysterious garden. They continued to move forward. Amidst the dense vegetation, formidable monsters could appear any time. Thankfully, there was a man-made path leading away from the stone platform, and they followed it carefully. Before long, Song Jian felt a sudden chill wind blowing, immediately giving him a feeling of being watched. There's an enemy nearby. Song Jian squinted and surveyed the area, immediately spotting several dark shadows moving between the large trees ahead. Be careful, there are monsters up ahead. Song Jian warned in a low voice. Just then, Song Jian suddenly felt as if he had stepped on a rope. As his vigilance elevated, the rope-like object underfoot twisted like a live serpent and wrapped around his ankle, as if trying to hoist him up. It was actually a dried vine curling like a snake, seemingly lifeless, and indistinguishable from a withered vine. In reality, its appearance was but a trap to fool people. As soon as anyone touches it, it would immediately wrap around them and hoist them up. Just as Song Jian was about to be hoisted, a faint golden sword chi bloomed from his left index finger, cutting the vine wrapped around him in half. These dried vines were extremely tenacious. Ordinary people would find it hard to break free once entangled. But for Song Jian, his strikes were these monsters' nemesis. His sharp sword chi easily split them in two. Just when Song Jian thought he was out of danger, the large tree standing beside him suddenly came alive. All the dried vines entwined around it seemed to be activated at once. They slithered towards Song Jian like snakes, and the tree itself even sprouted eyes, nose, and a mouth, transforming into a tree demon with roar. Dried vine tree demon? Song Jian was taken aback, and after glancing at the monster's properties, he quickly ordered Anna to retreat. Rather than backing off, Song Jian ran towards the tree demon, sword in hand. With a loud thud, his sword mercilessly slashed the tree demon, easily tearing its defense. The dried vine tree demon distinguishing trait was its strong defense, and it could also control the dried vines on its body to bind enemies. Even for a 5-player team, this monster was a real headache. Luckily, the dried vine tree demon's attack was not strong. A 5-player team could defeat it as long as they stayed calm and spent a little more time on it. However, the tree demon's defense was a joke in front of Song Jian. His formidable attacks made the tree demon's defenses irrelevant. The only thing that gave Song Jian trouble were the dried vines on the tree demon that would occasionally slither like snakes, trying to bind him and distract his attention. Song Jian swung his long sword, continuously hurling strikes at the tree demon. Wood chips splashed off the tree demon's body constantly. Anna occasionally healed Songjian and he was at ease. His vitality points never dropped below 80%. It didn't take long for the dried vine tree demon to let out a heart-rending scream and turn into a pile of wood chips. The dried vines on its body also lost their vitality and lay motionless on the ground. Did it drop anything good? Anna asked, her face brimming with excitement. Songjian bent down, picked up the items left by the tree demon, and handed a green belt to Anna. It dropped a green quality belt. The attributes are mediocre, but it should be better than what you currently have. This belt only increased spirit by 2 points. However, it had the special effect of having 4 storage slots for holding potions, making their use more convenient. Anna happily fastened the belt. She seemed to have discovered the fun of defeating monsters and gaining loot. Upon encountering monsters, her feelings of worry were replaced with excitement. Apart from this belt, the dried vine tree demon had also dropped some materials needed for pharmaceutical and foraging use. If sold in the auction house, they could bring in several thousand doomsday coins. The mysterious garden truly lives up to its name. Just killing the monsters here can make you a small fortune. Songjian chuckled and his mood turned cheerful all of a sudden. They continued to move forward, but the path was teeming with annoying plants. Just any old weed could attack Songjian like a snake, which annoyed him immensely. Thinking for a moment, 30 blood raptors and 30 blood wolves suddenly appeared by his side. Go scout ahead. Songjian commanded. The blood raptors flew into the air while the blood wolves dived into the bushes, making Songjian's journey much easier. The blood wolves dashed in front of him like a demoning team, coming into contact with many dry vines. Some vines remained motionless, while others tried to wrap around the agile blood wolves, albeit unsuccessfully. The blood raptors also dispersed and rushed at the suspicious-looking trees. Before the tree demons had any chance to react, the raptors gestured agilely and flew back to the sky. With the help of blood raptors and blood wolves, Songjian was able to distinguish between ordinary plants and monsters disguised as ordinary plants. They avoided any identified creatures as much as possible, only attacking when it was impossible to bypass, neutralizing the threat. They made progress smoothly, but soon Songjian discovered a group of monsters blocking their path ahead. Chapter 594, Golden Backpack. In the dense jungle in the distance, a group of strange monsters were moving ahead, completely blocking the road. These monsters were of various shapes. There were minotaurs, fishmen, werewolves, and even a few that looked human. Green plants covered their bodies, and a brightly colored red flower bloomed on their heads. Upon closer look, the flower was surprisingly rooted in the skulls of each creature. Songjian controlled a blood crow to approach slowly, about 7 or 8 meters away from the monsters. The monsters appeared to sense its presence and turned to look in its direction. Songjian was startled and quickly ordered the blood crow to land on a tree. Seeing the crow not making further movements, the monsters returned to their aimless wandering. Are these puppet beasts? Songjian closely observed through the eyes of the blood crow. It turned out that these creatures had been parasitized by plant seeds, not controlling their actions, turning them into puppets. The puppet beasts, completely controlled by the plants, had their potential fully stimulated, greatly enhancing their power. However, in such a state, they could not last long, at most a month, before their potential would be exhausted, their bodies would wither, and the parasitic plants inside them would emerge, taking root in the soil to continue growing. Songjian carefully counted. There were in total 14 puppet beasts here, blocking the small path tightly. Their vitality was about 40% more robust than the tree demons, and they even retained some of their original skills from when they were alive. Even if a 5-person squad encountered these monsters, they would find them tough and tricky, let alone only 2 as they were now. No matter how powerful Songjian's attack was, faced with this group of puppet beasts at the elite boss level, he would also be besieged to death. There are too many monsters ahead, let's pause first. Songjian said to Anna. Whilst Anna possessed an epic profession, she currently lacked effective attack skills and could not protect herself well. She could revive others, but if she died, she could not be resurrected again. Anna was pampered from a young age. Even though her family had fallen into hardship, the Lord of the City of Sin was her uncle. Usually, she had very few experiences in battles and adventures. The most dangerous time was probably the last time when she was tricked into going to the Dark Castle and encountered Shadow Teeth. Are the monsters ahead very powerful? Anna whispered, are they more formidable than the Shadow Teeth? The most powerful creature Anna had ever encountered in her life was probably Shadow Teeth. The Black Panther still haunted her dreams. They are not as powerful as Shadow Teeth. Songjian shook his head, but their number is too large. Even Shadow Teeth would have to retreat if all of them charged together. So what should we do? Should we find a way around? Anna asked with a frown. If there's really no way, we can only detour. Songjian shook his head. In the mysterious garden, the monsters often appear alone, whether they were the devil vines or the tree demons. Another monster wouldn't appear in one monster's alert range. Having so many puppet beasts gathered here, was there something special about this place? Using the eyes of his blood grow, Songjian took a closer look. He quickly noticed something unusual. In the middle of the puppet beasts lay a corpse. The corpse was completely rotten, with only a skeleton remaining. A thick layer of broadleaf plants covered the remains. Among the pile of plants, a backpack was emitting a dark gold light. Because the thick plants concealed the backpack, Songjian hadn't noticed it initially. This time, a beam of golden light penetrated the gap between the plant leaves and caught Songjian's attention. The backpack was strapped to the skeleton, hidden by the broadleaf plants. If it weren't for the golden light it emitted, even if he stood close, Songjian would have found it challenging to discover it. A dark gold quality backpack. Could it be that these puppet beasts are guarding it? Songjian's eyes lit up, staring unblinkingly at the concealed backpack. What's up, Songjian? Did you notice something? Anna asked, seeing Songjian standing still. She gave him a gentle push. There's a gold quality piece of equipment over there. It seems to have been left behind by a dead adventurer. Songjian said excitedly, pointing ahead. The equipment left by an adventurer after death is usually preserved for a period of time. The higher the quality of the equipment, the longer it's preserved. Gray and white equipment lasts for a maximum of 3 days. Green and blue equipment even longer. As for silver equipment, they are preserved even longer. Gold and above items, if not meeting special geographical conditions, would almost never corrode. Gold quality equipment? Anna also became excited. Let me see if I can lure these monsters one by one. Songjian jumped onto a big tree and controlled the 5 or 6 blood crows to fly towards the group of monsters from all directions. During usual control of the blood crows, Songjian just had to issue them a simple command. No matter how many blood crows there were, Songjian could control them. But now, Songjian needed to use the vision of the blood crows. The difficulty had increased more than tenfold, even hundreds of times. Having 6 different images appearing in his brain at the same time, and having to divide his attention amongst them for an extended period, made Songjian feel dizzy and weak. Faced with such a large group of monsters, the general practice was to use ranged attacks to lure a few, the fewer the better. Luring monsters was the most challenging test for players. Even if a little biased, it would touch all the monsters, leading to the total annihilation of the party. Even some well-coordinated teams could not guarantee success every time. After observing for a while, Songjian couldn't find any opportunity and finally determined bitterly. Songjian controlled all the blood wolves and blood crows to surround these monsters from all directions. When the blood wolves and crows entered the alert range of the puppet beasts immediately became violent, their bodies enlarged and a red hue emerged on their surfaces. They roared and pounced on the blood wolves and crows. The puppet beasts were very powerful. Even though the number of blood wolves and crows was several times higher, the puppet beasts still had the upper hand. Just at the initial contact, 7 or 8 blood wolves were torn to shreds by the puppet beasts. Disappear. Songjian gritted his teeth to bear the headache and issued a command. Immediately, the remaining blood wolves and crows ran in all directions. To the puppet beasts with no rationality, the smell of blood was the biggest stimulation, and they roared and chased after the blood crows and wolves. Songjian's figure immediately turned into a shadow, and a path of icy air appeared under his feet. He rushed towards the corpse guarded by the puppet beasts as fast as lightning. Chapter 595, Magic Wand. Upon reaching this skeleton, Songjian didn't dare to hesitate. He grabbed onto a backpack emitting a dark gold glow, intending to pull it off, but suddenly felt a severe pain in his wrist. He looked down to see several green vines had wound themselves around his wrist. Songjian's heart sank. He hadn't expected that the plants growing on this skeleton would also attack strangers. He tugged hard several times, but with his current strength attribute surpassing 60, he couldn't break away from the vines, which took him by surprise. One should know that with a strength attribute of 60, he could even snap a piece of rebar, but these vines seemed even tougher than steel bars. Songjian extended his left hand's index finger and pointed at the vines. Swish! A golden sword chi emitted from the tip of his finger, easily cutting off all the green vines entwined around his wrist. The severed vines appeared to have been frightened, squirming wildly and emitting a sharp screech from beneath the carcass. Seizing the opportunity, Songjian broke free and fled. As soon as he left, he heard roars from the puppet beasts echoing from behind. The puppet beasts that had been pursuing the blood wolves and blood crows had actually given up their chase and started to return. That screech just now was summoning these puppet beasts. Songjian wiped the cold sweat from his brow, thinking to himself. The invisible sword chi has upgraded. Almost all sword techniques have improved because they consume invisible sword chi, but the skill that improved the most is the sword finger. There is a stark difference between the sword finger with silver sword chi and the sword finger with golden sword chi. The latter, with a mere sweep, can cut in half the vines that were tougher than steel bars. Hearing the roars of the puppet beasts, Songjian grabbed Anna with one hand and a dark gold glowing backpack with the other, then bolted into the distance. After he grabbed the backpack, he wanted to put it into his storage slot but was notified by the system that it couldn't be placed there. So, he had to keep holding it in his hand. After running a few hundred meters, the roars of the puppet beasts slowly faded. Songjian wiped his sweat. It was fortunate that the invisible sword she upgraded. Had he been unable to break free from the vines, even a few seconds' delay would have led to an attack from the puppet beasts. Even with his abilities, facing a dozen of puppet beasts equivalent to level 30 elite bosses, he would have ended up dying there, perhaps even triggering the enemy of death god effect. That was a close call. Anna had a look of relief on her face. She patted her chest, her gaze drifting towards the hand where Songjian was holding the backpack. Hey, a golden quality backpack. Songjian lifted the backpack, excitedly announcing. There seems to be something inside. Songjian froze, opened the backpack and started searching inside. Songjian soon pulled out a dark gold magic staff from the backpack. The staff, just over a foot long and exquisitely made, looked like a piece of art. At the top end of the staff, 8 gems about the size of fingertips were embedded, guarding a fist-sized golden crystal. Even when the glow of the staff was turned off, faint rainbows still danced around it. As soon as the staff was brought out, Anna's eyes lit up and she looked pleadingly at Songjian. It's yours. Songjian gave a slight smile, handing the staff to Anna. The staff had excellent attributes, perfectly suited for Anna. With this staff, Anna's basic self-defense capabilities would be ensured. The Staff of Elun's Prayer, type, single-hand staff, tier, dark gold, equipment level, 35, stats, range damage, 268 to 321, speed, 1.8, plus 5 to all abilities, plus 8 attack speed, plus 10 critical strike, all attributes increased by 10 points, special effects, brutal damage, passive, automatically switches to the property that restrains the target during a locked target attack. If all the target's resistances are positive, it automatically switches to true damage, life drain, passive, while dealing damage. 45% of the damage value is converted into self-sustain. Gaze of Elun, active, applies a mark on the target. After marking, target receives 50% more damage, healing received by the target is increased by 100%, critical strike chance is increased by 1, duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 1 hour, Blessing of Elun, active. After casting, the user is protected by Elun, granting 98% damage reduction, plus 100 resistance points, immunity to all negative states, plus 150% movement speed, duration, 10 seconds, cooldown, 3 hours. This staff is simply the best of the best, its attributes can even rival those of an epic staff. With this staff, Anna even has the capital to compete with close combat professionals. Unless she is targeted by a bunch of people, few could directly contend with her. Anna clutched the staff, a bright smile on her face as her gaze towards Songjian softened even more. Songjian didn't notice the soft look in Anna's eyes, his attention was all on the backpack in his hand. After taking out the staff, the dark gold glow on the surface of the backpack began to slowly disappear. Apparently, the light wasn't emanating from the backpack but from the staff that had just been taken out. After taking out the staff, Songjian pulled out a scroll made of fine sheepskin from the backpack. It was a letter. Research in the lab has been forcibly halted. They were too reckless, they dared to touch God's realm, and thus suffered the consequences. All experimental subjects have lost control. We can't do anything anymore. The energy has leaked out, everyone is starting to mutate. I can also feel my own body. Oh my god, there really are creatures that can absorb such energy, it is becoming more powerful. The lab base is too dangerous, I have to escape immediately. My body has started to mutate, and the speed of mutation is accelerating. I escaped, but I am too weak now, I might die soon. If someone sees this letter, I hope you can go to the lab and kill that creature. Otherwise, it will destroy everything, consume everything. No one can escape. Many places in this letter were smeared but from the context, Songjian could guess roughly what it was about. After reading the letter, a task dialog box suddenly appeared before him. System, you have received a strange letter. This item will trigger a task. Do you accept? Chapter 596, The Airborne Pyramid. Songjian carefully studied this letter again. Although the task did not explicitly state what it was, Songjian deduced from between the lines that this task was likely to enter the experimental lab base and kill the suddenly more powerful experimental subject. Anna's target is the flower of the bloodline vine, and its information should also be obtained from this experimental lab base. It's a good opportunity to do this task at the same time. Song Jian thought secretly and immediately chose to accept it. Sure enough, this task was a level 30 task. The goal was to kill the most powerful boss in the lab base, the fallen puppet beast, Hyuga. Song Jian continued to rummage around but quickly withdrew his hand in disappointment. Besides the magic staff in Anna's hand and this letter, there was nothing else in the bag. Song Jian took another look at the bag in his hand. It was a special item, a 14-slot bag, which could be used to expand his bag bar. Song Jian's equipment was gradually becoming more abundant. The previous postal bag and storage ring had been replaced by other equipment, and the bag bar was crowded. With this newly added 14-slot bag, Song Jian would no longer need to pick and drop some junk when he encounters good equipment in the future. I'm taking the bag. Song Jian happily said to Anna. Okay. Anna obediently nodded. If it weren't for the need to advance her profession, Anna would not have come to such a dangerous secret realm, and she didn't have many opportunities for adventure in the future. This bag is more useful in Song Jian's hands. The two continued to move forward. Without the exploration of the blood crows and blood wolves, their journey became difficult again. The monsters in the mysterious garden disguised themselves as ordinary plants. Unless you enter their alert range, even the sharpest perceptions won't be able to discover them. Song Jian stumbled along the way, but after getting familiar with the attack patterns of the monsters in the secret realm, Song Jian became more and more relaxed. As soon as a monster was spotted, Song Jian would charge straight at it, fully utilizing his firepower. The crimson fire heart-ape sword whirled about, the golden sword chi was rampant, and before the monsters could react effectively, they would be hacked into a pile of wood chips by Song Jian. With a mournful roar, a puppet beast with a piece of dead wood on its back fell to the ground with a thud. The moment it fell, its body shattered like rotten wood. Song Jian searched around the corpse and found 2 silver coins and a skill book. These 2 silver coins were not a currency and could not be traded. But they were valuable items. Selling a silver coin to the system shop could be exchanged for 500 doomsday coins. The skill book was a universal skill book that could be used by players of all professions. Skill book, Agile Evasion. Skill description, passive skill, enhances the player's ability to perceive and dodge attacks. Skill attributes, gain an additional intuition evasion check +3, perception check +1, passive parry chance increase by 10%, usage limit, all professions. Although this skill book can be used by all professions, it's obviously more suitable for melee professions. Anna gave it a glance and then gave up on this skill book. Song Jian's attack was very fierce, not even inferior to some people with Tier 1 combat power. But his defense attribute was average. When fighting monsters, he usually relied on footwork and rapid attacks to kill opponents to cover up this weakness. After acquiring this skill, Song Jian's defense will have a significant improvement. After learning this skill, Song Jian's intuition evasion and perception improved substantially. A passive skill that adds permanent attributes is far more valuable than a piece of equipment. The two continued following the path while intermittently battling. After spending most of the day, they arrived at a small hill. When they climbed over the hill, Anna suddenly pointed forward in surprise and shouted, Song Jian, look over there, what is that? Song Jian looked up and saw a black pyramid hanging in the air about the size of a small hill. The pyramid was 100 meters off the ground, and for some reason, it floated motionlessly as if it had no gravity. Song Jian always thought that, even before the apocalypse, the level of human development in the game world should be similar to that of the real world. But now, he realized how absurdly wrong he was. The ability to make such a massive pyramid float in the sky, this technology is not something humans in the real world could grasp. That should be the lab base, right? Song Jian exclaimed. This massive pyramid has obvious signs of human activity. Besides those mad humans who create so many monsters, Song Jian could not think about who else could build such a magnificent building in this secret realm. The two started walking towards the huge pyramid floating in midair. Anna kept staring at it all the way. Song Jian, this building seems to be more than just a lab base. Anna suddenly said, it has obvious magical cannon muzzles and launch racks, it's a military base with weaponry, even a large airship. How do you know so much? Song Jian asked in surprise. Similar weapons exist in the city of Sin, as for the rest, I read about them in some books in my family. Anna glanced at Song Jian, if this is truly a large airship, even one of these can form a considerable airship formation, which is a strategic weapon that could deter a country before the apocalypse. A large airship naturally couldn't form an airship formation by itself. The number of escort ships alone would be in the hundreds. This might indeed be an airship left by a certain country before the apocalypse. Song Jian had a look of envy in his eyes. If he could have this floating black pyramid in the sky, then wouldn't he be unstoppable in this game world? Such a strategic weapon could contend with a superpower. The cities in the game, whether it be the city of Hymns or the city of Sin, simply could not compete with it. But this thought could only cross Song Jian's mind. Not to mention getting control of this base. Even if Songjian truly had control, moving it would not be attainable by 1 or 2 people. Thousands of professionals would be needed to make it work. Let's go, let's check it out over there. The clue to the bloodline vine should be in that base. Songjian said with anticipation. Chapter 597, The Man-Eating Flower finally here, huh? Songjian stood below the Black Pyramid, gazing upward. Upon getting closer, the enormity of this Black Pyramid was felt even more. Like a small mountain, the pyramid eerily suspended in midair. This gripping sensation made one's heart palpitate. Songjian, how do we climb this? Anna asked, her brows furrowed, staring anxiously at the looming shadow overhead. There must be a passage to get up there, let's look for it. Songjian responded. Soon, both of them found a wrecked transportation aircraft nestled in a hollow. The engine on the left wing of the plane was severely destroyed, revealing a huge hole. The fuselage was filled with fractures, half of the cockpit was embedded in the hollow. After the crash, the aircraft caught fire, leaving burnt marks all over the plane. Luckily, the fire stopped, possibly due to rain or some other reason, preserving most of the aircraft intact. This appears to be a plane used to transport personnel and supplies to the base. Songjian said, pointing out the label which read Carrier 152 inches on the surface of the aircraft. What a pity that it is no longer operational, said Anna in disappointment. Let me see if I can find some useful things, said Songjian before climbing into the wrecked aircraft. Not long after, Songjian emerged with a small black metal box from the remains of the plane. This is a recognition device for the base. As long as we approach the base, it will automatically open the gate. Revealed Songjian, holding up the metal box. But how are we going to get up there? Anna furrowed her brow. I'll go up first to check it out. You wait here. Just as Songjian finished speaking, a pair of metal wings unfolded from his back, and with a flap, he soared towards the pyramid above. Soon, Songjian reached the bottom of the pyramid. The base of it appeared to be made from a giant sheet of iron, not a single crack was visible. Even when he tried to feel for any joints with his hand, there was no trace of them. Songjian hovered around the pyramid base, and when he reached the lower left-hand corner, a section of the base melted away like ice and snow, revealing a large hole. Songjian perked up, flew towards the hole. Once Songjian entered, the opening quickly restored itself, leaving no trace behind. Upon entering the base, Songjian stood before a metallic hallway, a pair of steel wings slowly disappearing from his back. Embedded side lights emitted a soft glow on either side of the corridor. It appeared that some basic facilities of the base were still operational, even without human control. Being unfamiliar with the base, Songjian had no choice but to wander aimlessly. The structures within the base were all interconnected by corridors, much like a spider's web. Initially, Songjian managed to draw some rudimentary maps, but as he ventured deeper into the base, it got overwhelming. The base was as vast as a medium-sized town. With Songjian delving further into the base, it was evident that the base's defensive forces strengthened significantly. Puppet beasts appeared one after the other in the corridor. The puppet beasts consisted of various races, but they all shared the same characteristics. Vegetation covered their bodies, and their movements were controlled by these plants. The narrow metal corridor was rather convenient for Songjian. Most of these puppet beasts were at levels 26 to 29, and posed little threats to Songjian. This only contributed to Songjian's battle experience. Even though he lacked a map, Songjian could rely on his instincts and ventured deeper into the base. After an hour, he reached the heart of the base. It was much more chaotic here compared to the entrance, with corpses and bloodstains everywhere. The puppet beasts vanished, and in their place, towering man-eating flowers replaced them. Roots of these carnivorous plants had evolved into an existence resembling octopus tentacles, which moved freely across the ground. Tube-like bodies still grown with leaves, but at the top was a gigantic mouth, filled with double layers of sharp teeth. Long tongues stretched out from the mouths, swayed as they moved along. It was a rather disgusting sight. The levels of these carnivorous plants ranged from 28 to 29, with occasional ones at level 30. During attacks, they continually lashed at their victims with their tongues, and when the victim's vitality points dropped to a certain level, they would suddenly snap up the target. Upon seeing the slimy tongues of these carnivorous plants, an offensive odor drifted over. Songjian looked sick and had no intention of going near these abhorrent creatures. His vertical eye at the center of the brow opened, sending out a silver column of light, which struck the nearest man-eating flower. With the dazzling light flaring, the man-eating flower let out a shrill cry and started moving towards the source of the silver light. Watching the vitality points of the man-eating flower drop drastically, Songjian displayed a cold smile. With a powerful stomp on the ground, a sharp, fang-shaped energy cluster sprang forth towards the man-eating flower. The energy cluster exploded upon impact, reverberating loudly. For a moment, The nauseating odor in the corridor intensified. The attacked man-eating flower sprayed out pungent liquid from the wound, its vitality points plummeted drastically. Light strike. Spiritual sword control technique. Song Jian stepped back leisurely, swinging the invisible sword chi around casually as if it cost him nothing. The golden sword chi exploded, immersing the whole corridor in a golden hue. Man-eating flowers let out mournful cries, their volume gradually lowering over time. Unable to get near Song Jian, their vitality points hit zero, collapsing lifelessly onto the cold ground, leaving only a withered corpse. Song Jian sliced his way through, and soon, he spotted an open room filled with control panels and equipment. His eyes lit up immediately. This should be the central area of the base, perhaps the control center of the entire base. Speculated Song Jian, heading towards the room ahead. Arriving at the entrance, Song Jian kicked the partially ajar door wide open, startling the man-eating flowers and puppet beasts in the room. Song Jian immediately summoned the Abyssal Phantom Clone and activated the Immortal Sword Body. He charged into the room and after about 10 minutes, he had eliminated all the creatures, leaving traces of foul-smelling fluid from the man-eating flowers stained on him. After clearing the room, Song Jian proceeded to the largest control panel. Chapter 598, Small Probability Explosion. The huge screen on the control console was now shattered in the bottom left corner, which seemed to have been caused by a stray bullet hitting the area. The cracks from the circular hole spread outward, with one of them even splitting the screen in two. There were 3 rows of buttons on the control panel, with several of them constantly emitting sparks. Most of the remaining buttons seemed to have lost their function, leaving only 7 or 8 still lit up, indicating they could be used normally. Song Jian carefully pressed one of the still lit buttons, and after waiting for a while and not noticing any anomalies, he directly pressed all the remaining buttons one after another. Perhaps triggered by one of the buttons, the shattered screen suddenly started up. After a burst of static noise and snowflakes, an image of a middle-aged man wearing a white lab coat and glasses, with a thin figure appeared on the screen. He was sweating profusely and even had bloodstains on his white work clothes. Behind him, a huge creature over 3 meters tall, with grotesque clumps of muscle all over its body similar to tumors, bent down and squeezed into the laboratory. It grabbed a retreating researcher with one hand, let out a low growl, and tore the researcher apart with just its 2 hands. Blood and viscera were spilled all over the floor as the giant monster started eating the 2 pieces of the corpse in its hands. In the screen, the disheveled-looking middle-aged man frantically pressed buttons on the screen while shouting, "This is the control room of the mysterious base. The experimental subject has gone out of control and is rampaging through the base. Many experimental specimens have been released by it. The vine of life has also escaped its confinement, and the base is in chaos. To prevent the secrets of the base from being leaked, I have no choice but to activate the self-destruction device and release the Shefilin virus." The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he seemed completely unaware that the giant monster behind him was slowly approaching. Finally, he yelled, "Haman, my son, I love you." Then screamed, "Long live the Empire." The giant monster appeared behind him and reached out with its large palm-like hand. With a slap, it crushed the man's head. The last image on the screen showed the giant monster continuously licking the blood and brain matter from the palm of its hand. Could the final boss mentioned in the mission, the degenerate puppet beast, be that giant monster in the screen? Song Jian wondered. Moreover, the self-destruct device was activated by the man in the screen, but the base is still intact. I wonder if someone shut it down in the end or if the self-destruct device didn't activate at all? Song Jian carefully recalled every detail of the screen, trying to uncover some hidden secrets. Just then, a sudden burst of sparks erupted from the control console, and several buttons that had previously been extinguished flashed twice in quick succession. Then, the entire console went dark, completely damaged and unusable. Song Jian suddenly felt a slight vibration beneath his feet. Immediately, the metal bottom plate beside the console silently slid open to both sides. A rotten, foul-smelling stench rushed out, making him want to vomit. Turning his head, Song Jian saw a 30-degree downward slope appearing beside the console, appearing like a hidden passage leading to the control room's lower level. After hesitating for a moment, Song Jian walked along the sloped passage heading downwards. The space below was surprisingly large. As if sensing his arrival, a series of shrill, mad screams erupted from below. The chaotic, violent sounds intertwined, making people's eardrums ache and causing a dizzying sensation. Below, there should be the monsters captured as experimental subjects by the base's researchers. I didn't expect them to still be alive after all this time. No, that's not right. Their bodies must have all been invaded by the strange plants in this place, turning them all into puppet beasts. Song Jian speculated. Just as he reached the end of the passage, Song Jian saw 2 dark shadows pouncing towards him. Upon closer examination, they were actually 2 man-eating plants with flesh wings. However, These two man-eating plants had rather small body sizes, while the flesh wings on their backs were extremely large, appearing to be 2 to 3 times the size of their bodies. What kind of research is being done here that can create such disgusting monsters? Song Jian felt increasingly disgusted by this place. These two winged man-eating plants were not very strong, and Song Jian easily killed them without much effort. After killing them, there was a small probability of a drop. These two ordinary level 28 monsters actually dropped a golden quality ring, bloodied man-eating flower's claw, type, ring, grade, golden, item level, 30, equipment effect, intelligence, +8, constitution, +7, increases magic damage or healing effects by 50 points, special effect, light body skill, active, once activated, makes the wearer as light as a swallow, falling from high places at a slower speed, avoiding any damage, duration, 8 seconds, cool down, 30 minutes. Note, the attributes are average, but it's still a golden quality ring suitable for Anna's use. Song Jian wiped the ring clean and stored it in his inventory. After killing these two monsters, Song Jian's gaze fell on the cells here. The top layer of the cells was about 5 to 6 meters above the ground, covering an area the size of a soccer field. The dark metal grid wall separated the space into 20 or 30 independent compartments. Song Jian walked over to one of them and gripped the thick metal bars, exerting force on them. His face suddenly changed as there was no response to his grip on the metal bars. It should be noted that Song Jian's strength attribute had already exceeded 60 points, which could be considered as extremely powerful, but it had no effect on these iron bars. How did those monsters escape such sturdy cells? Song Jian wondered as he continued walking along the central aisle between the cells. At this point, the cells were empty except for large areas of dried, dark brown stains. Song Jian reached the deepest cell without discovering anything. Just as Song Jian sighed and prepared to turn around and leave, he suddenly noticed that the strange letter stored in his inventory began to emit dazzling light. Song Jian took out the thin sheepskin letter and immediately felt a burning sensation coming from it. Instinctively, he let go of the letter. The letter actually floated in the air, and started burning slowly. A piercing, heart-wrenching cry echoed through the empty room. Chapter 599, Rebellion in the Empty Room. A sudden heart-rending cry rang out, startling Song Jian. Even with his strong psychological endurance, the abrupt wail made his heart pound. Fortunately, the cry slowly faded as the mysterious letter burned to ashes. Song Jian collected himself, noticing a strange smile appearing on the wall in front of him. It looked as if it had been drawn with the smoldering ashes. Song Jian was certain that before he took out the strange letter, there was nothing on the wall, playing tricks. Song Jian gave a cold hum and summoned the crimson fire heart-ape sword. He struck the wall fiercely. A golden sword chi flashed, making it feel like he was slashing at a mass of cotton, unable to channel his strength. Suddenly, the sound of shattered glass echoed in his ears. Just then, the wall unexpectedly caved in with a rumble, revealing a pitch-black hole. The black hole was completely dark, he could not make out what was inside. Just then, a chilling roar pierced through from the black hole. A pair of crimson eyes, like two lights in the darkness, shone onto Song Jian. "Who are you? Another reckless adventurer? It is quite commendable that you managed to find this place." A strange voice echoed in Song Jian's ear. It sounded like two dry pieces of wood rubbing against each other. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Song Jian clenched his sword, his face full of vigilance. The red eyes in the darkness stared at Song Jian for a long time, finally letting out a sigh. Next, faint red light illuminated the surrounding area, revealing the room's interior to Song Jian. It was a chamber of about 20 square meters with an empty surrounding, except for a stone platform rising waist-high in the center. A creature that appeared to be human was tied to it. This creature was almost identical to a human, except that its body was nearly naked, save for a piece of cloth around its waist. What surprised Song Jian was that the surface of this human-like creature was marked with patterns resembling tree bark. If not for its red glowing eyes, Song Jian would have thought it was a tree sculpture. "Surprised, aren't you? Do you think I'm a monster?" Its mouth curled into a mocking grin. The red eyes stared hard at Song Jian. "What if I told you I was once a human? Would you believe me? Have you been poisoned? Has your body mutated?" Song Jian asked with a slight frown. "Actually, I was a researcher on this floating base," the bound wooden man said helplessly. "During the research, a sudden rebellion broke out in the base. Most researchers were killed, and I was infected with the Sharingan virus, a virus that turns people into wood. If it had not been for the antidote, I'd have long rotted into a pile of decaying timber." "A rebellion? What rebellion? And what were you researching? Also, who are you? Since you were poisoned, why are you tied up here?" Song Jian asked a series of questions, his brows furrowed. The base has been deserted for God knows how many years, and it's incredible that some of the original researchers are still alive. You have too many questions. As for the rebellion, I don't know much. I guess it was because there was a significant breakthrough in our research, which some people wanted for themselves, thus the rebellion ensued. As for me, you can call me Simon, just a humble researcher on this floating base. Our research, ha 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 ha. Do you want to know what we were researching? Simon's wood-textured face broke into a crazy grin, laughing wildly. Our research is something everyone who is alive cares about, no matter their influence, or their wealth. Once our research results are published, it will be a mad scramble. Our research is... Simon stared at Songjian and said clearly, our research is on immortality. Immortality? A sarcastic smile appeared on Songjian's face. Are you implying eternal youth? Stupid mortal, you dare mock the great. Simon seemed enraged by Songjian's facial expression, his voice suddenly booming. But quickly, he noticed something, gave a cold hum, and explained, Humphrey, you wouldn't understand. What do you think thousands of the Empire's most outstanding biologists were doing in this giant metal cage all year round, deprived of daylight? Do you think your intellect and knowledge can compare to those of the thousands of elite biologists of the great empire? Simon's words made Songjian fall into deep thought. Could it be that everything this strange fellow said is true? The original research of this floating base was to pursue immortality, not to produce puppet beasts and other war weapons? Songjian had always thought that the base's research was for military purposes. He never expected that his conjecture was wrong from the start. Can you tell me more about your research, Simon? Songjian asked curiously. Of course, it's not a problem. A mysterious smile spread across Simon's face. This should start when the Empire discovered a peculiar plant. At the time, I was just a 17 or 18-year-old greenhorn. Simon began to recount the entire event to Songjian.